The story opens with the image of a horse, equipped with iron armor, with its bright eyes and sharp horn. Amidst a desolate, dusty landscape, the distant sunset sky turns a russet color. The carriage is pulled by 4 large horses. The clatter of hooves echoes in the heavy silence. Immediately following the carriage is another wagon with iron, bars, and equipment piled on top. Inside the iron cage, several people are walking imprisoned. Outside are fully armed soldiers, under strict guard being held captive. But the white-haired girl manages a contented smile, thinking to herself, "This is probably the best outcome, Chungzi. Even if you're alone later, you must live well, okay?" Just then a young man appears. He grits his teeth and shouts loudly, "Release my sister now." The small boy rushes out to block the carriage, causing the horses to rear up and stop abruptly, whinnying incessantly. His older sister turns around, her face slightly flushed, anxiously thinking Chengzi. Sure enough, he came, seeing someone blocking the carriage. The soldiers immediately raise their weapons and advance. She grips the bars anxiously and yells at someone. "Tell them to stop immediately." Her voice is laced with worry, her face contorted. "Don't harm my brother. You promised me." From inside the carriage in front, a hand reaches out and pulls back the curtain. The man is dressed in somewhat noble attire, wearing a mask with 3 symbols on his forehead. He replies to her, "I remember, I don't need you to remind me." Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng, with an iron staff in his hand, dashes towards him, shouting, "Even if I have to die, I will not allow you to take my sister." But before he could do anything significant, the masked man punches him hard right in the stomach. His whole body recoils backward in painful agony. Zhao Cheng's face contorts, after trying to suppress the pain, which causes him to let out a cry while spitting up fluid. Looking at the weak boy clutching his stomach, trembling at his feet, he sneers mockingly, "You useless piece of trash. Without power, you can't protect anything." These words only infuriate Zhao Cheng further. His trembling increases. He curses, stammering, "You jerk," worried about her younger brother. From inside the iron bars, Zhao Jie shouts, telling Chengzi not to act recklessly. The masked man throws a spherical object onto the ground for him and warns, "This is the awakening gem. Take it. This is what your sister exchanged her very self for you." He turns and leaves, not forgetting to leave a scornful insult. "A piece of trash like you, even if you manage to awaken your power, will only be a worthless nobody your whole life." Faced with the immense shadow of his enemy, powerless to act, Zhao Cheng can only weakly call out "sister." His hand reaches out towards the prison cage and he screams, "Don't take my sister away." Not returning to reality, Zhao Cheng suddenly wakes up. His face is pale and distraught as he shouts out 2 words, "Sister." He covers his face and murmurs, "It's that scene again. I've been dreaming this same dream repeatedly for the past 3 years. My sister has been gone for 3 years. The image of that masked man is still in the back of his mind." Zhao Cheng, he can't forget the desperation he felt at that time. The power he possessed was far too different from his own. Every time the image of the masked man appears, Zhao Cheng reminds himself once more that he must become stronger. Only by getting stronger will he have a chance to find his sister still dazed after the dream. Suddenly, a group of 3 people appears. After kicking open the wooden door of the dilapidated house, where he was taking shelter from the sun and rain, the person who appeared is the deputy manager of the settlement, Zhao Jiji. He puts his hands in his pockets, smirks maliciously, and yells, "Zhao Cheng, the temporary residency fee for this month is the same as before. I recall you just received an item voucher, didn't you? You worked so hard on the farm to earn that item voucher. Wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't help you enjoy it? Fee." The boy stands up and reacts sharply. "I clearly just paid for this month. I don't have any item vouchers left." But the response is just a dismissive wave of Jiji's hand to his 2 subordinates. He says with a mocking tone, "If he won't cooperate, then we'll force him to cooperate. Make sure to thoroughly search this dump of a house. Don't miss any corner." The 2 men immediately follow the order. They restrain the boy and reply to Jijie, "Understood." Deputy Manager Zhao. A long while later, Zhao Cheng's face is messy as he lowers his head. Jiji and his 2 subordinates leave. He clearly had 5 vouchers but claimed he didn't. If he had taken them out earlier, he wouldn't have been beaten unjustly like this. He watches their backs, thinking to himself, "It doesn't hurt or itch at all. I'm long used to your punches and kicks. Don't think I don't know your intentions." Zhao Cheng looks at his fist. "You guys constantly come to cause trouble. Is actually because of that thing." Suddenly, he punches his chest hard. It was not a light punch at all, accompanied by a thud and a grunt. With that one punch, Zhao Cheng spits out a small sphere from his mouth. It falls out and rolls around on the floor, its surface still slimy with saliva. Zhao Cheng reaches out to grab it, thinking to himself, "It's all because of this awakening gem. After my sister was taken away, for the past 3 years, I've always been investigating this awakening gem, and what happened that day." He rests his chin on his hand deep in thought. but regarding his sister being taken away, there are absolutely no clues. The image of the mysterious person throwing this awakening gem to him reappears. The only clue is that man. Only by finding him can I find my sister. As for this awakening gem, it is a small sphere with a small gem attached on top, along with complex technological circuits. Anyone who is at least 16 years old can use the awakening gem to awaken their own unique initial attribute. Attributes are divided into 3 types: bronze, gold, and radiant. Abilities also have different strengths and weaknesses, but they are all the same in that once an attribute is awakened, one is sure to become a strong person. An awakened person will be a powerhouse in the world. This way Zhao Cheng looks at the awakening gem and recalls the image of his older sister. The awakening gem is very valuable. It was not something he could have obtained himself, but his sister left it for him. As long as he can awaken an attribute, the hope of finding his sister will be much greater. He then raises it to his chest. A brilliant blue light appears. Zhao Cheng tells himself, "Today is my 16th birthday. My wish is that I will definitely find my sister." As soon as he uses it, his whole body emits a radiant golden light. This is the effect when a person awakens an attribute immediately after an item appears. It is the unique Eternal Evolution book with the radiant attribute. Effect 1. Divine Supplementation. The owner gains a completely new attribute line every time they level up once. Effect 2, Divine Blessing. All new attribute lines received have an effect. Increase of 50%. Zhao Cheng looks up and smiles, thinking to himself, Radiant Attribute. It's surprising that it's also unique, meaning that in this world, I'm the only one who possesses this attribute. In our small settlement 226, the people who are truly strong in the attribute field are only the manager and his 2 lackeys. He rubs his chin in thought. I heard that Zhao Jiji is level 8, but he only awakened 1 attribute. But according to the description of my attribute, if I reach level 8, I can awaken 8 more attributes. Zhao Cheng sits there calculating. But the problem is, I still don't know how to level up. I'll try asking Lu Zia. He awakened his attribute half a year ago. Perhaps he knows something. The scene shifts to farm plot 226. The sun is blazing. This is the food source for our settlement. 226. It's said that thousands of years ago, a massive and terrifying upheaval broke out, spreading throughout the world, causing plants and animals around the world to mutate. Human food supply drastically decreased. The famine lasted for a very long time, and many people starved to death, until the company appeared, bringing new crops that could be cultivated in this world. Humans were able to survive again. A manager points and loudly orders, "Hurry up! If you're late, none of you get to eat." Zhao Cheng recalls, although everyone works here, most of the crops are taken by the manager. Ordinary people only receive a very small share. The manager calls this distribution system tribute. Even if the output in the field is low, his share of the tribute is never reduced. Therefore, when the harvest decreases, people starving to death happens frequently. At this moment, a radiant smile with white shiny teeth appears, along with a glass of liquor. "Hey there." He lightly bumps the boy's shoulder and asks, "Chengzi, why are you just standing there? Did the young master's fine wine captivate your heart too?" Zhao Cheng widens his eyes and looks over. He is his best friend, Liu Ziye. He has both parents, and in the entire settlement 226, is considered to be living quite well. Recently, Ziye has been obsessed with an ancient book from the outside world. The title seems to be My Tyrannical Young Master Loves Me. I don't know what liquid. I don't know what is contained in it, that it dares to pretend to be wine. Zhao Cheng takes the opportunity to probe Ziyi. "You've awakened your attribute, haven't you?" He looks smug and replies, "I can't believe I hid it. So well, and you still noticed." Indeed, once a person gains power, that aura can't be hidden no matter how much they try, not caring about his empty words. The boy rudely cuts him off and asks directly, after awakening an attribute, "Can you level up? Is that right?" Ziye, still holding the chipped cup, casually replies, "You are my trusted guy. Telling you is no big deal. After awakening an attribute, you just need to enter a dimensional dungeon and defeat monsters to level up." His voice drops as he warns, but those dungeons drain a person's vitality. Not to mention the monsters inside are very strong. Even the entrance is controlled by powerhouses from everywhere. Each time you want to enter, you have to pay hundreds of item vouchers as an entrance fee. Ziye looks up at the sky and sighs. Not only that, 70% of the resources obtained from inside must be shared with the strong people guarding the entrance. Finally, he concludes with a sigh. The world is this rough. The young master's heart is also being squeezed even more. After hearing this, Zhao Cheng mutters, "Dimensional dungeons drain a person's vitality, and there are monsters too." It sounds like the inside of the dungeon is even more dangerous than the mutated world outside. Ziye lightly shakes the cup in his hand and confirms, "That's right. It's pretty much a death sentence. 10 people go in, 9 die, and the one who survives is practically a walking corpse." Just then, Jiji and his 2 henchmen approach. He shouts, "Hey, Lu Ziye, I've got some good news for you." Hearing that, he quickly hides the hand holding the cup behind his back. He smiles and asks Zhao Jiji in return, "What good news?" Zhao Cheng looks over and thinks to himself, Zhao Qiji, the top henchman of the settlement manager. He absolutely can't be looking for Zai for anything good. He maintains his smiling yet sinister face and says, "You've awakened your attribute, haven't you? The boss has been generous this time, and has allowed you to enter the dimensional dungeon in our settlement. We won't charge you an entrance fee." Gigi raises his hand and states the condition. "But all the supplies you collect must belong to our settlement 226. Zie's eyes widen upon hearing this, and he blurts out, "All the supplies must be surrendered." Seeing him hesitate, Zhao Cheng steps forward and interjects, "How is it belonging to the settlement? It's clearly going to be divided up by you managers." He crosses his arms and nonchalantly retorts, "So what? Even settlement 226 belongs to our boss. Do you understand? Are you clenching your fist? You haven't even awakened an attribute, and you dare to pick a fight with me." Seeing the atmosphere become tense, Zie quickly runs over to calm things down. "Chengzi, don't get mad. It's just going in there to collect supplies." He adds, "The young master is no pushover. I will definitely survive and come back. Trust me." Zie then turns to Gigi and says, "Chengzi doesn't understand things. Guys don't pay any attention to him. I'll go right now to find supplies for our settlement." Zhao Cheng stands there deep in thought. "I currently know nothing about the dungeon inside. Moreover, revealing that I possess an attribute here is not a good option either." He frowns and tells himself, "But Zaya is my best friend. Furthermore, I don't have enough 100 item vouchers to enter another dungeon. It's better to go in with Zaya and find some hope." Thinking this, Zhao Cheng speaks up. "If you want him to go in there to his death, then you have to include me too. If you want him to go in there and seek death, then you must include me too." This remark from the boy startled Zie, who turned around and exclaimed, "Chengzi." Gigi was also stunned by this intention, and whipped his head around to look at the boy. Then he points at Zhao Cheng and bursts out laughing. "You're worthy of entering too, but inside, only those who have awakened an attribute are allowed." The boy immediately clenches his hand into a fist, and confidently declares, "I have also awakened an attribute." The scene shifts to later that evening. In a dark, spooky forest, between two rocky hills, a familiar blue spatial gate appears. This is the dimensional dungeon of Settlement 226 White Level. The place is being guarded by a group of people. They are fully armed, and are focusing when Gigi's voice catches their attention. "Hey guys, I brought the new kid." He leads Zia and Zhao Cheng, and smiles, contemptuously introducing the house pets. A fat guy laughs loudly, mocking Zhao Cheng. "These two kids are too skinny. I'm afraid they won't be able to carry anything and will break down in there." The boy turns to Zie and instructs, "If I survive and return, I'll give you 100 punches." Zie hears this, rubs his head, and replies, "That's a good deal." "I agree 100%. The fat guy, seeing himself being ignored, angrily says, "Damn it, this kid is really arrogant." Standing in front of the dungeon gate, Gigi barks, "What are you two jumping around for? Hurry up and scram inside." Zie walks in saying, "Chengzi, the young master, will always remember this kindness. I didn't waste my time becoming friends with you." Zhao Cheng simply replies, "Shut up." Before long, both of them disappear deep into the dungeon, leaving Gigi's group standing guard outside. Taking a drag from his cigarette and releasing a puff of white smoke, he sighs, "Holy crap, that kid hides things well." Gigi smirks and continues, "That's the discarded attribute stone that the company's people left behind when his sister was taken away. We turned his house upside down for 3 full years. When his sister was taken away, his life was messed up for 3 years, but this brat still managed to hide that stone well." Li Xin asks Gij nervously. "That little brat Zhao Cheng has awakened an attribute now. We treated him so badly before. I wonder if he's going to get back at us." Zap Mao next to him chimes in. "That's right, every time he managed to earn item vouchers, we always took 7 or 8 parts of it. He must really despise us deep down." Gigi turns around and smiles, sinisterly replying, "But he has to survive and come back first. In this world, just because you awaken an attribute doesn't mean you're all-powerful." His eyes flash red with malice as he adds, "Don't forget I also awakened an attribute. And it's a gold attribute too." The scene changes to inside the dungeon. Before the two of them is a dark, eerie space. All around there are only the sounds of birds and apes calling. Zie reminds him, "Chengzi, my uncle said that dimensional dungeons are the shadow of hell, manifested in the mortal world." He adds, "If we stay in here too long, our yang energy will be completely drained, and people will die instantly." Zhao Cheng is a little worried. "If that's true, we don't have much time. We need to move quickly. I remember you saying that as long as we kill monsters, we'll gain experience to level up." Just then, a high-pitched, drawn-out cry echoes from the forest, startling both of them. The boy wonders, why are there other people's voices here? Z explains, "Dimensional dungeons don't just have one entrance. They can appear in many places, so it's not strange to have other people here." Zhao Cheng hears this and realizes, no wonder Zhao Shiji's group let people enter for free. It turns out, the resources here aren't exclusively theirs, but they also have to compete with others who enter from different passages. He recalls the smug look on their faces. He asserts, therefore, people like us, who awaken attributes by chance, are just pure tools for their plunder. It's purely for show. Zi hears him and turns to ask, honestly, Chengzi, do you really want to go inside? He leans his head and says in a low voice, warning, you really could die in there. Zhao Cheng replies with great determination, if I don't take this opportunity to risk everything, then I will never have the power to fight against them. Zi listens and continues to ask, are you planning to draw your knife and confront those high-level managers calling the past? Zhao Cheng answers his question sharply. I've never stopped hating them. He clenches his hand into a fist, frowns, and asserts, every person in the lower class like us here, the minute we get a chance. Who wouldn't want to kill those smug managers? Sitting up high? Haven't they exploited you enough? Zi hears this and smiles with satisfaction. Chengzi, this young master definitely didn't misjudge you. He also clenches his fist, his face beaming, and continues, let me tell you the truth. My father is secretly working with my uncle, the one who helped me awaken my attribute, to raise an army and prepare to take those guys out. These words surprise Zhao Cheng a little. His voice falters. Uncle Liu, Zia continues, do you remember 5 years ago my grandmother was beaten so badly by those guys, and because she was old she passed away? An image of his grandmother appears, along with a memory of deep sorrow, for half a month before she died. She was still struggling in pain. The whole family saw everything. At that time, my father and my uncles already started making plans. Suddenly, Zi reaches out and grabs Zhao Cheng's wrist. He raises the boy's hand, his voice serious. He raised his hand and spoke in a serious tone. I Liu Zie declare, from this moment on, Zhao Cheng, you are no longer my trusted confidant, Zie says with sincere eyes, but a battle comrade. Zhao Cheng pulls his hand away and replies frankly, I also have my own selfish motives. I will leave here sooner or later to find my older sister. He hears this, but is still very relaxed about the matter. Who doesn't have a little self-interest? This young master has some too. Once we overthrow those guys, I'm going to be free to love and marry Xiao Yu. The boy smiles and replies, that depends on whether we survive to return. The two of them are hiding behind a bush, looking over, thinking to themselves, that guy must be the unlucky one, who was screaming tragically just now. Looking at the vicious monster eating the person, Zhao Cheng silently assesses. Its body is even bigger than the mutated wolf in the outside world. It's so decayed but still hasn't died. Looking at the bright red spot behind the necrotic skeleton of the monster, he concludes, the blood-red spot in the middle must be its weak point. But that thing feels familiar. Zhao Cheng realizes and wonders, is that an awakening stone? That thing gives me almost the exact same feeling. Could it be that the wolf also has attribute power? Seeing the boy deep in thought, Zie looks over and secretly exclaims, Chengzi is unusually calm. The first time I saw this monster I was startled too. He truly is the man I've put my faith in. Seeing the monster leave, Zhao Cheng turns and says, the wolf is gone. We can go over now? Looking at the mutilated corpse in front of them, Zie covers his mouth and blurts out, this guy is seriously messed up. That beast bit him to shreds. Gross, I can't look. I'm about to throw up. Seeing the boy calmly stretch out the man's arm bone, he exclaims in horror, Chengzi, what are you doing? Zia's face contorts and he continues with a trembling voice, oh my god, you're even using your hand to hold that small knife. Zhao Cheng replies that to avoid Zhao Zhiji from finding the awakening stone. I've hidden it in the belly of a mutated dog, in a manure pit and in a decayed house. So these things are nothing. He lightly touches the knife, then assesses. This is indeed a good knife. It must be sharpened from the bone of a mutated cow. Just then Zia turns around and exclaims in surprise, warning, Chengzi. It's back, the giant wolf has returned. Its eyes are blazing red with bloodlust. Zhao Cheng holds the knife in his hand, steps forward and says, wolves are inherently cunning. It seems it pretended to leave to lure us out. He thinks to himself, but actually I also intentionally went outside. Touching this weapon will increase my chances of killing it, and at the same time it can also attract it to actively engage in combat with us. The two of them crouch down watching the wolf. Zi asks, Chengzi, can you hold it off? Zhao Cheng gives a cold, confident smile and affirms, don't worry, leave it to me, just use all your tactics. He dashes forward, thinking to himself, Zai awakened his attribute half a year earlier than me, so dealing with this kind of monster, he definitely has more experience. Sister said that the one who strikes first gains the advantage. In an instant, the man and the wolf rush towards each other. Facing off ready to clash, Zhao Cheng leans to dodge, remembering in his heart, to survive in this apocalyptic world, since the age of 9, His sister had led him out of the residential area to fight mutated beasts. This monstrous decayed wolf seems manageable. Not only defending, he also launches counter-slashes. It's just a shame he can't quickly stab the red nucleus in its center. Suddenly, red spirit energy threads emerge from its chest, coiling around Zhao Cheng's body. That's the Bloodlust Wolf attribute bronze grade. Speed boost effect, 15% activated. Immediately after, the wolf bit his arm extremely hard. Zhao Cheng grimaces and exclaims, "It's faster!" It definitely has an attribute power on this side. Zia takes out his weapon, a crossbow. He shoots a stone at the wild beast. The stone hits the wolf's face, causing it to lose focus for a moment. Then Zia shouts, reminding Chengzi, "Quick, stab it now." The boy frowns extremely, focused, and sharply replies with one word, "Got it." Then Zhao Cheng grips the knife tightly in his hand, raises it high above his head, ready to stab the wild beast. He successfully stabs the bright red spot in the middle of the wolf's chest. It lets out a painful roar, and blood-red spirit energy keeps spreading out. Zhao Cheng uses his strength, trying to plunge the knife deep into its chest. His body is suspended in the air, his scream prolonging. Zhao Cheng yells, "Hurry and get inside." The aura it emits seems to want to blow him away, making him clench his teeth tightly. The wild beast twitches. The spirit energy streams inside continue to flow. Zhao Cheng still tries to hold tightly to the knife to keep himself there. After a moment, everything fades. The wolf's huge body is slowly falling down. He looks up blankly, secretly worried. Not good. Seeing Zhao Cheng about to be crushed, Zi rushes over shouting, "Chengzi!" A second later, before he can reach the wolf's carcass, slams down, completely crushing him. Zi can only stand there anxiously shouting, "Chengzi!" He is sweating with worry, his face pale, stammering Zhao Cheng. Suddenly, the wild beast's body moves. Zhao Cheng crawls out from underneath, smiling, and says, "Relax, I won't die that easily." Just then, a congratulatory message appears on the book. "Congratulations on advancing to level 2, Attribute Eternal Evolution Book. Effect activated." A series of information appears. You can acquire a new attribute. Please choose one of the 3 attributes below. Autonomous Research 1, Gold Attribute. Armchair Strategy, Bronze Attribute. Wolf Fur, Gold Attribute. 4. Facing the choices presented by the Evolution Book, Zhao Cheng begins to ponder. This is the power of the Dazzling Grade attribute. After upgrading, it is possible to immediately receive an option for a new attribute. The system displays the prompt in front of him. Please choose one of the 3 attributes below. He starts calculating. Eliminating the bronze grade attribute, the remaining are Wolf Fur and Autonomous Research. Both gold grade attributes. Zhao Cheng is unsure which one to choose. It's a bummer. There are no more hints displayed for the attributes. Otherwise, choosing would be much easier. Finally, he looks at Autonomous Research and assesses, but this attribute has a number 1 after it. It must be for some special reason. After Zhao Cheng makes his choice, the system announces that a new gold-grade attribute has been acquired. Autonomous Research 1. The attribute details appear. Autonomous Research 1. Effect 1. Increases all character attributes by 15%. After adding the Eternal Evolution Book's effect, it will increase to 22.5%. Effect 2. Within 1 minute adjusted to 1.5 minutes, can greatly enhance increase by 200%. After adding the Eternal Evolution Book's effect, adjusted to 300% of any attribute. This attribute is the first in the attribute chain. Autonomous Research. After reading the information, he smiles with satisfaction. The effect is absolutely clutch. Moreover, it's the first in the attribute chain. There's also potential for further upgrades. Seeing the boy's blank expression, Zia gently reminds him, "Chengzi, how long are you going to stand there? We need to quickly collect 10 spoils of war. The smell of blood will attract other monsters here." Zhao Cheng, still kneeling there, looks over and asks, "I was a bit distracted just now. Do you want to come over and collect them together?" Hearing that, he immediately waved his hand and refused. Zia rubbed his head awkwardly. "You took it down, so the spoils are all yours. You know me? Back home, my parents wouldn't even let me kill poultry." Zhao Cheng collected the loot, while recalling Zia's childhood and thinking, Zia has both a father and a mother. He's from a happy family. A rarity in this chaotic world. He's different from someone like me. A while later, after everything was settled, Zhao Cheng turned to divide the spoils. "The materials on this wolf's body belong to me. The meat is too rotten to be used. These crystal cores are yours." Zia quickly questioned him. "The wolf bones and wolf skin are all useless items you took. The most valuable thing is this gray crystal core. Do you really want to give all of it to me?" Zhao Cheng pushed the items into his hand without hesitation and replied, "Your family is dealing with a big deal and needs items to recruit soldiers. Consider these. My contribution, my stake in it." Putting the things on his back, he walked and turned back to add, "Besides, if you hadn't hit the wolf's eye just now, I wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily," knowing that he couldn't refuse anymore. Zai clenched his fist and agreed. All right, I'll remember this and tell my father." He walked on and asked further, "But if we leave through the main gate, all of these things have to be handed over. Do you have a plan?" "Yet," Zhao Cheng stated his intention, "once we're out of here, we will take action against them. So we must maximize the resources, here to upgrade our levels." Zia smiled and replied, "Just as I expected. My father must already know about Zhao Zichie's forced transfer of me here. They have been planning for a long time, just waiting for the right moment to make a move." Standing behind the bush, Zhao Cheng continued, "Then let's keep going deeper inside. Before my sister and I encountered mutated wolves, outside the concentrated residential area. Common wolves don't travel alone. There might be many more wolves like this deeper in the forest." He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder to stop him. "Wait, Chengzi. We're comrades in arms now, fighting side by side. Before the next hunt, I think we need to clear up a few things." Zhao Cheng looked over calmly and replied, "Go on." Zia shared his information with him. "After killing that wolf, my experience is over 90%. I'm about to level up to 2. My attribute is called Bao Ding Jianyu. It's a gold-grade attribute. It simultaneously increased all my attributes by 15% and gave me the ability to detect the target's weak points." He recalled the moment of the earlier confrontation with the wild beast. Bao Ding Jianyu activated the weak point detection effect. Then Zia continued, "That's also why I immediately realized the wolf's weakness was its eye." Zhao Cheng pondered to himself. Zia's intention is to be upfront with me, so we can coordinate better in future battles. But if he knew I obtained the dazzling grade attribute rare among 10,000 people, how would he feel? He started to have a slight sense of caution. Would he still want to treat me with the same sincerity and purity as he does now? After a moment of thought, Zhao Cheng's hand was loosely clenched at his hip. Then he shared his information. "My attribute is Autonomous Research 1. It increases all stats by 15%, and can temporarily greatly boost any single stat for a limited time." He also affirmed mentally, "This is indeed my attribute. I'm not lying to you." Zia breathed a huge sigh of relief after hearing that. "I was scared you were hiding something from me, and that your attribute was better than mine. It almost killed me with worry." He gave the boy a thumbs up, draping an arm over his shoulder, and continued, "Awesome, your attribute is the same level as mine. We truly are destined brothers." Just like that, the two proceeded deeper into the dungeon. Zia, somewhat excited, kept cheering. "Destined brothers. My good brother, let's go wolf hunting." Zhao Cheng smiled, thanking to himself, "I'm sorry, Zia. I'll tell you the whole truth later." Afterward, the two continuously hunted wild beasts in the forest. Zhao Cheng's role was close-range attack, while with his crossbow, Zia was responsible for long-range attacks and disruption. Zhao Cheng became more and more aggressive in battle. His finishing moves were extremely precise. He skillfully maneuvered, charging from left to right, and quickly struck down the large wolf, watching Zhao Cheng collect the spoils. Zia stood nearby and asked again, "Chengzi, do you really not want even one crystal core?" He tied up the hide and bones and answered frankly, "No need. These wolf bones and wolf skins can be used to make weapons and clothes, and can also be exchanged for a few item vouchers." Hearing that, he smiled contentedly. "All right, I've finally reached level 2, with over 70% experience. What level are you at now?" Zhao Cheng replied, "Level 4 with over 50% experience." Zia was startled, leaned closer, and exclaimed, How much did you say?" Zhao Cheng calmly replied, "Every time we killed a wild wolf, I was the one who struck the final blow. And you only assisted from the outside. That's probably why our experience differs." Hearing that, he sat down on the side, hugged his legs, crying and whining, "Dang it. It turns out it's because this young master can't overcome the fear of blood and gore." Seeing this, the boy suggested, "How about you charge in first next time?" Zia's attitude instantly changed as he refused. "No, I prefer being Chengzi's support. I love being the support the most." Zhao Cheng couldn't bring himself to say it and just sighed inwardly. "You look so sketchy," he mused deeply. "The reason I leveled up so fast is because when I reached level 3, I received the dazzling grade attribute, Absolute Leader. Effect killing dungeon monsters grants 50% extra experience. After adding the Eternal Evolution book's effect, it increased to 75%, Zhao Cheng thought to himself. "Even though it's the same dazzling grade as the Eternal Evolution book, I still feel like it's much weaker. So even among dazzling grade attributes, there's a clear difference in power." In the quiet forest, suddenly, a voice shouted from somewhere, "Liu Zhu, what are you trying to do?" Zi was startled and looked up. "That voice sounds great." Zhao Cheng, on the other hand, felt a bit uneasy. "We've run into other people again." He pointed in another direction, suggesting, "Let's not get involved. We'll go that way." Zai blushed, imagining such a beautiful voice. "That must be a hottie. Let's go take a look." But Zhao Cheng walked away directly, refusing to look. Leveling up is more important. He thought to himself, "It's actually not hard to level up here, but I have to make the most of the time." As Zie said, staying here too long will cause a loss of yang energy. The voices continued to echo from that direction. They were full of vulgar words. Young miss, if you willingly take off your clothes now, we can be gentle. But if you don't cooperate, then don't blame me for using force. Zi winked, signaling with a delighted expression. Hey Chengzi, it sounds like she's about to take off her clothes. Hearing that the hottie was about to strip, Xiaocheng couldn't resist and agreed. A quick look won't hurt. The scene shifted to a nearby area. Looking out from the bushes, two figures could be seen. A man and a woman were standing there. The provocatively dressed woman questioned, "So you planned this from the very beginning?" The man facing her smiled shamelessly and replied, "Of course, for a humble person like me, being able to get close to a big shot like you is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity." Around him were dead bodies. He stepped towards her and continued, "You see, lady, my ability is base toxin. Those people were all level 5 awakened, yet they still died from the poison, let alone you, who just recently awakened to level 1. My lady, just submit obediently. This humble person is not bad looking and will definitely treat you well in the future." She stood there silently listening to him. "Besides, my lady will have to marry eventually, and this humble person just so happens to need the identity of the Guan family's son-in-law to gain status." He laughed heartily, again delighted. "You and I are truly a match made in heaven." Zi pointed in that direction and said, "Chengzi, did you hear that this scoundrel dares to rebel? He wants to sleep his way to the top. This is also considered a means of advancement. After all, if such a shameful matter were to get out, the family would have a hard time maintaining their dignity." Receiving no reply, he asked again, "Why aren't you saying anything? With something so exciting happening, don't you have anything to say?" Only then did Zhao Cheng peek out and reply, "If that woman's guards are truly all taken care of, then we might have a chance." Zia was surprised and covered his face with his hand, with a wicked grin showing delight. "You're really going to join them? I didn't think you'd be into something so intense." Zhao Cheng's face remained impassive as he replied, "No, we'll wait for them to fight until they're exhausted. Then I'll go collect the bodies. She's not an easy target. But at such a low level, she has no chance of survival." Hearing that Zie assessed his comrade, "You're seriously cold-blooded." In that area, the subordinate Liu Zhu rushed forward shouting, "Young Miss Guan Tui, if you don't cooperate, I'll have to take action myself. My lady, don't blame this humble person for being rough." Although she was about to be attacked and humiliated, the girl appeared perfectly calm. Young Miss Guan waved her hand, and something yellow like sand was thrown toward him. Liu Zhu quickly raised his hand to block his face. He asked in a confused tone, "What is that?" The young miss quickly turned and ran away. "It's just paralyzing powder. It won't last long. I must quickly find the initial entrance. As long as I can get out, I'll be safe." While she was running for her life, Liu Zhu's voice was still echoing. "Paralyzing powder. This kind of poison has no effect on me." He shot out hidden weapons with a wicked laugh. "Young miss, if you won't cooperate, don't blame me for taking action." Two hidden weapons brutally pierced Guan Xiaoji's ankle and wrist, causing her to stop and cry out in pain. Injured, her whole body collapsed face first onto the ground. Liu just slowly walked over. He stood in front of Guan Xiaoji and said in a creepy voice, "This time you used that powder to numb my face. But thankfully doing the deed doesn't require seeing your face." Zi saw this and was somewhat worried. "That woman got hit," Zhao Cheng continued. "That's the difference in level. Each time you increase a level, your bodily functions increase by about 30%. Hearing that, Zie wondered, "Chengzi, how do you know these things?" Zhao Cheng quickly explained, "I just guessed. The reference material is the rotten wolf corpse that we killed. I'm sure you also noticed. When you cut down the subsequent wolves, it felt much easier." Zie said earnestly, "Now that you mention it, it seems that's actually true." He thought to himself, "How come I never realized that Chengzi had such amazing combat talent before?" Over there, Liu Zhu prepared to act. "Don't worry, young miss. I'll definitely try to be as gentle as possible. Oh, right. Don't move around recklessly. You have toxins from my attribute in your body, and moving too much will make it take effect faster, you know." She turned back and protested, yelling, "Even if you seize my body, after we leave this place, you won't be able to escape with your life. My family would never tolerate a lowlife like you humiliating me." He barely paid attention, just laughing obscenely as he replied, "It seems you truly believed my lies. I never had any intention of becoming the Guan family's son-in-law." Liu just sat on top of her, caressing a lock of her hair, and stated his true purpose. "All we want is to tarnish the Guan family's reputation and turn the princess they cherish most into a filthy commodity." He leered, sticking out his long tongue and licking her face, continuing, "Say goodbye to your virginity. Guanda Xiaoji, take this chance." She reached out and pulled the small knife from her wrist. Then, when he wasn't paying attention, she stabbed him directly in the neck. Liu Zhu screamed in pain, his whole body trembling. He pulled out another knife. Veins bulged all over his face and in his eyeballs. He roared, "Since you don't care about your dignity then, I'll just kill you now." Young Miss Guan looked up, accepting the reality and thinking, the dagger is poisoned. He will also die this way. I won't disgrace the Guan family either. He prepared to stab down and yelled, "Die now for me!" At this moment, the figure of Zhao Cheng flew towards them. He kicked Liu Ju directly in the chest, causing him to flip backward, neutralizing the danger. Then Zhao Cheng tilted his head slightly, looking at the girl behind him. Young Miss Guan was surprised by this action, staring at him blankly with wide eyes. The kick just now carried immense force, sending him flying straight into a nearby tree trunk. Just then Zia walked over and exclaimed, "Chengzi, I knew you couldn't resist." Zhao Cheng flying out just now was thanks to the power of his leg enhancement attribute. Zhao Cheng replied, "I have my own reasons." Meanwhile, the girl behind him was still trembling from the poison. Noticing this, Zi looked over in alarm. Young Miss Guan had collapsed and lost consciousness. He asked, "What about her? Is she dead?" Zhao Cheng checked her pulse and replied, "She's still breathing. Perhaps the nerves were overly tense before," and suddenly relaxed. Combined with the poison on the dagger taking effect, she passed out. Zai sat down, looked at her, and remarked, "What a shame she's been poisoned. Even if she's not dead now, she will be later." Zhao Cheng heard this and dismissed it. "She can't die yet. For our plan to overthrow them, she must still be of great use." Zi hesitated upon hearing this, "But she's poisoned and the two of us don't know how to cure it." "Zhao!" Chengzi immediately pointed his thumb towards Liu Ju, behind him saying, "Exactly. That guy knows the cure." A moment later, Liu Ju was now curled up on the ground, his hands tied to his nearly naked body. He was only wearing his boxer briefs. Zia looked over and asked, "Chengzi, you stripped him. Aren't you afraid the power behind him will come after us?" Xiao Sheng answered calmly, "That woman already knows his identity. So to the force behind him, he's already a discarded chess piece." He looked over at young Miss Guan and continued, "Anyone who comes to cause trouble for us will actually be causing trouble for that high-ranking woman." Zia heard that, stood up, and pretended to agree. "That's right. I also think so." Zhao Sheng knew his comrade's thoughts all too well, and could only stand there speechless. As for Liu Ju, he was vaguely opening his eyes, his body trembling. He thought to himself, "It hurts so much, my head hurts so much. It feels like someone kicked me hard in the head. Who did this?" When he looked ahead, he saw the image of two people with shining eyes and a somewhat wicked smile. Liu Ju started up, exclaiming, "Who are you? You've got some nerve attacking me stealthily." He puffed out his chest arrogantly. "Do you know who I am? Release me right now. Otherwise, I will rip you to shreds." Zia heard that and was annoyed, asking Chengzi, "How should we handle this?" Zhao Cheng immediately took out the knife and smiled, chillingly threatening him. "Handle him like we did the mutated wild boar we captured last time." Z followed up, "Young man, you're lucky then. Last time the mutated wild boar also screamed bloody murder, and its end was miserable. Liu just still acted tough. I'm warning you. I'm not some nobody like you guys that you can just touch." The result was the sound. His prolonged scream shattered the silence in the forest. Liu Ju's face was swollen, his whole body trembling. Only now did he give in. "My blood is the antidote to that poison. You must keep your word and not hit me again. Just take a little blood. If you take too much, I'll die too." Zhao Cheng grabbed him and dragged him, his voice firm. "Whether you live or die depends on whether what you said is true or not." He pulled Liu Ju's hand toward young Miss Guan's head. Liu Ju cried out in alarm. "Ouch, hero, please be gentle." Then Zhao Cheng tightly held his hand and made a cut. Blood immediately spurted out. Afterwards, the drops of blood fell directly into her mouth. While Zhao Cheng continued to squeeze Liu Ju's hand tightly, he cried out in continuous pain, "Hero, stop squeezing, that's enough blood. Too much is a waste." Zhao Cheng released his hand and told Zia to keep watch. He used wolfskin to bandage the wound on Liu Ju's wrist to prevent the smell of blood from attracting monsters. Zia quickly followed suit. He flashed a clever smile, then immediately tied Liu Ju's wrist tightly, causing him to cry out in pain. Z thought smugly to himself, "Chengzi is still lacking in a few areas compared to this young master. Although that woman is somewhat pretty, this young master is completely untouched." He pictured the image of Xiao Yu and told himself, "This young master's heart only belongs to Xiao Yu." After using the blood as an antidote, young Miss Guan showed signs of waking up. She stirred and groaned softly a few times. Seeing Zhao Cheng turn to look at him, Liu Ju hurriedly explained, "Don't rush, it takes some time to be effective." A month later, she woke up and slowly opened her eyes. Liu Chu looked relieved and continued, "See? I really wasn't lying to you." Young Miss Guan looked at Zhao Cheng and asked, "Was it you who saved me?" He answered honestly, "I have my own purposes. We overheard your conversation just now? You must be the eldest, young miss. With the distinguished status, is that right?" She slowly sat up and replied, That's right, my family name is Guan. Young Miss Guan thought to herself, even though he has his own purpose, he still ultimately saved me. Furthermore, Liu Ju might have already revealed my identity to him. Logically and emotionally, there's no need to hide it anymore. Liu Ju, despite his miserable state, was still furious, thinking to himself, the Guan family is so famous. That guy can't not know it. I can't believe two dumbasses ruined. A good thing for me? Zhao Cheng asked innocently. So your father is the manager of some settlement. Is that right? This made Liu Ju's eyes widen in shock. Young Miss Guan was also extremely surprised. She wondered, what does he mean? Does he really not know the significance of the Guan family name? Or is he pretending to be dumb? Zhao Sheng sat down, looked at her, and demanded, answer me. Young Miss Guan replied, consider it so. She thought to herself, the Guan family manages hundreds of large settlements. In general, it can be considered that they manage the settlements. Zhao Cheng seriously suggested, then since I saved your life, can you ask your father to help me just once? She replied, let me hear what you want to do first. My life might not be worth that much. Zhao Sheng clenched his hand into a fist and stated his purpose. I want to overthrow the manager of our settlement. If your father is also a settlement manager, he must be a powerful person. With your help, my chances of winning will be much greater. This request of his made young Miss Guan a little surprised. He was beating around the bush for half a day, and that's all he wanted. Zhao Cheng stood up and continued. I understand this is difficult, and you will also suffer great losses. But surely, you came to this instance to find supplies and gain experience. My friend and I can be your bodyguards for you on the next stage of the journey. After being startled, she tilted her head and asked him bodyguards. Zhao Cheng continued to present his deal. Plus all the resources collected from now on will be yours, as long as you agree to help us. Seeing that Ziyi hadn't given any opinion so far, young Miss Guan turned to look at him, probing his thoughts. Zai understood and immediately stood up, saying, don't look at me. I have no objections. She looked at Zhao Cheng, assessing him. This person is about the same age as me, but the calmness and decisiveness in his actions far surpass mine. Young Miss Guan smiled, pleased, although he's a bit naive. Adventuring in this instance with him will probably be very interesting. She extended her hand, accepting the offer. It's a deal. I am Guan Tui. I'm very happy to make your acquaintance. Zhao Cheng reached out and shook her hand, and replied, happy to cooperate. He also introduced himself. My name is Zhao Cheng. The person wearing the goggles is Liu Ziye. He's my good brother. Liu Jia saw this and was incredibly furious. He cursed internally. The distinguished young miss of the Guan family actually had physical contact with a lowlife on the fringes of society. The image of a person appeared in his mind, along with the thought, how can a woman like that be worthy of our young master? Guan Tui looked at the person who had just harmed her, then asked the two of them, what are you going to do with him? Liu Jia was startled and worried when he saw this. Zhao Cheng replied, we are teammates now. How he's handled is up to you. Consider it a welcoming gift. Liu Jia quickly pleaded, please, eldest young miss, I was just deceived. Eldest young miss, please spare my life. She immediately stood up, walking with difficulty, and said, very well, I'll take care of him myself. Suddenly, the cloth covering her thighs fell down. Guan Tui was surprised, and thought, was it Zhao Cheng who put it on me? She looked over at him with a loving gaze, secretly praising him. Even if he's a little out of it, he seems quite thoughtful. Guan Tui bent down and picked up the small knife on the ground. Zhao Sheng reminded, his blood can counteract poisons. If you use his poison dagger, you probably can't kill him. Liu Ju quickly clasped his hands and begged, yes, please, just think of me as a piece of nothing and let me go. She ignored him, stepped closer, and said, I know I don't intend to poison him. I just need to make him bleed. Liu Ju was frantic with fear, clasping his hands to his chest and crying out, eldest young miss, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. If you spare me this time, I will never appear before you again. The image of Guan Tui at this moment made Ziye think of the novel, The Domineering Young Master Loves Me. He rubbed his chin in contemplation. In the book, The Domineering Young Master Loves Me, there was also a young miss like that. In the end, she would definitely soften and let the person go. Girls are usually soft-hearted, but reality was completely the opposite of his thoughts. Guan Tui stabbed the knife straight into his shoulder, causing Liu Shu to scream in pain. Then she turned back and said to the two of them, all right, let's go. Watching Guan Tui's retreating figure, Ziye nudged Zhao Cheng's shoulder slightly. He whispered to him, this woman is indeed soft-hearted. That guy killed 4 people, and almost did that to her, yet she still didn't kill him. In contrast to this naivety, Zhao Sheng remained calm and assessed. That's not it. In this instance, the smell of blood will attract monsters. Only then did Ziya realize, right, I almost forgot about that. He added, contrary to being soft-hearted, I sense a few parts of coldness in her. After all, Letting monsters be attracted by the smell of blood to slowly tear him apart is 10 times more painful than killing him with a single stab. Zaya curled his lip and commented, I judged wrong. She turned out to be so savage. As for Liu Zhu, after Zhao Cheng and the others left, he was still struggling. Liu Zhu cursed furiously. That bitch named Guan. When I get out of here, I will surely make your death miserable. He chuckled lewdly, plotting, no, before you die, I must make you face a group effort. But at this moment, 2 gray wolves with blood-red eyes appeared. They appeared behind Liu Zhu, his face contorted with terror. He could only utter, why so fast? He turned back, screaming in fright and helplessness. Hey, you guys, don't come over here. His scream was long and drawn out, while the other 2 remained completely calm. Z looked back and exclaimed, oh my, he's been bitten. He innocently concluded, judging by that scream, he's definitely a goner. On this side, Zhao Cheng stepped forward and said to Guan, what you did was actually a bit rash. Keeping him alive might help us find the person behind this. He added, the reason for dealing with your problem will only be effective if we find the mastermind behind it. Guan Tui smiled contentedly. You are so kind, always worrying about me. She added, but I don't have any grudges with anyone, so I basically already guessed who the mastermind is. Zhao Sheng replied, since you promised to help us, I naturally have to think of you. Sparing his life could at least make him a witness. In response, Guan Tui offered her sharp reasoning. If the opponent's status is too high, having a living witness will only cause trouble for myself. He pondered, it seems that even the manager's daughter has problems she can't solve on her own. Just as everyone was focused on Liu Zhu, from above, a large set of sharp teeth was lunging for an attack. Zhao Sheng immediately activated a skill. He activated the self-developed skill 1 for 2. Effect agility attribute is increased by 300% for 1.5 minutes. Cooldown 15 minutes. Right after that, the huge beast snapped its jaws in the air, thanks to the activated speed skill. He successfully rescued Guan Tui once again from the wolf's fangs. Although he was once again out of the wolf's clutches, Zhao Cheng frowned, looking over to assess it. This wolf is really huge. It's the Underworld Bone Wolf King level 5. It's a monster nearly at the boss level of the Underworld Forest instance. Seeing its size, and that one side of its face was just a bare skull, all 3 of them were startled and terrified. Z anxiously exclaimed, Holy crap, Chengzi! That's the Wolf King. Around them, smaller wolves also appeared and surrounded them. He screamed out in utter fear once more. Oh my god, Chengzi, we're surrounded. The Wolf King came for revenge. Zhao Cheng was completely calm. We've killed too many wolf monsters. It's karma that we're facing this. Z turned to complain. What are you rambling about at a time like this? Quickly think of a way. He immediately gave instructions. Z, you go and protect young Miss Guan with the rubber leaf. I will go deal with them. He waved his hand in refusal. Kill that thing. What are you talking about? That's the Wolf King. And there are 4 more of them. I'm only level 2. How can I possibly protect her? Zhao Cheng raised his hand decisively. My target is precisely the Wolf King. Current information. Zhao Cheng level 4, awakened attributes. Eternal evolution book. Glittering color. Self-developed 1. Golden color leading the way. Glittering color. Flame talisman bronze color. He had a thought. Since I reached level 4, the experience gained from killing wolves is already very low. If I want to quickly level up to level 5 in one go, the only way is to lure the Wolf King out. That's the real reason why I didn't stop her just now when she stabbed him to bleed. The Wolf King looked down at its prey with sharp and deadly eyes. Zhao Cheng also looked at it, pleased, and smiled to himself. I need your wolf head as a stepping stone on my path to become a strong person. Just then, Guan Tui looked over and called out, Zhao Cheng, wait a minute. He turned back and asked, what is it? She searched for something in her bag and said, the ancient text says that if you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. The bone knife blade in your hand is already chipped. Let me give you a new weapon. Guan Tui took out a dagger with a sparkling jade attached to the top. It looked extremely valuable. She handed it to him and gently said, this dagger cannot be considered a good item. But compared to the bone knife in your hand, it is definitely much stronger. This action astonished Zie, who exclaimed, oh my god! She managed to stuff that into such a short skirt, taking the new weapon and gripping it tightly in his hand. Zhao Cheng smiled and expressed his thanks. Afterwards, he quickly charged towards the Wolf King. It also roared ready to counterattack. Just as they were about to collide, Zhao Cheng immediately leaned and changed direction, dodging while looking for a weakness to attack. He inwardly commented, if I want to defeat a gigantic monster like this, relying only on brute force is completely impossible. Indeed, after the Wolf King missed its attack, it quickly maneuvered and turned its head back. Zhao Cheng rolled over once and told himself, I must find its main magic core and smash it. That is my only chance of winning. He plunged his weapon into its body, gripping tightly to keep his body from falling to the ground. Zhao Cheng was suspended. Right next to its magic core area, he looked at the glowing red energy in front of him and thought deeply, if I just stab that spot, I'll win. Before he could do anything, suddenly from behind, another wolf jumped in to attack. Zhao Cheng quickly jumped up to dodge. His timely detection of the danger, combined with his speed and agility, helped him escape the fangs of the smaller wolf. Zhao Cheng looked at it and thought, these monsters actually know how to coordinate. It was only then that he realized with this behavior, it turns out that from the very beginning, it was pretending to attack. Mutated wolves in the wilderness have quite high intelligence. It seems to be the same in this place. Zhao Cheng glanced at the Wolf King, showing a bit of confidence. But no matter how high its intelligence is, can it be higher than a human's? The small wolf continued to charge and attack Zhao Cheng. Its sharp fangs were extremely vicious. He conversely remained calm, telling himself, from the start, I never thought about just dealing with one Wolf King. Zhao Cheng immediately activated the self-developed one golden keyword skill. Self-developed one. Golden keyword. Effect 1. Increases all personal attributes by 15%, with the enhancement effect from the Eternal Evolution book, adjusted to 22.5%. He unleashed an incredibly powerful slash, stating level 2 bone wolves are no longer a threat to me. After taking down one small wolf, Zhao Cheng was slightly scornful. Such a shallow scheme is useless against absolute strength. But at this moment, from 3 directions behind him, other wolves were silently approaching to surround them. Zhao Cheng immediately turned his head and shouted a signal to his teammate Ziye. He immediately responded with determined eyes. Got it. Activating the Bao Ding Jai Niu. One golden keyword. Weakness resolution. Can detect a weak area of the targeted creature, as long as its level is not higher than one's own, by more than 5 levels. Having said that, Ziye fired 2 stone bullets straight at the weak point, which were the eye sockets of the wolves. At the same time, Zhao Cheng rushed forward with a knife in each hand. He quickly sliced past each one and plunged his weapons into the vital points on their chests. After completing the fatal blow, Zhao Cheng spun around, dodging past 2 wolves and preparing to land. He smiled contentedly. Ziye and I have been familiar with this kind of teamwork for a long time. Guantui saw this and couldn't help but say, I thought you were the servant. Z pointed to himself and replied smugly, then you've got the wrong guy. On the other side, the Wolf King roared, activating the bloodthirsty wolf instinct. Bronze keyword. Effect increases speed by 15%. Zhao Cheng dashed to the side. Come on, it's time to end this. But surprisingly, its target was the other 2 people. The Wolf King swiftly charged towards them. Looking at the Wolf King's sharp fangs, Ziye yelled, Holy smokes! The 2 of them barely had time to react, only managing to raise their arms in front of their faces. Zhao Cheng shouted a reminder to Ziye. Guantui crouched down. He immediately focused energy into the weapon in his hand. A golden light appeared. Zhao Cheng reminded himself, use the greatest possible strength. He frowned, thinking carefully. I can kill it, but to be sure, I must use all my power. Zhao Cheng immediately activated the blazing enchantment. Bronze tier keyword. Effect. Adds hellfire to the weapon, inflicting fire damage, with a 30% chance to activate the burn effect, reducing max HP by 3% every 10 seconds. Immediately, his entire body emanated explosive energy. Zhao Cheng hurled his 2 knives towards the Wolf King. The hellfire accompanying the weapons swept powerfully across the beast's body. His 2 teammates had crouched down and avoided the heat of the attack. Now the entire body of the Wolf King was engulfed in red fire. It roared in pain. The 2 knives embedded directly into a nearby tree trunk. The ground where they passed left a long and wide trench. Ziye yelled in astonishment, Oh my God! Cheng's move is so powerful. The 2 of them stood there looking at the destructive power of the hellfire. The trench on the ground was smoking heavily. Guantui inwardly assessed even the awakened members of my family, who are awakened. Below level 8 couldn't achieve this level. She recalled the dungeon requirements. These dungeons cannot be entered by awakened individuals. Above level 5, Guantui wondered what level he was at now. Thinking this, she directly asked Ziya, what level is Zhao Cheng currently at? He honestly replied, level 4 much higher than me, I'm only level 2. Guantui looked at him in surprise after hearing this. Level 4. Yet he can do things that only level 8 individuals can do. She pondered further. The ability that made his knife blaze just now? With his current level, he can only possess 1 keyword, so it seems this is the keyword ability he just awakened. But this is clearly a very weak keyword ability. Guantui smiled contentedly. To make such a weak keyword so formidable, or perhaps, I have found a talent that my parents would be thrilled to have. As for Zhao Cheng, He smiled with satisfaction after taking down the Wolf King. His skills appeared: Superior Breakthrough. Effect activated. Gain 75% additional experience. Chao Cheng level 4. Leveled up to level 5. Skill Book of Eternal Evolution. Effect activated. Acquire new keyword. Please select one from the 3 keywords below. The list of new skills appeared: Critical Strike. Bronze keyword. Snow Battlebone. Edge. Bronze keyword. Bloodthirsty Wolf Instinct. Bronze keyword. Effect increases speed by 15%. This information made Zhao Cheng hesitate. Under the Bloodthirsty Wolf Instinct item, there was an additional description, meaning that as long as a skill had been seen in action, when acquiring the new skill, more information could be gathered. So should he choose the skill, Bloodthirsty Wolf Instinct, which he already knew and found useful, or take a gamble by looking at the other 2 attributes? Zhao Cheng was a little hesitant, deep in thought. Although the effect of Bloodthirsty Wolf Instinct is quite good, it's clear that the growth potential of attribute lines of the same system is still higher. Bloodthirsty Wolf Instinct. Bronze attribute effect speed plus 15%. Snow Battlebone Edge bronze attribute. The system requests confirmation of your choice. He decided to take a gamble on the one he chose, Critical Strike. The system announced, you have acquired a new bronze tier attribute. Critical Strike bronze attribute. Effect. After using this attribute, the next attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Critical damage increased by 150%. Effect has been adjusted by the Brilliance attribute of the Eternal Evolution book. Cooldown 10 minutes. Zhao Cheng smiled contentedly. Another combat attribute, similar to Hellfire Enchantment. Although the effect is ordinary, but if combined with the effects of other attributes, who knows, it might deliver a critical hit at a crucial moment. Looking at the Wolf King that had just been defeated, he thought to himself, but right now, the most important thing is still to skin the Wolf King and collect the loot. Guantui saw this and was a bit puzzled. What's the point of you guys collecting these things? Zhao Cheng replied. They can be exchanged for item vouchers, and can also be used to make clothes, weapons and stuff. These things are quite rare in our settlement, but according to the agreement, they all belong to you now. Looking at the pile of items in front of her, she was a little hesitant. These things are rare, Guantui thought to herself. The corpses of these low-level dungeon monsters. At my house, even the lowest servant wouldn't even bother to look at them. Where on earth did these 2 come from? Some rundown settlement? She recalled and reflected seriously. My father has always taught me that. Never look down on anyone. Every life that exists in this world holds infinite potential. Now that I think about it, father's words were truly right. Even in small settlements that I've never heard of, a genius like Zhao Cheng can appear. Looking at the dark streaks on his arm, he reminded everyone, it seems we don't have much time left. The negative energy here is starting to make my arm go numb. Z exclaimed, Cheng, you're really a beast. It's clearly painful, numb, and cold, too. It feels like the blood in my body is about to freeze. Yet you just casually said a few words, that it's just a little numb. Zhao Cheng turned back and replied to him, that's why we need to make the most of our time, and quickly go find more monsters, to gain more experience. Let's go. The image of Tianjijie reappeared in his mind, along with the thought, the higher my level is, the greater the chance I have to overthrow them. Guantui offered a suggestion. If you want to gain more experience, compared to aimlessly wandering around looking for monsters, there might be a better place to go. Hearing this, the 2 turned around simultaneously and said in unison, there's an even better place, she began to explain. Every dimensional dungeon has a true boss. By genuinely defeating the boss, you will receive an amount of experience that usually far exceeds that of regular monsters. In addition, there is also a treasure vault in the boss area. It could contain high-grade crystals, divine weapons, sharp tools, or armor items. Killing the boss is tough, but the benefits are simply incredible. The highest possible. Z was startled by this realization. Wait a minute, didn't we just defeat a boss? That Wolf King? Just looking at its size, you could tell it was a boss, right? Zhao Cheng continued Zia's thought. She just mentioned the boss area. In other words, the real boss must be guarding the treasure vault, not actively seeking us out to cause trouble like this Wolf King did. His eyes lit up. Right, oh yeah. I remember now, Cheng. Actually, you don't need to explain it that carefully. I understand it myself. Seeing that naive expression, Guantui felt a bit amused. Inside, this friend of Zhao Cheng is quite interesting. He looked at his arm and wondered, but the problem is, how do we find the boss? We don't have much time left. We can't afford to waste it anymore. She immediately replied, searching for the boss in a dungeon is indeed a bit troublesome. But for this kind of low-level white-tier dungeon, I have something that can help. Let me check. Z turned to whisper to Zhao Cheng. Cheng, did you hear that this girl is trying to show off to us? He looked disdainful and added, this kind of low-level, white-tier dungeon and she almost bit the dust in it. Yet she still acts like she's so cool about it. Also, I don't know what her dress is made of. She seems to be able to pull anything out of it. He replied to him, perhaps this dimensional dungeon truly has tiers that we have never seen before. But she's the manager's daughter. It's normal for her to know more than us. As for how she retrieves items, it's probably due to her attribute ability. Zia leaned closer to Zhao Cheng and questioned, Cheng, I've noticed you keep defending her. Are you my boy? Perhaps going through your horny phase? Just then Guan Tui exclaimed happily, found it! This is it. She thought to herself, this kind of item is high value. It's better not to pretend to be too precious. In front of them, she explained the compass-like object. This is a boss sensor compass. It helps identify the direction of the boss. Low-level boss sensor compass. Blue-tier quality. Usage instructions when in a dungeon. Of blue-tier dimensional space, including blue tier and below, it can accurately locate the boss's direction. Acquired from a treasure vault in a blue-tier dimensional dungeon. Can be a personal item of a certain captain. Zhao Cheng immediately moved and urged, then let's go quickly. Z stood there pissed off. I asked you a question and you haven't answered. Cheng, don't ignore me. Scene change, sometime later, under the bright moonlight, a savage beast lay there next to a red chest. Zia's eyes widened as he asked, oh my god, is this guy the boss in this dungeon? It was a red boar with a broken tusk. Thankfully, it was sleeping. He looked worried. This thing is it too strong. It is the spiny red demon boar, also known by the shortened name Spiny Red Demon Boar. It's the level 10 boss in this dimensional dungeon. This is the only boss. A super powerhouse guarding the treasure vault. After defeating it, this dimensional dungeon will vanish, and all dungeon entrances will be sealed. Guan Tui explained, this giant boar is called the High. Be careful of its tusks and sharp quills. And its attributes. Zhao Sheng cautiously reminded the two, it's level 10. That means it will have 2 awakened attributes. A monster of this type will definitely have extraordinary physical stats. Relying only on the 3 of us to defeat it will be extremely difficult. Guan Tui agreed, you guessed correctly. When I entered this dungeon, my teacher warned me that even if I brought 5 guards, I must absolutely not provoke the boss. She recalled her guide's words, the boss in every dimensional dungeon are all monsters that far exceed normal standards. She remembered the instructions of her mentor. To be able to kill them, it must be awakened individuals who are considered overstandard monsters, within the level limit allowed by the dungeon. To have a chance, Zia complained after hearing this. Then why did you drag us here? Isn't this a complete waste of effort? Guan Tui looked at Zhao Cheng and asserted, I feel like he is an awakened individual who is considered an overstandard monster. Just then he warned everyone, someone is coming. All 3 immediately crouched down behind the bushes. A large group of people advanced with state-of-the-art equipment. The leader, named Qian Manman, smiled smugly and exclaimed, my luck is truly insane. Manman laughed loudly and continued, I've entered this dungeon nearly 10 times. Finally, I found you this time. You stupid pig. Zia poked his head out, whispering as he asked, Chung, are those people crazy? He replied, not necessarily. Maybe one of them has a powerful attribute. Besides, look at the weapon in the leader's hand. That thing is called a gun. He wondered, a gun, what is that? Zhao Cheng replied, I've seen people use it before, when hunting mutated wild dogs outside the settlement. Its power is immense. Unless you're an awakened individual, ordinary people absolutely cannot stand against it. Guan Tui immediately added, that's a weapon from the ancient times. The one they're using now is just a replica. My teacher once said, the ancient people possessed weapons that were even more terrifying. I heard, just one of them was enough to destroy a community of hundreds of thousands of people. Zia was shocked by this information. The ancient people were that amazing. Then why did our world end up in such a miserable state now? He still had more questions, even though their weapons were very powerful. But what if the awakened individuals who possess powerful attributes were even more formidable? I heard there are awakened individuals with attributes that just their existence could change the whole world. Back to the present. A powerful explosion occurred right in front of the 3 of them. Zhao Cheng looked over and said, their fight has begun. Over there. The spiny red demon boar was charging towards the group of people, even though they were continuously firing their guns. Manman activated his skill. Bullet self-formation effect activated copper attribute. Effect when using weapons. Guns can activate attribute power to convert the user's natural power into ammunition. Continuously. He laughed loudly and fired his gun, while shouting, taste how powerful my bullets are, you beast. Zhao Cheng focused on the red chest in front of him. Since they are attracting the boss's attention, maybe we don't need to kill the boss to still get the treasure. The group of 3 remained hidden in the bushes watching the show from the sidelines. Outside, the group of people continuously attacked. The spiny red demon boar with their guns. Its size was enormous. Guantui turned and asked him, "Do you want to wait for the two sides to fight so you can snatch the spoils?" Zhao Cheng looked indifferent, pretending not to understand, and asked, "What do you mean?" Ziye stepped in to explain. "It means you're preparing to seize the treasure amidst the chaos. This is an idiom, Cheng. It's normal if you haven't learned it. And don't understand. Luckily, you have me a good brother, who is knowledgeable and well-read. I am truly jealous that you have such a good brother." Guantui praised the guy inwardly for his way of showing off. He really takes advantage of every opportunity. In a way, that's quite impressive, too. Zhao Cheng put down his item and said, "I did have that thought. If someone is causing chaos amidst the fighting, then for us to seize the treasure opportunistically is the best choice. Otherwise, based on the strength of the three of us, it's very difficult to defeat this boss in a direct confrontation." Seeing his corroded arm, she was startled and said, "Wait a minute. Your arm is being corroded by this dungeon. It's very serious. If you don't treat it, it will affect your actions." After that, Guantui reached into her pocket again and pulled out something. In her hand were 2 small pills. Guantui continued, "The situation is dangerous now. If you're not careful, you could lose your life. These are pills from home. They can counteract the corrosion of low-level dungeons. You and Liu Ziye take one each." Ziye happily reached out, expressing gratitude. "Great." This dark energy was starting to kill me with pain. "You should have taken them out earlier." Xiao Cheng subtly asked, "Are these expensive?" He thought to himself, Ziye once said, "The entrance fee for the dimensional dungeon already cost over 100 currency tickets. So how much should the pills she took out be worth in currency tickets? Although we have a deal with her, it's obvious that what she's taken out already far exceeds what we can give her." Z had already taken the pill, so the sound of "are they expensive" kept ringing in his ears, making him nearly choke. Guantui reassured him. "This stuff is very cheap. It's probably just not available where you live. 1 currency ticket can buy 1 pill." Zhao Cheng then accepted the pill. "Thank you. I will pay you back later." Z, now relieved, sighed, "You scared me to death. I thought it cost 100 currency tickets per pill." Watching him cautiously take the anti-corrosion pill, she thought to herself, "This guy is too sensitive. He is clearly dirt poor, yet he has his own principles. He doesn't want to owe anyone any favors." Guantui smiled. "If I really told him that 1 pill is worth 2,000 currency tickets, I bet he would absolutely refuse to take it." Zhao Sheng began to move. The battle was still raging fiercely. Shouts constantly rang out, "Dodge!" A warning voice echoed, "Watch out for the quills on its back." Many members of the team had been taken down by the spiny, red demon boar. Manman yelled, "Stop it, you jerk. Don't hurt my brothers." It roared, its eyes flashing red. The streams of bullets were relentless. The furious face of the spiny, red demon boar was apparent. Its health was dropping and was currently at 85%. It immediately unleashed a death rattle. The bronzed quills of fur hardening. Effect hardening of the exterior. The higher the level, the greater the hardening intensity. Duration long-lasting. The spiny red demon boar remained steady. After reinforcing its defense, the damage from the bullets was reduced. Monman gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Sure enough, one of this guy's skills would definitely be a defense buff. Dang, this is tough to deal with." It sullenly stepped towards the group of people, ignoring the bullets hitting its body. Manman here was still laughing loudly. "Come on, do you think I'm scared of you? After I kill you, I still have to lead my little brothers to a life of luxury." He sneered and thought, "What's there to be scared of? We have so many brothers. We've been through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Why would we be afraid of one stupid pig?" His subordinates shielded Man, saying in unison, "Protect Big Bro." They were determined, declaring, "Until we fall, we will absolutely not let you beast harm Big Bro." Activate the skill. To create an attack opportunity for Big Bro, they simultaneously activated the Iron Wall skill, Bronzed Quills skill. Effect increases personal defense by 15%. These people lined up horizontally. Their defensive skills were simultaneously activated and combined to form a shield in front of them. Zhao Sheng thought to himself, "I thought they were just a bunch of scrubs. It seems that's not the case. That leader can have such a group of loyal brothers, he must have some capability." Standing in front of the red chest, he told himself, "But my job now is to open this lock." Guantui wondered. "He knows how to pick a lock," Ziya answered. "Cheng definitely knows how to pick a lock. When he explored the world outside the settlement, I heard he picked quite a few locks." She continued, "I've never been outside the settlement. What does the outside world look like?" Hearing that, he felt a little sympathetic. "I rarely leave the settlement, and when I do, it's only to the safe zone," Ziye continued. "But Chung has seen it. He said it's both brutal and full of vitality out there." Guantui was a little curious. Outside, what kind of world is it in his eyes? Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng was still trying to open the treasure chest. He used small hooks to skillfully pick the lock. A click sound was heard. Zhao Cheng exclaimed in his mind, "It's open." I didn't expect the lock structure to be exactly the same as in the outside world. He was about to open the chest, his expression slightly intrigued. What exactly is hidden inside this? Just then a huge explosion rang out. Zhao Cheng worried, "Oh no, the commotion over there is too loud." The spiny red demon boar roared, and one blow shattered the defensive barrier of the entire group of people. Manman's voice exclaimed, "Jerk, this guy actually has this kind of skill." The spiny red demon boar had activated the fur hardening skill. Bronzed quills skill. Effect hardening of the exterior fur. The higher the level, the greater the hardening intensity. Lasts 10 minutes. Heat flow. Conversion. Bronzed quills skill. Effect consumes stamina and converts exhaled airflow into heat waves. The temperature of the heat waves can reach 140 C. Its current health is 41%. After activating its skill, its whole body glowed with burning flame. As soon as it detected something unusual, the spiny red demon boar paused, looked toward the chest, and realized Zhao Cheng was there. He froze a little worried. "That thing is aiming for me." The spiny red demon boar changed its attack direction, charging towards the chest it had been protecting all along. Zhao Cheng took out his weapon, crouched down, and got into a defensive stance, preparing for battle. "It's coming." Unexpectedly just then, gunshots rang out again and hit the spiny red demon boar, making it stop and look towards the direction the shots came from. He was stunned and wondered, "Didn't those guys all fall already?" Manman, shooting and shouting, yelled, "Kid, run away. This thing is not something you can handle. Don't throw away your life." He laughed loudly and heroically. "My brothers and I can't keep going anymore. We won't be able to leave this dungeon anymore. Hurry up and scram, kid, sneaky little. You absolutely must keep living." They pointed towards the safe direction and said together, "Go now, kid, go." They smiled and instructed, "Don't forget that the Red Scarf Gang saved you." Zhao Cheng stood there stunned, listening to their every word. Damn it, before dying he can still save a kid. Worthy of being our big bro? Go now, kid, go. But instead of running away, he chose to charge towards the boar monster. Zhao Cheng yelled to his teammate, "Zia, help me." He immediately charged forward, but still said reproachfully, "Damn it, running away now. Would that still be human?" Zai activated his skill, Butcher Ox, a golden skill. Weakness detection. Can pinpoint the weakness of a creature in a targeted area. He picked up a rock and loudly announced, "Chung, slash its butt." Zhao Cheng nimbly jumped up to attack as instructed. The boar monster tried to turn around and defend. Its health dropped to 35%. It let out a heaven-shaking roar of pain. Manman lay there surprised. This kid, using a knife, managed to wound a high-level dungeon boss level 10. And this is while it activated its skill. What is his background really? At the same time, the spiny red demon boar activated the heat flow conversion attribute, bronze attribute. Effect consumes stamina and converts exhaled airflow into heat waves. The temperature of this heat waves can reach 140 C. Its whole body was blazing. At the same time, it let out a thunderous roar. The released air current swept through like a sound wave. Zhao Cheng jumped up, thinking to himself, "It's that heat wave generation attribute. If I charge in for close combat now, I'll definitely get burned. I must figure out a way to both avoid the frontal attack and defeat him." He concentrated intensely and made an assessment. Level 10 can possess 2 attribute abilities, and he has used both of them up. The spiny red demon boar charged towards Zhao Cheng. He evaluated the boss. This guy is that smart. He wants to take advantage of the heat wave surrounding his body to attack me. Just as it was about to reach its target, a continuous barrage of bullets was fired from afar, making it freeze. Manman was helped up by his henchman. Even though he was severely injured, he still laughed loudly and kept pulling the trigger. This beast dared to make Lousy look like this. Lousy is not someone to mess with, kid. All of our lives are counting on you. He gave Zhao Cheng a wink and entrusted, "Kill it." The guy activated the self-control attribute. A golden attribute studied. Effect 2. Speed increased by 300%. Duration 1.5 minutes. Cooldown 15 minutes. Modified by the effect of the Eternal Evolution book. Zhao Cheng bent his knees. His hands ablaze, he replied, "Thank you, I will do my best." He continued to activate the attribute. Flame Enchantment Attribute. Bronze Attribute. Effect. Enhances weapon with Hell's Karmic Fire. Deals 30% fire attribute damage. 30% chance to cause burn effect every 10 seconds. Reduces maximum HP by 3%. Modified by the effect of the Eternal Evolution book. The spiny red demon boar now only had 30% HP left. It continuously howled from being attacked repeatedly. Zhao Cheng frowned, gritted his teeth, and muttered to himself, "Activate all combat attributes. Bet everything. I must win." Afterward, He charged directly towards the ferocious beast. It was not to be trifled with either. Its massive body was incredibly agile, flew quickly towards him. Zhao Cheng saw his chance arriving, and loudly called out for Zia. The weakness in Zia's eyes immediately showed the target icon. He gave instructions. Cheng, look at the position of the rock I shot under its left flank. The slingshot bullet fired by Zia did not cause much damage, but its main purpose was to point out the vital weakness of the boss. He followed the trajectory and realized the position was, indeed, under the left flank. Zhao Cheng then leaped high level with the boss's face. His knife-wielding hand was raised high, ready to stab down. He stabbed forcefully towards it. His whole body was ablaze with powerful burning fire. His gaze was intensely focused. Each slash was clearly visible. Zhao Cheng unleashed 1,000,000 consecutive slashes targeting the face of the spiny red demon boar. From this side, Zia cheered, "Cheng, get him!" Guantai also looked over with an expectant expression, wondering if Zhao Cheng could win. Man still smiled brightly and loudly encouraged, "Kid, don't lose." From this side, a bright light continuously flashed in Zhao Cheng's eyes. He clenched his teeth. The energy of both of them glowed brightly. He attacked furiously. He shouted out, reassuring himself, "Faster, even faster. I must hold on until it collapses." The boss's HP bar dropped after a slash from Zhao Cheng. The spiny red demon boar's HP plummeted from 23% to 14%. Zhao's small figure was suspended in midair. The dense intertwined light of the slashes flashed. In contrast was the huge dark shadow of the boss. After that, the remaining HP of the spiny red demon boar was 1%. His prolonged scream echoed. The flames of the skill engulfed his body, especially his weapon-wielding hands. One moment later, the boss's massive body powerlessly crashed onto the ground right in front of Zhao Cheng. At this moment, his system announced, "You have killed the spiny red demon boar." Level 10. Zhao Cheng landed and looked at the monster, covered in slash marks in front of him. His teammates quickly ran over. Z excitedly shouted, "Cheng, we won." Guanti realized Zhao Cheng was badly burned. He needed immediate treatment. He ran over and anxiously called Cheng. His whole body was shaking. His burnt skin was painful just to look at. Guanti, covering his mouth in panic, called out, "Zhao Cheng!" He just sat down heavily on the ground. "Both of you help me keep watch around here. I need to catch my breath for a bit." The two immediately turned around, each facing a different direction to keep watch. Zhao Cheng sat there, recovering little by little. His eyes were unfocused. The system displayed an activation notification. Attribute absolute lead attribute. Effect. After killing monsters in the dungeon, receive 75% experience. Modified by the effect of the Eternal Evolution book. Zhao Cheng increased from level 5 to level 7. Seeing this, he thought to himself, increased 2 levels at once. Killing a boss 5 levels higher gives so much experience. Notification continuous activation. Attribute Eternal Evolution book. From the following attributes, please choose the attribute you wish to receive next. Attribute 1. Scale Fur. Bronze attribute. Effect. Hardens the outer skin layer, increasing defense capability. Higher level grants an additional 20% effect. Duration 10 minutes. Side effect may cause thick body hair growth. Attribute 2. Bullet Formation. Bronze attribute. Effect when using a gun-type weapon. Can use this attribute to convert one's own stamina into ammunition. Zhao Cheng speculated. This must be that man's attribute. Finally, Attribute 3. Luoxin Yitsu Luoxin's One Strike. Gold attribute. Effect unknown. Next attribute. Explosive Single Strike 2. Bronze attribute. Effect unknown. Next is the Metal attribute evolution. Bronze attribute. Effect transforms one's body into metal. The higher the degree of body metallization, the more attributes received. Finally, the Self-Control attribute. Study 2 Golden attributes. Effect unknown. Zhao Cheng started thinking. The scaly fur is that wild boar's attribute. The side effect isn't big, but the effect is outstanding. Bullet formation requires a gun. I can't afford this ancient weapon right now. He looked at the golden attribute. And the last one, Luoxin's One Strike. What does that mean? Zhao Cheng reached out his hand towards it and decided, but anyway, it's a golden attribute. I choose it. The system displayed, golden attribute Luoxin's One Strike received. Effect resets the cooldown time of all attributes once. Cooldown time of this attribute is 30 minutes. Adjusted by the effect of the Eternal Evolution book. Adjusted. Zhao Cheng smiled with satisfaction. It's a support attribute. This way I can continuously use attributes with short cooldown times. If used properly, I can achieve enormous combat power in a short period of time. Next, the following 3 attributes made him hesitate. On the other hand, every single one of them is OP, but I can only choose one. Shaosheng made a decision. I choose Self-Control Study 2. The system announced, Golden Attribute Self-Control Study 2 received. Effect 1. All personal attributes increased by 45%, adjusted by the effect of the Eternal Evolution book. Effect 2. Greatly strengthens a single attribute, increasing it by 450%. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 15 minutes. Adjusted by the effect of the Eternal Evolution book. He smiled with satisfaction. All attributes increased by 45%. As expected, the gold-tier attribute chain is truly superior. The second effect has also been significantly strengthened this time. The image of Zhao Zhiji reappeared in Zhao Cheng's head. I'm level 7 now. Just one level away from level 8 Zhao Zhiji. He clenched his fist with determination. Zhao Zhiji, just you wait. Suddenly, the dungeon experienced an extremely strong tremor. Zhao Cheng anxiously asked, "What is it?" Zia quickly replied, "I don't know. Is it an earthquake?" Guantai immediately explained, "No, it's because the dungeon boss has been defeated. This dungeon is about to collapse and disappear." Manman and his followers walked over smiling as they spoke. "Kid, well done. From now on, you are a friend of this Qian Manman. I owe you one." After that, they quickly turned and left. "Brothers, let's go." The followers responded in unison, "Yes, boss." She saw this behavior from the group and sighed a little. This person is truly generous. Zia concernedly asked Cheng, "Can you still move?" Zhao Cheng slowly stood up and replied, "I'm fine. We need to quickly leave this place. Let's go to the treasure spot." He wondered, "Where is that treasure chest?" Guanti answered, "It's with me, my ability. My attribute can store many items." Xiaosheng handed the knife back to her and said, "All right, this is what we promised. Everything obtained here all belongs to you. I'm also returning this knife to you." Guantai replied, "It belongs to you now. I promised you. I will help you overthrow the manager of your residential area. I will definitely come to find you all." Residential Point 226 Westport District Lu. Zia has already told me. He said thank you. Zia, running behind, sighed. It's a shame that she probably won't make it in time. We're getting out of here. We will have to fight them for our lives. But she clenched her fist resolutely. I will definitely make it in time. Guantai was filled with firm determination. After splitting up, each going their own way, the two soon arrived in front of the dungeon gate. Z still had some concern as she looked over and called Cheng. He immediately reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm ready." Outside, Zhao Zhiji and his followers were already waiting. Seeing two dark figures appear at the gate, a follower shouted loudly, "Brother Zhao, they're out!" He inhaled deeply on his cigarette and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect you two could still come out alive." Zhao Zhiji stood blocking the way and continued, "But it doesn't matter, Liu Ziye. Your parents were the ringleaders conspiring with the awakened from other residential points to commit treason. Our esteemed manager has already issued an order." He grinned, revealing a cruel face, and declared, "As for you, no mercy." Zhao Cheng focused his gaze on Zhao Zhiji and said to Ziyi, "It's just as expected. After Uncle Liu found out you were sent into the spatial dungeon, he immediately accelerated the plan. Brother Zhao Cheng is now level 7. He has awakened the Eternal Evolution book attribute, Absolute Lead Self-Control, Study 1 and 2, Explosive Single Strike 1, Luoxin's 1 Strike, and Fire Enchantment," Zia replied. "Then quickly deal with these guys and go meet up with Uncle and everyone. He is currently level 4. He has awakened the Slaughtering the Ox attribute." Zhao Zhiji laughed maliciously and cruelly, and ordered his followers, "Just relying on you two nobodies, and you dare to talk about dealing with us? You absolutely must not go easy. Let these two punks taste your power." He has reached level 8. He has awakened the golden attribute Extreme Speed. Amao Fatty raised his saber and said, "Awakening. Even if they awakened an attribute, they're still just trash. Brother Zhao will take the first kill." They raised their weapons and rushed forward, shouting loudly, "You newbies who have never killed anyone, you dared to piss off this guy just now. Time to settle the score with these scum daring to plot betrayal against Big Boss Dahu. Hack them down. Bring their heads back for a reward." Zhao Cheng reached out his hand and pulled out his knife. He moved with lightning speed. His face was grim and cold, and he replied concisely, "Too slow." As soon as Zhao Cheng finished speaking, the knife streaks lightly passed over the heads of the followers. Only the sound of wailing could be heard, and blood spurted out nonstop. With just one swing of his arm, Zhao Zhiji's followers were sliced into many pieces. Zhao Cheng slashed horizontally. Amao's head was separated from his neck. He said coldly, "Zhao Zhiji, you thought I was still the one you could squeeze whenever you want." Li Xin stammered in shock. The knife was too fast. He looked at the sabers and the heads that dropped, clattering to the ground. He continued, "How did that kid do it?" The dungeon gate behind Zhao Cheng was faintly disappearing. Zhao Zhiji thought to himself, "The speed of that kid's knife swing. I couldn't even see it clearly just now." A follower's voice sounded announcing, "Brother Zhao, our spatial dungeon entrance is disappearing." He frowned anxiously, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. How can this be? The spatial dungeon disappearing has only one possible reason: the dungeon boss was defeated. Could it be? Zhao Zhiji pointed at the two with sarcasm. It turns out someone killed the boss, allowing you two to gain experience. It seems now you are at least level 2 awakened. Or level 3. He took out his weapon, still smiling confidently. Level 2 awakened. Or level 3. Ordinary people really can't kill you. But in front of me, you're still too green. Z put down his items and smiled cunningly. He replied, someone killed the boss, and you gained experience, Zhao Zhijie. Then you guessed wrong. He stepped out again and pointed at himself to show off. The one who killed the boss is your grandpa Liu Zie. His vanity to the point of lying made Zhao Cheng's eyes widen in surprise. He thought to himself, please, Cheng, let me pretend for a bit, okay? Just for a moment. Zhiji's face fell when he heard that, and he asked, you, Liu Zie, what attribute did you awaken? He started to worry and calculate in his mind. If it really was Liu Zie who killed the boss, then his level must definitely be higher than Zhao Cheng's. Act first and defeat the weaker Zhao Cheng. That's the only way to have a chance at victory. Liu Zie was somewhat honest, smiling brightly and triumphantly. He didn't mind saying, to tell you the truth, your grandpa Liu has awakened a gold attribute. Zhao Zhijie, your day of death. He didn't let him finish his sentence. He lunged forward, and at the same time instructed his followers, you guys hold Liu Zie back. I'm going to kill Zhao Cheng. They shouted in unison, yes. Liu Zie prepared to die. Suddenly the two followers realized, damn it, Liu Zie killed the boss. He's even stronger than Zhao Cheng. And Zhao Zhiji wants us to confront him. This Zhao Zhiji is truly a piece of work. He only bullies the weak, and makes us brothers take the fall for him. But surprisingly, Zaye took off running, leaving the mess for Zhao Cheng. Cheng, I'm leaving it to you. Zhiji laughed wickedly as he charged forward, shouting, die! Zhao Cheng quickly swung his dagger up to block his attack. The force of the rebound surprised Zhiji a little. This kid hits hard, missed. Forest is a white-tier dungeon. Its maximum level doesn't exceed 4. Clearly, this strength is not something a level 4 can possess. He quickly activated his attribute in his mind. He calculated, it seems he awakened the attribute of strength. And my attribute just happens to counter his, if you can't hit me. It doesn't matter how great your strength is. Information gold attribute extreme speed. Affect all attributes. The speed of the awakened person is increased by 30%. Zhiji laughed loudly and charged forward with his increased speed. Let's see if you can keep up with this guy's speed. Level 8 attribute plus 30% to all speed attributes. He unleashed a combo slash and simultaneously yelled, a piece of garbage like you, don't even dream of catching up to this guy's speed. But all of his attacks were countered by Zhao Cheng. Zhao Zhiji's face darkened with worry. What in the world is going on? Why can he still keep up with my speed? Even if he followed Liu Zie and got all of the boss experience, at most he'd be level 4. How can he possibly keep up with my speed? It was at this moment that Zhao Cheng spoke up. Zhao Zhiji, ever since she left, you came to my house to cause trouble every now and then. Every time you came, you either trashed my house or beat me half to death, then stole my food stamps. You almost starved me to death several times. Images from the past flashed through Zhao Cheng's mind. Every time Zhiji and his gang came, they would ransack the already dilapidated house, leaving it even more ruined. When he left, he would leave Zhao Cheng with a distorted face from the beating. Every time Zhiji would only ask him one question. He would question out loud while ruthlessly slapping Zhao Cheng's face. Tears fell from his eyes endlessly, but he endured it silently. The gazes of young Zhao Cheng and the current Zhao Cheng appeared simultaneously, along with his words. From the start, I knew you came for the awakening. Stone, you want to steal it. But do you know this? Zhiji slashed down towards Zhao Cheng's legs and yelled, damn it, you talk too much. Zhao Cheng quickly jumped up to evade. He raised the weapon in his hand. His two arms were blazing with fire. In a deep voice, he continued, that awakening stone, she exchanged herself. For it to give to me, he continuously activated his attributes. Self-Research Gold Attribute 1. Self-Research Gold Attribute 2. Flame Enchantment One-Shot Blast. Before launching the attack, Zhao Cheng declared, this slash is the hatred I've suppressed for 3 whole years. You had the audacity to try to steal the only rage she left me. The slash, carrying immense firepower, erupted with his shout, go to hell, Zhao Zhijie. He was terrified, his heart restless. No, I can't. His speed is still increasing. I can't keep up anymore. Zhao Cheng counterattacked relentlessly. The item Big Sister left behind, no matter how much humiliation I suffered, I absolutely won't let you take it. Even though he brought his blade up to block, Zhao Cheng's blow severed his hand, and his blade shattered along with it. Looking at Zhuji's head separating from his neck, Zhao Cheng said gravely, Zhao Zhijie, all the humiliation you inflicted upon me over the past 3 years, I'll return it all today. The two followers who were chasing Ziye saw this and immediately froze, telling each other to run. Zhao Cheng turned his head and glared at them with cold eyes. He threw the dagger in his hand towards them, shouting, "You two also had a hand in bullying me." The dagger spun and sliced quickly through the backs of the two followers, splitting their bodies into two pieces. Afterward, the dagger returned to his hand. Xiaosheng declared, "The feud of 3 years has been settled today." Zia gave him a thumbs up in praise. "Cheng, you're awesome." He was startled, looked it over, and continued. "Cheng, what is that in Zhao Zhiji's pants pocket? It's so dazzling. Is it a treasure?" Zhao Cheng bent down and pulled out a pearl bracelet. Zia's face turned ashen with worry as he realized, "That's my mother's." Feeling uneasy, he rushed off, urging, "Quick! My mother has definitely been captured. Let's go to the residential area's management office." Zia held the bracelet in his hand and continued, "This is my mother's favorite pearl bracelet. She would never give it to anyone else." The image of his mother holding him in her arms when he was little appeared in his mind. Zi's face was full of anxiety. He prayed deeply. "Mom, nothing must happen to you." Xiaosheng, understanding his emotions, immediately reassured him. "Zi, don't worry. Aunt Zhang is definitely still alive." Zi was a little confused when he heard this. "Cheng, are you sure?" Zi thought to himself. "Cheng never lies. He must have his own analysis to speak like that." Xiaosheng explained. "The population in our residential area is sparse. Women are crucial for reproduction. Besides, Aunt Zhang is very beautiful. Even if Uncle Liu Qishu was taken away, Aunt Zhang will be fine." Hearing this only made Zia even more anxious. He exclaimed in alarm, "Be quiet, your analysis is making me even more panicked. You know that—" The two of them continued running quickly towards the residential area. The residents in the area also noticed them. Xiaosheng reminded him, "Don't talk about that stuff right now. The management office is right in front of us." The two were running towards the building with a red flag hanging printed with the words, "West Border Area 226 Management Office." Suddenly, a girl next to them called out to them, "Liu Jie Xiaocheng." Xiao Yu and her friends stepped out, urging them, "You guys run quickly. Something has happened." Zia wondered, "Xiao Yu, why are you guys here?" She quickly replied, "Uncle Liu led people to surround the management office and is fighting the management officers." The friend behind her added, "A lot of people have gone there to watch. It seems Uncle Liu can't win against the management officers." The chubby friend added, "Zhao Zhiji is leading people to catch you guys. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Seriously." Hearing this, he became even more anxious. "My parents, they—" A civilian walked out and gave him the information. "Zia, your parents are heroes. We are useless and dare not go with him." In the management office, Fandahu and his subordinates, Jiang Kun and Zhao Zhiji, are all awakened ones. Ordinary people like us have absolutely no chance of beating them. They continued sadly. "Old Liu heard that you were put into the dungeon and led a few brothers to overthrow that scumbag Fandahu and surround the management office. But Fandahu's gang is still too fierce." Xiao Yu and Yang Yang urged Zia and Zhao Cheng. "Cheng, Zia, hurry and run. You can't beat them." Zia replied with an incredibly firm voice. "My parents are both there. I absolutely cannot abandon them." He clenched his fist and said determinedly, "Even if I die, I must die with them." Zia looked at Zhao Cheng and said, "Cheng, you already killed Zhao Zhiji. Now you can take advantage of the chaos to leave this place." He smiled at his friend and said, "Go find your sister." "This place can't hold you anymore," Zhao Cheng replied in a deep voice. "Uncle Liu often helped me. Aunt Zhang is like my mother. If I leave now, what kind of person would I be?" Zhao Cheng's eyes were sharp as he continued. "In the 3 years my sister was gone, every time Zhao Zhiji robbed me of everything, your family was secretly giving me food. Without you guys, I would have starved to death long ago. Besides, if Fandahu wasn't calling the shots, would Zhao Zhiji have dared to be so cocky? This isn't just your personal feud. I have a stake in it too." These words caught Zia by surprise. He paused for a moment and called out, "Chung." Then he flashed a wide grin. "All right, then we as brothers will face life and death together." Watching the two of them walk toward the management office, the surrounding residents started discussing. "Did you hear? Zhao Zhiji was killed by Zhao Cheng. That guy was a level 8 awakened. Zhao Cheng could kill him." That kid Zhao Cheng was always gloomy and vicious, but now he seems even more intimidating. Maybe he really can. The scene shifts inside the management office. The manager's hoarse, deep voice rang out. "Liu Fu, you truly have balls." The speaker was Fonda Hu, level 10, the manager of the West Border Area 2D6 residential point. He possessed the enormous body attribute, the Golden Attribute, and the Golden Attribute Valor Tiger. He laughed mockingly, "Leading a few stupid guys, and you dare to come and cause trouble for me." Liu Fu yelled back, "You harmed my wife. You've hurt so many people in the residential area. Now you even want to hurt my son?" His voice was full of resentment. "It's your cruelty and heartlessness that forced us to have to do this." Hearing this, Fandahu maintained his vicious laughter. Dahu pulled the woman closer to him and replied, "If your son is gone, you can just have another one. These brothers of yours are all awakened ones, and your wife is also very attractive. As long as you bow your head, I can still let you live." He pulled her closer and continued with a lewd smile. But you'll have to let me borrow your wife for a few days. She Zhang Huanzi's mother shrieked indignantly. You don't even dream of it. I'd rather die than follow trash like you. Dahu shoved her aside and cursed. Am I being too nice to you or something? His eyes narrowed coldly. Ridiculous, you think. If you're dead, I can't have fun with you anymore. Liu Fu, hearing his wife being humiliated, lost his temper and yelled at Fan Dahu. If you're so tough, come at me. What kind of power is it to hit a woman? He held 2 iron spheres in his hands, glared at Liu Fu with sharp eyes and replied, Good point. I'll kill you first. Then I'll have fun with your wife. Dahu prepared to throw a punch and shouted, Don't worry. I won't let you suffer too much. The 2 spheres were hurled straight at Liu Fu. His face darkened as he confidently declared, I'll give you a quick death. Seeing her husband about to be in danger but unable to do anything, Zhang Huan cried out in anguish, Ah Fu! Even though he was covered in injuries, he still smiled and reassured his wife. Ah Huan, don't cry. In the next life, your Liu Fu will still be your husband. Just before the 2 spheres struck, Zhao Cheng's circular blade spun out and hit them, knocking them away and neutralizing the lethal blow. Then the circular blade was recalled, returning to his hand. The 2 had arrived at their destination, standing there and looking in. Ziyi looked over and yelled, Fan Dahu! Zhao Cheng stepped forward and announced, I'm here to take your lives. Liu Fu and his wife were startled to hear the familiar voice. Dahu looked out still with a disdainful expression and sneered, so it's just 2 little brats. When Liu Fu saw Ziyi, he was incredibly confused. Son, you didn't die in the dungeon, Zhao Cheng. Why are you here too? Hurry and go. I drew his crossbow and replied, Dad, we can't leave. Cheng and I came to save everyone. He activated his chef's attribute Slaughter Ox 1, Glimpse of Weakness. The crossbow bolt was fired along with Ziya's declaration. You dare to touch my parents? I'll take your lives. Dahu tilted his head slightly to the side to avoid it. He replied, So you awakened an attribute, and now you think you're a god? The crossbow bolt was instantly shattered by the guard behind him. But when the crossbow bolt was destroyed, it created a cloud of smoke and dust, which surprised Dahu's gang somewhat. He frowned and thought to himself, a smoke bomb, a feint attack. Dahu stood up, waved his hand, and ordered, Fake left, attack right. Don't let them save those awakened ones. At this moment, Zhao Cheng had already charged forward with his shining short blade, declaring, Your opponent is me. As soon as he finished speaking, his darkened face appeared right in front of the man, accompanied by his crimson deadly eyes and resolve. Zhao Cheng initiated the attack, first his circular blade leading the charge, carrying a strong murderous aura and powerful force. Looking at the manager in front of him, he thought to himself, To catch the bandits, first catch their leader. As long as I can kill him, all difficulties can be solved. Dahu appeared completely unbothered. His voice deepened as he asked, You want to be my opponent? You're not qualified enough yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard behind him rushed forward and blocked Zhao Cheng's attack. The backward force caused him to be pushed back a long distance. Zhao Cheng frowned quickly, assessing faster, stronger than even Zhao Zhijie. This was Zhang Kun, the most trusted and relied upon henchman of Fan Dahu. He was Zhang Kun, the #1 henchman of the settlement area. His information appeared, Zhang Kun level 9. He possessed the attribute 3 into Cheng, a golden attribute. The attribute effect splits into 2 clones, possessing 70% of the main body's power, with telepathic link to the main body. Throughout the entire settlement area, his reputation for brutality was even more terrifying than Fan Dahu's. The real ruler here, the one who carried out all the crimes in this settlement area, was him Zhang Kun. Countless people were left disabled by his beatings, and countless others died by his hand. In the settlement area, people secretly gave him the nickname Area Hound. If he bit you, he would definitely tear off a chunk of flesh. Zhang Kun's eyes flashed with a mysterious and eerie purple light. Then he quickly charged towards Zhao Cheng and launched a sudden cutting attack. Zhao Cheng brought up his circular blade to block. Where the weapons met, a flash of light appeared. Zhang Kun frowned in surprise. I can't believe you blocked my blade. Who are you? Zhao Cheng coldly replied, You don't need to know who I am, because before long, you'll end up just like Zhao Zhijie, dead under my blade. At this moment, Zhang Kun realized, I know you're Zhao Cheng, the scumbag who sold his sister for an awakening stone. Zhang Kun continued to speak while swinging his blade. Zhao Zhijie once mentioned you. It's a shame he was never able to find the awakening stone you exchanged your sister for. Zhao Cheng said nothing, raising his hand to activate his attributes. Flame Enchantment Bronze Attribute. Critical Hit Strike 1 Bronze Attribute. Then he launched a counterattack against Zhang Kun's blade strike. Zhang Kun concealed his smug smile behind his mask and asked, What's wrong? Are you angry now? Did I hit a nerve? Zhao Cheng still remained silent. The flames in his hand intensified and spun as they charged towards the target. Zhang Kun quickly blocked the killing move, realizing in his heart that this kid's attack rhythm had not changed at all. This proved that He was completely unfazed by his words earlier. The first move was easily blocked by Jong-kun raising his right hand, but immediately the next slash struck. He blocked again with his left hand, anxious in his heart, because he had just activated his attribute power. I'm starting to have a little trouble holding up, Jong-kun frowned, assessing, this kid clearly looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old, yet his mind is so experienced and shrewd. He's so formidable. I absolutely cannot let him continue to grow stronger. Immediately, Jong-kun activated his attribute. 3 into Chung, a golden attribute. The attribute effect splits into 2 clones, possessing 70% of the main body's power, with telepathic link to the main body. 2 shadows appeared right behind him. Jong-kun stood there watching his clones attack, confirming to himself, I must kill him right here. Zhao Cheng looked over and assessed. This is his attribute power. I didn't expect it to be so strange. Defend first, then figure out what's real. He slashed straight at the 2 shadows. They raised their weapons to block. Zia shouted loudly, Chengzi, I've saved my father and the uncles. Hold on, we'll come and help you right away. Zhao Cheng replied while fighting Ziyi, you don't need to help me. Hurry and kill Fan Da, who first save Aunt Zhang and everyone else. I can handle this person. Zhang Kun heard this, still with his arms crossed over his chest, and said, so, your real goal was to save those awakened ones, to have a better chance of winning. But are we stupid enough to let you save them easily? At this, Zhao Cheng was startled and realized, this is bad. They already did something to Uncle Liu and the others. Zi anxiously exclaimed, Chengzi, this is bad. My father and the uncles are all spitting up blood. They've been poisoned. These bastards poisoned them. Zhao Cheng gritted his teeth and looked over. Sure enough. Dahu smiled smugly. Did you really think I was some clueless dog? I was prepared for this move of yours long ago. He continued in a deep voice. I've met a lot of prodigies over the years. The moment you entered the dungeon, I already guessed this situation would happen. Chao Zhijie was just sent to probe your strength. I can't believe I guessed right. He commanded his henchman Kunzi. That boy named Zhao runs out of the settlement area all the time. I told you he had skills. Now do you believe me? Tell your clones to return. I have a few words for that kid. He immediately obeyed, understood. Boss. The 2 clones stopped attacking. Dahu started the negotiation. Zhao Cheng, you can be considered a real man. Zhao Cheng's face darkened as he listened to him ramble. The matter of the Liu family and Ziye causing trouble has nothing to do with you. Now put down your weapon, and the position of Zhao Zhijie will belong to you from now on. On the other side, Ziye also heard this, thinking to himself, this really has nothing to do with Chengzi. We originally planned that after saving my father and the uncles, we would form a balanced battle situation. Liu Fu continued to cough up blood, his strength almost depleted, feeling powerless. He closed his eyes, blaming himself. But now, we've become a burden on Chengzi. Then Ziya's mind saw the massive shadow cast by Dahu's side, the leading power in the settlement area. Compared to Zhao, Cheng he was truly tiny in their eyes. Ziyi painfully supported his loved one and thought, if I force Chengzi to side with us, he'll only have one path, and that's death. Understanding his feelings, Liu Fu spoke up. Son, don't drag Zhao Cheng into this. This is the Liu family's business. Zai lowered his face and replied, Dad, I know what to do. With tears in his eyes, he shouted, Chengzi, put down your weapon. It's not worth sacrificing your life for my family. Zhao Cheng stood there, listening to the voice behind him. You are my brother. Always will be. Zi was heartbroken, speaking the words in his heart. He was too worried about his friend. He trembled and thought, Chengzi, put the blade down. That's the best choice for you. Dahu also had his own thoughts. This kid is also a survivor in this era. He knows what to choose. If you want to live, you have to bow down and be a lackey for others. To command. Suddenly, Zhao Cheng turned back and yelled, Liu Ziye, what the hell are you saying? Xiao Sheng declared. Betraying my brother or abandoning my benefactor? Xiao Cheng cannot do that. My sister would never teach me to live that way. He charged forward, yelling, as long as we kill those bastards, we can all keep living. With that, Zhao Cheng closed in on Dahu's group preparing to attack. Zhang Kun's 2 clones were ready to intercept him. Liu Fu and Ziye, father and son, were both shocked by this action. Exclaiming, Chengzi, Dahu gave a cold, mocking laugh and ordered, turns out he's an idiot. Let's take him out together then. Upon receiving the order, the henchmen rushed forward, shouting in unison, Yes, boss, who? Zhang Kun confidently declared, I will personally behead him and present it to you as a trophy. He gave a cold laugh and asserted, This time I will definitely kill you. Xiao Cheng replied, What a coincidence, I have the same idea. He immediately activated his self-governance attribute, Research 1, Effect 2. Strength increased by 300%, lasting for 1.5 minutes. Immediately after 2 sources of energy, 1 golden and 1 dark collided, creating an explosion right in the middle. Xiao Cheng swung his blade, creating 2 intersecting slashes aimed at Zhang Kun's 2 clones. This action startled Zhang Kun a bit. Xiao Cheng slid past the clones and attacked Zhang Kun directly. Zhang Kun raised his hand to block, thinking to himself, how did this kid's strength suddenly increase? 2 or 3 times like this, I'm being overwhelmed. In terms of sheer power, his face contorted grimly as he speculated, wasn't his attribute just now the one that made his blade catch fire? Could that have just been a smokescreen? And this power boost is his true attribute. Having been put on the defensive, Zhang Kun felt a wave of unease. This kid is seriously shady. I can't believe he played a trick and intentionally misled me, saving his attribute ability for the critical moment. Are you trying to kill me in one strike? He muttered to himself, but don't forget I have 2 supporting clones. Even if you boost your strength, you're still no match for me. The clone slashed over, forcing Zhao Cheng to jump up and dodge. He pondered, his attribute is too annoying. If he was alone, I would have taken him down easily. I have to find a way. The subordinates below yelled, quick, seize the chance. Shoot him with everything you've got. He's in the air. He can't dodge. The archers immediately knocked their arrows, focusing intensely, ready to shoot. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of arrows was fired, aimed straight at Zhao Cheng in midair. He was startled when he realized this. He swung his blade, cleaving a path, and thought deeply. Those people, even though they aren't awakened, are very well trained. Plus, they work as lackeys for the management, eating much better than normal people, and their physique is far superior to the average person. Although he managed to strike down most of them, one arrow still grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. Zhao Cheng realized that. In the air, he couldn't dodge flexibly enough with his current speed, and he still couldn't block all the incoming arrows. The subordinates below smiled smugly when they saw him injured. Quick, he's hit, aim for his head, blast his eyes out. As soon as they finished speaking, they launched another rain of arrows. This was the second wave. Zhao Cheng was still suspended in the air. He paused for a second, considering, should I throw my blade to cut down the 2 crossbowmen? But if Zhang Kun takes the opportunity to block its return path, I'll lose my weapon and be forced into a passive position. Just in this difficult moment, crossbow bolts appeared, shooting down the arrows, neutralizing the danger. Xiao Cheng looked down and was relieved to realize the person who helped him was Ziye. Below, he raised his crossbow and shouted, Cheng-Zi, you're right. If we kill them first, both of us can live. The bolts flew out, along with Ziya's reminder to Zhao Cheng, I'm coming to help you. Take this chance. Every part of their bodies is a weak spot. Despite having shields, the subordinates below were still struggling because of the smoke from the exploding bolts. They covered their faces and coughed heavily. Their visibility was limited and they angrily yelled, smoke bombs again. Oh, this smoke is messed up. Zhang Kun landed and turned around, ordering crossbowmen, deal with Liu Ziye first. They replied, wait, Boss Kun. That bastard used eye-stinging lime powder. We can't open our eyes. At this moment, Zhao Cheng had also successfully returned to the ground. He thought to himself, Zai awakened half a year earlier than me. Although there hasn't been a significant level up in rank, with his personality, he must have prepared quite a few tricks. I didn't expect them to be so effective. Before he could do anything, Zhang Kun's 2 clones charged forward to attack. Zhao Cheng frowned and focused his attention. The speed is not fast, it's a clone. He struck out, muttering, then I'll flash one of his clones first. Although they were hit, they were completely unharmed and continued their attack. Zhao Cheng speculated, his movements not slowing down. It seems the clones don't feel pain. He regained his composure, concluding that merely injuring them was useless. I must completely disable the clone's actions. Zhao Cheng delivered a horizontal slash. Then I'll slice you in 2. When the clone was sliced in half, Zhang Kun surprisingly trembled. His face darkened and he shouted nervously, Zhao Cheng, what are you doing to my clone? Zhao Cheng smiled and changed his attack direction, calculating internally, killing his clone will injure the main body. He can't stay still. He'll be forced to move immediately and become a target. Zhao Cheng's target was the crossbow unit and the henchman. The henchman nearby yelled nervously, Zhao Cheng is over there. Quick aim properly. He frowned a little anxious. No time, the power-up effect. Doesn't have much time left. I have to hurry up. A flash of light swiftly sliced through the henchmen. Screams of agony rang out. Their bodies were split into pieces. Zhao Cheng, after unleashing his killing move, muttered to himself, that arrow just now, plus all those years you served evil, I'll pay it all back in one go today. After he took down the henchman, Zhang Kun and his clone appeared surrounding him. He stood there triumphantly. I finally caught you, kid. Zhang Kun scowled and cursed. This time I absolutely won't let you escape again. He was slightly enraged internally. He killed one of my clones before the cooldown time ends. I can't summon it again. I must crush him right here and now. Otherwise, I'll be the one who dies. Zhang Kun's action caused Zhao Cheng to turn his face to look. He noticed his clone slicing past him. Zhao Cheng quickly raised his leg and delivered a kick. Then he raised his blade to block Zhang Kun's downward stab. At this moment, the effect of Self-Governance Research 1 had ended. He looked at Zhao Cheng and smiled triumphantly. Kid, your attribute can increase your strength, but the duration isn't long. Looking at the power on your blade, your duration has ended. Jang Kun leaped up, preparing to unleash his confidently stated move. You're under level 10 and only have one attribute. Now I want to see what you'll use to block my blade. This slash carries the power of level 9. Let's see if you can still take it. Before striking, he laughed loudly and shouted, I win! Zhao Sheng remained extremely calm, looked up and quietly asked, is that so? He activated his attribute, Self-Governance Research 2 Effect 2. He chose plus 450% strength maintained for 3 minutes. Zhao Sheng struck with his blade, quickly shattering Jang Kun's weapon. Witnessing this, his face contorted. His eyes widened in horror and he felt uneasy. How is this possible? His strength is even greater than before. On the opposite side, Zhao Cheng's face darkened. He charged forward with focused eyes and said, I don't know if you can block this next strike of mine. Zhao Cheng unleashed a slash that cut across Jang Kun and his clone, severing both into 2 pieces. He spoke with a cold, sharp gaze. It seems you couldn't take it after all. The killing move Zhao Cheng had just used was Ferocious Dog Slash. He stood there towering after defeating him. The air around them was now stained with blood red. In front of Ziye and the people from the Liu family, the silhouette of Zhao Cheng loomed in the smoke and dust. He stared blankly, astonished in his heart. Chengzi, he actually did it. Liu Fu also showed surprise and exclaimed, when did that child grow up to be this capable? The people next to them also smiled and praised. Big brother, the youngsters on your side are truly amazing. Perhaps today we truly have a chance to be saved. Dahu now looked at him differently. He whispered, Kunzi, you actually killed Kunzi? Zhao Cheng walked towards the man and replied, you're next. He slightly bowed his head, his voice full of dissatisfaction. The crimes you've committed over all these years in the settlement area, it's time for you to pay the price. Dahu laughed loudly. My crimes, you say? After the old man died, I've been the manager for all these years. It's true that quite a few people died in the settlement area, but quite a few new people were also added. In fact, I'm practically a hero of this rotten settlement area. He launched a kick straight at Zhang Huan's face, making her spit blood. Then he yelled, moreover, if it weren't for my notoriety out here, this woman would have been stolen by other settlement areas long ago. Seeing his mother get hit, Ziye immediately raised his crossbow, preparing to shoot. Fan Dahu, you piece of trash! Don't you dare kick my mother! As he finished speaking, he unleashed a crossbow bolt aimed straight at Dahu. The man effortlessly raised his hand and caught it, his voice firm and confident. Want to blow my head off? With the strength of a squirt like you, you're not even close to qualified. Ziye was worried in his heart. He actually caught the bolt I shot barehanded. That strike also came with the weakness side effect. Even Chengzi would have trouble blocking it. Yet Dahu's voice echoed from within the smoke and dust. Let me teach you a lesson about what real power is. With that, he smugly threw the crossbow bolt back at Ziye. He was frozen, realizing how fast and insanely powerful it was. Just when it seemed Ziye was about to be defeated, Zhao Cheng appeared and blocked the man's counterattack. Seeing him, Ziye exclaimed, Chengzi! Zhao Cheng stood there and replied, Ziye keeps shooting smoke grenades to blind him. He's an awakened one of level 10 or higher. He crouched down, highly focused. To kill him, we have to use every trick we have. Ziye immediately agreed. The two were preparing to face a true monster, the strongest person in Area 226. But before they could do anything, Dahu unexpectedly dashed past Zhao Cheng's face. His eyes flashed red. His target was Ziye. His hand was already reaching to grab his face. Dahu forcefully pressed Ziye's head into the ground. His face darkened with a malicious smile, and he said in a low voice, the decisive battle to follow. How can I let trash like you interrupt it? Zhao Cheng turned back and worriedly shouted, Ziye! He immediately slashed his blade towards the man in anger, and at the same time yelled, Fan Dahu! The man quickly turned around, raising his arm to block the strike, and at the same time offered a compliment. Your power is truly terrifying. No wonder you were able to kill Jang Kun. He continued to exert force, his sinister face making an assessment. But you only rely on your awakened attributes' power. Your actual level definitely hasn't surpassed level 8. If your level was a bit higher, I might not be able to beat you. Zhao Cheng was being forced down by his power to the point of having to kneel. He realized his strength even surpasses that of the boss Wild Boar. Dahu was also secretly pleased. This is the physical power after surpassing level 10. Compared to before level 10, it's a complete transformation. He then continued his negotiation. You've killed Jang Kun and Zhao Jiji. All your rage should be gone now, right? Join me. I will make you my equal. In just a few more days, I will let you live a good life you've never even dreamed of. Zhao Cheng shouted in absolute rejection. No way! You've harmed so many people. The population hasn't decreased, but the newcomers are all evil people like you. He continued to yell at the man. The people you recruit are all scum. They are your henchmen, oppressing and seizing. plundering, committing every evil deed imaginable. Zhao Cheng's body trembled under Dahu's pressure, but he remained firm in his ideals. I would absolutely never collude with people like you to do disgusting things. The man looked down with a cold gaze full of disdain. So you want to be a hero, huh? Dahu shouted. Then I'll grant your wish. His entire body radiated dense lightning energy, which pushed Zhao Cheng back. The man reminded him, the ruthlessness of the apocalypse is not as simple as you think. Dahu took off his cloak and continued. If we didn't use tough methods, our settlement area would have been swallowed up by others. A long time ago. He tensed up, activating his attribute. Attribute effect. Golden body, extreme physique. HP and defense both plus 50%. Zhao Cheng looked over and thought, this is his first attribute. He also activated his fire enchantment attribute. Dahu stated his reasoning. In this apocalypse, I protect useless people like you, and all you have to do is give me some supplies. It's a fair deal. Why are you complaining? He frowned and asked, do you think everyone is as decent as that old man? A memory of the past flashed. A young boy ran to the door and anxiously asked, Dad, did you get hurt fighting people again? His father was Dahu's father. He smiled and said to his son, your dad is so strong. I'll be fine in a few days. Besides, these aren't injuries. They're medals for protecting everyone. Your dad is the hero of the settlement area. But then Dahu knelt down right in front of his father's mangled corpse, repeatedly calling out, Dad. Yet a hero like that died tragically right before my eyes. Back in reality, Dahu burst out laughing. It's hilarious. No real benefits, just meaningless thank yous. Those injuries were never medals. Only a fool like my father would be proud of protecting useless people like you, and aspire to be the hero of those useless ones. He leaped towards Zhao Cheng, radiating intense energy. He asked in a deep voice, want to be a hero? Dahu concentrated his force. His body clearly showed his malice. I hate people like you the most. He sneered with a crazy look, saying, you want to be a hero? Then go do it in the underworld. Below, Zhao Cheng crossed his arms in front of him, looking up, preparing to block the blow. Dahu's strike descended like a violent bolt of lightning, illuminating a large area. He grimaced and thought, the strength hasn't changed. It seems his first attribute didn't increase his power either. Since his power is like this, I'll use lightning speed first strike. Reset the cooldown time of all attributes, and go all out against him in a life-or-death battle. Zhao Cheng quickly activated the attribute. Lightning speed, first strike, a golden attribute. Effect, resets the cooldown time of all attributes. Its own cooldown time is 30 minutes. Self-study 1, self-study 2, and headshot 1, all had their cooldown times reset. He yelled back at Fan Dahu, don't think you're the only one with attribute power. He activated the attribute, self-study 1. Effect 2. Increases strength by 300%, lasting for 1.5 minutes. Zhao Cheng's sudden strike sent Dahu reeling backward. A feeling of worry began to rise in his heart. This kid can increase his strength again. Sliding a distance, Dahu looked at Zhao Cheng's burning body and speculated. He awakened a burst attribute. The boy immediately rushed forward, thinking, I can't hide my power like when dealing with Zhang Kun. I must go all out, and absolutely not give him a chance to catch his breath. Then, Zhao Cheng activated the self-study 2 attribute. Effect 2. Select strength, plus 450%, lasting for 3 minutes. He leaped into the air and slashed down with an extremely powerful strike. Dahu raised his weapon to block the immense force, causing his knees to buckle slightly. The ground beneath his feet also sank slightly. He worried inwardly. What's going on? His power suddenly surged and increased several times. In the blink of an eye, even the area between the thumb and forefinger on my hand protected by the golden body, extreme physique is throbbing with pain from his power. And it shows no signs of stopping. At the same time, 3 moves were unleashed by Zhao Cheng towards Dahu. The man's eyes were wide with confusion. Something is wrong with this kid. This is absolutely not a power that an attribute could generate. Otherwise, there's no way I couldn't withstand a single stab from an awakened one, below level 8. Dahu looked at the burning wound on his skin. What's more, the flames on his blade. Why can they stick to me? This must be his black magic, and not power from his attribute. He looked at Zhao Cheng's current momentum, and immediately warned himself. This kid has way too many anomalies. If I keep going back and forth with him, I'm definitely gonna be the one to kick the bucket. Dahu turned his attention to Zijia, lying motionless behind him. He planned to win by resorting to a different trick. That kid is a useful pawn that can be exploited. Dahu immediately tensed up and roared. Zhao Cheng, don't look down on me. Activate Valor attribute. Golden attribute effect. Strength plus 30%. Zhao Cheng frowned and looked over, realizing his second attribute had been activated, but it only slightly boosted his strength. It seems my advantage in attributes far surpasses his. He then continued to charge forward, raising the short blade in his hand and thinking, Since it's like this, I'll use this momentum to attack him with all my strength and cut him down. Zhao Cheng focused his power into this one strike, aiming straight for Dahu. The guy wasn't an easy target either. His face was grimacing as he thought, now is the time he's striking with too wide a swing. I'll take a little damage, but I have to risk everything. To seize an opportunity, pant. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Cheng was a little confused. He's not even defending. Seeing Dahu's arm completely severed, he then realized, this is bad. He intentionally cut off his arm to escape. He spun around, accepting the loss of one arm, and darted straight towards where Zijia was passed out. Dahu's remaining arm clamped directly onto Zijia's neck. He lifted Zijia's lifeless body high into the air. His target was Zijia. Dahu turned him toward Zhao Cheng and smiled maliciously. He yelled, OMG, it hurts like hell. If I hadn't broken my own arm, you would have never fallen for the trap. He demanded that Zhao Cheng drop the knife, otherwise I'll break his neck right now. He looked over and responded to Fan Dahu. I never thought you would do something this trashy. Dahu squeezed his hand tight. Zijia's body trembled and he yelled, shut up. In this apocalypse, only the survivors are the strong ones. Quickly drop the knife. Otherwise, I'll snap his neck right now. Zhao Cheng clenched his fist, thinking, after dropping the knife, once the attribute streak's effect time is over, I will no longer be his opponent. He frowned, conflicted in his heart. But if I don't drop it, Zijia will die right now. What should I do? From behind, Liu Fu's voice rang out, asking him, do you know why you oppressed us for so many years, and we only just now fought back? Dahu turned around and replied, isn't it because of your precious son? Your mother died slowly and painfully, and you didn't say a single word. She really wasted her effort. Giving birth to such a dutiful son like you, he said in a deep voice, dismissing it. It's not that, it's because everyone feels indebted to your father. These words made Dahu freeze. He looked puzzled. Indebted to my father. Images of his father in the past appeared. Along with Liu Fu's bold declaration, he is a hero. He is a hero to all the residents in this settlement. He recounted, that year, to fight against the looting by the large settlement number 119. For us, he did not spare his life, sacrificing himself to prevent a greater tragedy from happening. Liu Fu continued with pain, and you are the son of a hero. Even though you were outrageous and exploited us, we still grit our teeth and endured it, because we once thought you would change and become like your father, to once again be the hero of this settlement. He looked at him and spoke about a year ago. I accidentally overheard something. There were two of your henchmen talking to each other. Don't you know in just one more year, our boss will be transferring to the large settlement, number 119, to be the deputy manager there. This crappy place, once he's bled those people dry, he'll just abandon them here to survive on their own. Liu Fu stood aside angrily, listening in secret. By then we'll be living the high life too. No need to guard this dump of a place planting wild vegetables and cassava anymore, right? Exactly. Settlement number 119 is a mega city. They even have a hog farm. Once we get there, we brothers will be able to eat our fill of meat. Back in reality, he yelled in Dahu's face, are you really going to abandon this place? To be a slave for the enemy who killed your father. Your father was fatally wounded by people from settlement, number 119, and didn't survive, that's why he died. Have you forgotten? He loudly shot back, shut up! That's what he deserved. In the apocalypse, if you want to be a hero, all you get is death. Dahu continued coldly and with force, I won't be like that idiot. Buried my whole life in this miserable place. As long as I submit to them, I'll be able to step into a wider world. I even have a chance to join the company. He loudly gave his demand, Zhao Cheng, I'm counting to 3. If you still haven't dropped your weapon, then prepare to handle the funeral for Liu Zijia. The count began to ring out, and that was when Zhao Cheng felt uneasy, secretly calling his friend's name in his heart, Zijia. At the same time, a convoy of advanced vehicles, with the flag of settlement, number 119, was moving towards them. Dahu saw it and his face lit up with joy, saying, it's the car from settlement number 119. You've come to pick me up. Shaoshan, your toast. He turned around and called out loudly, hey people of 119, I Fan Dahu am here. Hurry up and help me deal with these rebels. The car sped to a stop in front of Dahu and stopped. From the car, many people stepped out fully equipped with weapons and muscular bodies. Shaosheng was worried inside. The situation is unfavorable and Zijia is in his hands. What must I do to break this deadlock? I must save myself and wait for the day to take revenge. But if I retreat Zijia, Uncle Liu, Aunt Zhang, all of them will surely die. I cannot abandon Zijia and let him die. He stood there listening to Dahu's mockery. Zhao Cheng, so what if you fight well? He laughed loudly, gloating. Now I have more people. A bastard like you is definitely going to die. From the car, Zhang Yiyi, the current manager of settlement number 119, stepped out. He picked his ear and yelled, hey Baldy, were you calling out? Dahu threw Zika to the ground, turned around and replied, it's me, manager Zhang Fan Dahu. What virtue do I possess to be so lucky as to meet your actual self like this? He ran over eagerly. I didn't expect you to come in person to pick me up. Fandahu. I must have accumulated good karma for generations to have this luck. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng anxiously put his hand to Zijia's nose and sighed with relief. Phew, he's still breathing. He looked at the newcomers and thought to himself, that man is the manager of settlement number 19 that Uncle Liu mentioned. And 19 is a large settlement with thousands of residents. It seems Fandahu really has joined the side of his father's killer. He truly is an animal with no shame left. Zhao Cheng felt a little worried inside, which means my current situation has become even more dangerous. This person's aura is even stronger than Fandahu's, even much stronger than that Hong Ma Hai guy, based only on my current strength. I absolutely cannot defeat him. Ji Yi turned to Dahu. His gaze was sharp warning. Hey, Baldy, don't get buddy-buddy with me. I'm looking for someone. If you can't answer, I'll crush your head. The man quickly lowered his voice and replied, Manager Jiang, just say the name. As long as that person is still in this settlement, I will surely bring him to you. Dahu felt a little uneasy inside. Why does Manager Jiang not recognize me? The Lei brothers clearly did business with me and said they had mentioned my name in front of him. He took a cigarette from his subordinate and asked in a deep voice, Is there anyone in your place named Zhao Cheng? The man pointed towards the young man and replied, Of course there is. That kid is the one inciting a revolt, openly challenging the company's rule. Dahu smiled smugly. Sure enough, Manager Jiang came to help me. Zhao Cheng, that kid is dead. Meet. Ji Yi took a drag from his cigarette and asked, Zhao Cheng is inciting a revolt. Is he trying to steal the management authority of this settlement? The man immediately replied with a furious expression. Yes, it's him. He even chopped off one of my arms. Manager Jiang, you must bring justice for me. He looked toward the young man and directly asked, You are Zhao Cheng. Without any hesitation, the young man answered frankly, yes. Ji Yi then looked at Dahu's severed arm. If you're wondering, I recall that to become a manager, you must at least be a level 10 awakened or higher. How could you let some wet-behind-the-ears kid chop off one of your arms? Dahu leaned closer to him, trying to explain, Manager Jiang, you don't know. He didn't let the man finish his sentence. Ji Yi raised the gun level with Dahu's face interrupting, Forget it. A gunshot rang out. He said coldly, Zhao Cheng's identity has been confirmed. You're no longer useful. Ji Yi stepped towards the young man and continued, Zhao Cheng, the obstacle in your way has been dealt with. Now let's talk about you staging a rebellion. The young man looked at Lu Fu's group, worried inside. He came to take the territory and conveniently dealt with Fandahu, so the next one will definitely be our turn. He tossed the gun back to his subordinate, stepped forward and reassured. Don't be so tense. A big shot upstairs has issued an urgent order, ordering the managers of the nearby large settlements to immediately send reinforcements to a person named Zhao Cheng in settlement number 226. So I came here to help you. Zhao Cheng looked up and asked skeptically, How can I trust you? Ji Yi took something out and replied, Kid, you're pretty cautious, huh? He held the item up and continued, However, the messenger said, As soon as you see this, you'll believe it immediately. He was startled, recognizing it as Guansui's induction needle. It was her who sent someone to help us. An image of Guansui flashed along with his inner question. Zhao Cheng, what exactly is Guansui's background? I've thought about it before. Her background is definitely not simple, but I didn't expect her to be able to send. Even the manager of a large settlement like 119, Ji Yi snapped his fingers and continued. In addition, that big shot also sent you a few items. Looking at the subordinates from settlement 119 unloading the supplies, it was easy to see they were resources. I didn't expect there to be cured meat, salted fish, and flour. He handed another item to the young man. This is the management certificate for settlement number 226. Was that Baldy just now your manager? Without this certificate, he wouldn't comply with the company's rules and wouldn't be recognized. An ID card was presented in front of Zhao Cheng, Ji Yi explained. And now, as long as you accept this certificate, you will become the true manager of this settlement. Looking at the management certificate for settlement number 226, he thought to himself, Uncle Liu didn't hesitate to rebel with his brothers, almost leading to the ruin of his family, all to win this authority. Now, it's being placed right in front of me like this. Lu Fu spoke up. Zhao Cheng, take it. Right now, only you are the most suitable. Holding the card in his hand, Zhao Cheng thought, I'll consider myself indebted to Guansui. I will find a way to repay her later. Ji Yi stood up, turned around, and commanded, Medical team, save the people. The medical personnel immediately ran over and acknowledged the order. Understood, Manager Jiang. He turned back to the young man and added, That's right. That important person has one more thing to give you. However, whether you accept this item or not is up to you. Zhao Cheng looked up with a confused expression and asked, What is it? Ji Yi replied, Come with me to settlement number 119 and participate in an examination. The young man listened intently. If you pass that examination, you will have the chance to join the company. The Fantian Company is the savior that rescued the Eastern continent after the world fell into the apocalypse one day, thousands of years ago. Currently, it has become the actual ruler of the Eastern continent. All the settlements, people, and land on the Eastern continent are managed by it. All ordinary citizens living on the Eastern continent consider joining the Fantian Company and becoming its employee as a great honor, because entering this company is like a ticket to the big leagues. Food, shelter, security, and even supporting items that help the awakened level up, like artifacts and medicine, everything that can be provided. There's a heaven and earth difference here compared to ordinary citizens. Therefore, for everyone on the Eastern continent, joining the Fantian Company is the greatest wish of their lives. In fact, calling it a dream is not an exaggeration. GE stood with his hands in his pockets, saying, "Come with me to settlement number 119 to participate in that examination, or stay here and be the manager of settlement 226. You choose for yourself." Xiaocheng was deep in thought. His sister was taken away by company people. To find his sister, he absolutely must go to the company. This is a perfect opportunity. But he turned his gaze toward the injured people being treated, and the poor citizens in the distance. Zhao Cheng looked at the elderly people standing there, and thought, right now someone needs to step up to reassure the people. Catching on to his thoughts, Ji turned and left, leaving a message. "I understand, I will wait here for 2 days. As I said, no later than 2 days, you must give me an answer." Xiao Cheng smiled, watched him go, and said, "Thank you." Ji walked and rubbed his chin, pondering. This person is so ordinary that he's unremarkable. Yet, how can he be connected to such big shots? I just can't figure it out. But now the credit for this support is mine. He also had his own little plans. Perhaps if I can keep a tight grip on this kid, I can move up a few more ranks in the company. The scene switched to that night. Bonfire had been lit. Liu Fu, with his injured hand, spoke loudly. Everyone in settlement number 226, West Strong area, is present. He looked at the citizens below and continued. Next, some important matters will be announced. Liu Fu turned to look at the young man. Zhao Sheng defeated those scoundrels Fan, Dahu, and Jiang Kun, and was also recognized by the company. We unanimously agree that he is currently fit to be... The young man hurriedly interjected, "Uncle Liu, the most suitable person to be the manager of this settlement is..." Uncle Zhang Huan spoke up. "Xiao Cheng, the settlement needs strong people to protect it. As for Uncle Liu..." Zhao Cheng turned and said to her and everyone, "I want to find my sister. I can't stay here forever." Uncle Liu and some of the other uncles in the family, Liu, are all awakened, which is enough to protect the settlement. The crowd discussed enthusiastically. Zhao Cheng's words were not wrong. Whether considering age, experience, or track record, Uncle Liu Fu is still more suitable than the younger Zhao Cheng. The younger man, Uncle Liu Fu's 2 younger brothers, are both awakened and capable of protecting the settlement. Uncle Liu Fu also has a very good personality, always thinking of everyone. He's truly suitable to be the manager. He voiced everyone's concern. But if I get the power, who can guarantee that I won't become someone like Fan Dahu? This caused worry to rise among the crowd. This is true. Fan Dahu's father was a hero of the settlement, but Fan Dahu turned out. No one can guarantee what the future holds. Liu Fu said something cryptic. "It's time." Zhang Huan looked up, nodded, and pulled out a law book. "Fu." He happily said to everyone, "My son loves to read, and so do I. The book says that the ancients during the Great Governance ruled the nation by law. I think we can do the same." Liu Fu looked and continued. "These are the 15 articles of law that we discussed," before deciding to resist. "Fan Dahu, from now on all of us must abide by these 15 articles, and we must review and amend them every year, adding to them based on what has happened." The citizens were excited talking about the law. So is it even more useful than having a manager if it's a set of rules that everyone must follow? I think it will be better than just following the manager's orders and doing whatever they say. Zhao Cheng looked over and thought to himself, "It seems Uncle Liu truly prepared a lot for today. Uncle Liu Fu is educated and Ziye is also literate. They use their brains much better than I do." He quietly placed the settlement 226 manager certificate down nearby. Zhao Cheng left with the thought, "Now I can be at ease looking for my sister." He headed toward the settlement 119 vehicle. From now on, I won't have friends like Liu Ziye anymore. It's just me. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "Hey, you just left without saying anything. Do you even consider me your brother?" Liu Ziye continued to boast. "Chengzi, without your main man here by your side, you have no idea how many traps you'll step into and how many times you'll be deceived. Your main man is seriously worried about you." Xiao Cheng was happy to see him and asked Liu Ziye, "Did you come looking for me?" Liu Ziye pointed straight at him and replied, "Looking for you. Your main man came to go with you? Don't think you can advance alone. How can you become a big shot without your main man?" Xiao Cheng asked with some concern. "Your parents. They let you go." He lifted his chin and replied, "Of course they didn't, so I ran away secretly. But don't worry, I left them a note. I told them I'd visit when I'm famous." The image of his crush appeared beautifully in Liu Zie's mind. He looked distraught and stated, "And also, Xiao Yu, when I succeed and become famous, I will definitely marry you." Zhao Sheng turned around and said casually, "I think you should hurry up and go back. Uncle Liu and everyone else will be worried soon." He reached out and grabbed Zhao Cheng's shirt, calling out, "Chengzi!" Liu Zie continued, "There's an ancient poem that says, 'The great rock rises with the wind one morning soaring 90,000 miles. He asserted, 'You are that great rock, but I want to become like that too.'" Liu Zie declared his ambition. The world is vast. Liu Zie doesn't want to be a nobody either. He clenched his fist with determination. "The wind that you, the great rock, stirred up has ignited a fire in your main man's heart." These words truly made Zhao Cheng a bit surprised. He looked back at his friend. He started walking, reminding him, "If you get tired, if you suffer, be sure not to." Liu Zie immediately interrupted. "Your main man won't blame you. At that time, I'm afraid you'll be the one crying first." From the car, Gigi lit a cigarette and took a puff, watching the two cheerful young men outside. He smiled, his eyes full of anticipation, and sighed. "It seems the wind is about to rise." In the silent night of the apocalypse, the convoy of Settlement 119 sped down the road towards the base. Da Hua was driving the car, carrying the two, and smiled, praising the two young men. "You guys have some serious skills. I've been driving in the settlement for so many years, and this is the first time I've been on a mission with Manager Jiang. You can tell Manager Jiang cares a lot about you two." Seeing Liu Zie's slightly sad expression, Zhao Cheng thought to himself, when it's truly time to leave, Liu Zie will definitely still be reluctant. After all, he's different from me. He still has things holding him back in that place. He replied to the driver, "Actually, I always had a question, but I didn't know if I should ask." He mused internally. First, I should change the topic to divert Liu Zie's attention a bit. Maybe he'll feel better. Da Hua looked over, curious. "Little Ka, are you talking to me? Just ask straightforwardly. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." Xiao Cheng asked directly, "Did your Settlement 119 manager really kill the previous manager of Settlement 226? Us." He laughed after hearing the question, his voice slightly hesitant. "Ah, well, that..." Liu Zie covered his face, worried inside. "Chengzi, you're trying to find something to distract me, but this topic is way too stiff." The moment Chengzi opened his mouth, he killed the entire conversation. Why is Chengzi so clueless about things like this? Just as Liu Zie thought, the three people in the car now looked extremely awkward. The atmosphere was a bit strained. Da Hua spoke up to answer. "Actually, Manager Jiang didn't do something like that. He became manager about 6 or 7 years ago, after killing the previous manager. As for your previous manager, it was probably killed by our previous manager." Another moment of bewilderment from Liu Zie. "No way. Did you really answer everything he asked?" Da Hua continued his story. "Compared to the previous manager, who was frantic about expanding territory, Manager Jiang focused more on internal development. Thanks to Manager Jiang's efforts, our Settlement 119 went from not having enough to eat to a place where we get to eat meat once a month." He recounted this with a very cheerful expression. "Therefore, everyone really loves the current Manager Jiang." Zhao Cheng was surprised, as if he realized something, and turned back to ask, "So, as long as you can kill the current manager, you can become the new manager?" This made Da Hua feel a bit exasperated. "I just finished speaking, and that's the point you focused on." Even Liu Zie noticed Zhao Cheng's obliviousness, thinking to himself, "Chengzi, you completely missed the point." At that moment, Zhao Cheng's nose caught a scent, and he noticed something. He looked outside and warned, "There's a strong metallic smell in the wind. Mutated beasts from the wilderness have arrived." Indeed, high up on the cliff face where the road passed through, many mutated beasts were targeting them. They roared, their eyes burning red. Someone exclaimed, "Mutated wolves." "Ah, why wolves again?" Zhao Cheng corrected, "They're mutated dogs, not wolves. Mutated wolves have much larger bodies, and they wouldn't be stupid enough to attack like this." Liu Zie agreed, "You're right, they are mutated dogs. Chengzi, you know a lot about them." Zhao Sheng pretended to shout. "They're climbing up," Da Hua immediately reassured them. "Don't stress. We encountered them once when we came here. Manager Jiang is much stronger than you think." In another car, Gigi reminded his subordinate to cover their ears. The subordinate immediately obeyed. "Understood, boss." He took a deep breath, then released a mysterious surge of energy. A flaming tiger head appeared, glowing brightly in the dark night. Gigi activated his attribute, Golden Attribute. The roar of the Beast King simultaneously let out an earth-shattering bellow. Scram, with the car carrying Gigi as the center. A light beam spread out in a circular vortex, covering the entire canyon and sending the mutated dogs flying into the air. Zhao Cheng covered his ears, stunned, realizing that's too loud. "It's an ability of the attribute." Liu Zie also secretly assessed, is it a sound wave type attribute? This guy is seriously strong. Dahua seemed quite used to this, smiling contentedly and saying to the two, I told you, our manager Zhang is very formidable. The little dogs were dead, and the ones still alive ran away in fear. Along with a criticism from the people of Settlement 119, those stupid dogs ran away again indeed. A dog is still a dog. Even mutated, they're just dogs. With Manager Zhang's attribute ability, dealing with those stupid dogs is as easy as pie. Bairong, deputy manager of Settlement 179 level 25, spoke up. 25 said, Boss, that Zhao Cheng is a distinguished guest of a very influential figure. Your action just now was more or less a provocation. After all, with your strength, you could have controlled the sound wave better. Gigi lit his cigarette calmly, answering with another question. So what, he's just a pretty boy freeloader? Is he planning to run off and tattle on me to that influential figure? He said with a scornful tone. I made it to where I am today one step at a time. What I hate most is trash, who only know how to take shortcuts like that. Bairong was still a bit worried, but Gigi cut him off. There's no need for buts. I didn't lose my cool in front of him. I know how to maintain appearances in front of others, and behind their backs you don't need to manage what I do. He looked outside and continued, Zhang Jiji, I do want to take another step forward, but I don't need to grovel in everything I do. As long as I still have value to those influential figures, they'll overlook minor things. Before long, they arrived back at Settlement 119. Above was the bright moon, below was a vast field. The convoy entered the sturdy and disciplined settlement, which was still lit up. A soldier's voice called out, Manager Zhang is back, move aside quickly. They placed their hands on their chests, being very respectful. You must be tired, Manager Zhang. Bairong led the two to their resting place. The houses in the settlement are all occupied, so you two will have to bear with staying here for now. Inside was a dilapidated room, with 2 small beds. Liu Zi sighed, it's really simple. It's quite dusty, too. Xiao Cheng agreed. It's only slightly better than my house. The ventilation hole over there is small, so not much cold wind blows in. Bairong pulled something out of his chest pocket and continued. Tonight you can look over this. This is the test guidance document, issued by the company. He presented the paper with many provisions. I'll warn you first. You two are not the only ones participating in this test, but many others as well. While Zhao Cheng quickly sat down on the bed, Liu Zi stood there reading the information and expressing his gratitude. That truly helps me a lot. I was worried I wouldn't remember if you just told me verbally. Bairong noticed Zhao Cheng's actions. He completely ignores that we didn't host them properly. He can even lie down on that bed, just like that. Is he really an influential figure's gigolo? He then pointed outside and greeted the two. I'll be leaving now. If you need anything, just call out. There is someone on duty outside. Liu Zie replied, all right, thank you for your trouble. He sat down patting the bed and said to Zhao Cheng, it says here that the challenge is to clear a white-grade dimensional instance. It seems simple enough. The instance is limited to levels below level 10. It should only be slightly stronger than the instance we had before. Zhao Cheng looked over and asked, does it state how many people are participating or how many people will be recruited? He opened his eyes wide, reread it, and replied, that part is not mentioned. Images of mocking, sneering faces flashed in Zhao Cheng's mind. He stated his conclusion. Then it's likely that this challenge actually has 2 conditions to pass. One is to defeat the boss, and the other is to be the survivor among all participants. Liu Zie continued to read and inform him. It doesn't clearly state the number of participants, nor the number of people to be recruited. Zhao Cheng, your guess is very likely correct. The participants come from everywhere. No one is willing to be a loser. Therefore, cooperating, surrounding, and defeating the boss to pass the level is inevitable. Zhao Cheng lay there and replied, after all, to defeat the boss, a very heavy price must be paid. I've been through it once before. But if you want to sit back and reap the benefits, it's very easy. He recalled Guan Kui's question to him at that time. Do you want others to fight while you reap the benefits? Zhao Cheng thought to himself, is it because of that idiom? Why do I suddenly remember her appearance? Liu Zie suddenly moved closer to him and asked Zhao Cheng, looking at that expression, I can tell you're in heat again, huh? Missing that girl already? He turned away, coldly pulled the blanket over himself and replied, go to sleep early. Tomorrow we have important business to attend to. He returned to his bed and reminded his friend, I'm telling you, at your age you're at your horniest. You absolutely must control yourself. The girl, seeing that Zhao Cheng didn't respond, Liu Zie added, she is not on the same path as us. The young man tightly shut his eyes, ignoring those words and cursing directly. Shut up and go to sleep. He turned to the other side and replied, all right, if you don't like hearing it, I won't say it anymore. Sleep, sleep. Wait until we get past this challenge, get into the company, and we'll become people with status. The scene cuts to another room. Candlelight flickered inside a bamboo cage. Ai Wei stood there, reporting the situation. From my observation, he truly showed no sign of disdain. However, we can't rule out the possibility that he is very good at hiding it. Gigi closed his eyes and judged, but that doesn't tell us anything. Tomorrow the examiner sent by the company will arrive. If that kid truly has the ability, then let him show it to me. He asked his boss with a hint of doubt, "Why do you care so much about that Zhao kid?" Gigi recalled the scene at that moment, took out a cigarette and replied, "I see in him some shadows of my younger self, the same innate talent, the same suppressed fate, the same resistance and fight." He suddenly paused and continued, "But that kid has an influential person asking me to help him, while I didn't back then." Gigi put the cigarette back into the pack, his tone somewhat resentful. "Perhaps it's because I'm a little jealous of that bastard that I care about him." He placed the pack of cigarettes on the table, wondering if that was truly the case. The scene shifts to the next morning. The sun emerged from behind the mountain ranges at base 119. The entrance to the dimensional instance at settlement 119 is for levels 10 and below. Gigi stood there with his right-hand man byway. On both sides were 2 rows of subordinates standing in rigid formation. Below them were the participants for this instance run. They were constantly chatting. "So this is the instance for this assessment round. Why are so many people guarding it? Settlement 119 is truly something." Zhao Cheng, standing far at the back, showed surprise. "I didn't expect so many people to show up." Liuzia continued, "Awakening stones are quite valuable where we come from, but in more affluent settlements, they're not that rare." He turned to look at the young man. "On the contrary, people who can consistently clear instances are truly rare." Gigi spoke up at this moment. "I'm sure you all know the rules already. Just survive the instance and return here, and you will earn the right to join the company. As for the benefits of becoming a company employee, I don't need to say much more, I'm sure you all know," he said to everyone in a low voice. "Good luck to you all." Zhao Cheng looked towards the gate with an extremely determined gaze. Liuzia looked at him and reminded him, "Zhao Cheng, that guy with the surname Jiang is looking at us." Zhao Cheng replied, "He's provoking us." Then the crowd stirred and walked towards the gate to enter the instance. They rushed in shouting to each other, "Quick, hurry up and go in. If you get the monsters, you can gain EXP and level up." Originally, entering an instance required a supply ticket. So what's not good about getting in for free here? With so many people, if we enter late, we might not even get to fight any monsters. If we can't defeat it at worst, we'll just concede and run out. Liu Ziye wondered, why is he provoking us? Zhao Cheng also felt confused and unsure, but perhaps he will give us the answer himself. The young man, still not understanding, questioned further. For real, he casually replied, "I don't know." Liu Ziye showed his distaste, complaining, "And he's so confident about something he doesn't even know." From the rooftop far away from the gate, a person wearing a cloak stood there with her subordinate, looking towards the group entering the instance. The man behind her reminded the young mistress, "Please do not show your face in front of so many people. The old master will not be pleased." She immediately replied, "I know I won't take off my hood. I am the examiner for this assessment round. Just here to check out the situation first." Inside, amidst many high, deep, and treacherous mountain caves, the chatter continued to echo. "We already guessed this instance would be a cave type, so don't waste time. Quickly choose a cave and enter. Corrosive yin energy is everywhere. There's no time to hesitate." A young man from the psychic system made his choice. "I choose the cave on the left. Left is my lucky direction." Liu Zi looked around and asked, "Zhao Cheng, which way should we go?" Just then a hand reached out, and a voice rang out from behind. "I finally found you two." It was none other than Dahua. He smiled brightly, clasping his hands together and exclaiming, "What fate this is! My 2 brothers!" Zhao Cheng was surprised and looked over, asking, "It's you." Liu Ziye was also puzzled. "Driver Big Brother, why are you here too?" Dahua scratched his head, flustered. "In this assessment, people from Settlement 119 are also allowed to participate. I also want to take a chance to win a better future for my wife and children." He proposed, "How about we form a group? We can support each other. What do you say?" Liu Ziye glanced over, desperately giving signals, but was met with his friend's cluelessness. Liu Ziye's eyes expressed suspicion, as if there was a conspiracy behind it. Could this driver be an assassin? Set up by that guy with the surname Jiang? He looked at Zhao Cheng expectantly, thinking, "Zhao Cheng, you understand what I mean, right?" Then unexpectedly, the young man nodded. This made Liu Ziye smile with satisfaction. Zhao Cheng understands. He would refuse to let the driver join, just as he intended. But at this moment, Zhao Cheng spoke seriously. "We can let you join the team, but you have to pay us 200 supply tickets." Liu Ziye moved closer to Zhao Cheng with a confused look. "Is that what you meant?" Dahua agreed without hesitation, gripping the young man's hand. "No problem. 200. It is I drive for Manager Jiang, and get paid 800 a month anyway." The 2 of them formed a group just like that. In the distance, a mysterious shadow was secretly observing them. The girl on this side looked over with a startled expression, secretly recognizing his aura. different from the others. My ability allows me to sense it. I can't believe he possesses the attribute-based power of purification. Liu Jie cheered. All right, then we're a crew now. He's the boss, I'm the second, and you're the third. Dahua replied. Got it, we're a crew now? Zhao Cheng secretly thought. The word crew sounds kind of weird. The mysterious girl continued to follow them in secret. That person carries the aura of the purification attribute. If I join their crew, my survival rate will be much higher. But I'm not good at interacting with strange boys. The image of her hungry and thirsty family members appeared in her mind. Everyone is waiting for me to return. I can't die here. She clenched her fist, her eyes determined as she told herself, Hua Xiaoman, you are carrying the hope of the entire settlement. You must overcome your shyness and be a little stronger. Liu Jie turned and asked Da Hua, have you been to this instance before? There are quite a few side paths here. If we rush in recklessly, I'm afraid we'll easily run into a big monster. You butted in just now, and now we've been left behind by the other participants. He scratched his head awkwardly. This instance only appeared recently. The big shot said it's quite dangerous inside, so how could I dare go in? Hearing that Liu Jie seized the opportunity to show off. The deeper we go inside, the worse the visibility truly is. In this environment, if we run into a monster, the only option is to face it head-on. This is truly a spatial dimension dungeon, which suits my style of doing things. It's fight on sight. Dahua listened and could only sigh with emotion. Little brother, you're really something else. If I were by myself, I probably would have given up and gone back by now. Zhao Cheng sighed inwardly. Zijia can only spook the driver. Who doesn't understand him? You surprised me. A hiss warning sounded something is approaching. Zhao Cheng took a defensive stance. His hand gripped the short blade firmly. Under the astonished gaze of his two teammates, Xiao Man worried over here. Did he discover me? Should I go over there right now? Will they treat me as an enemy? If I go out now, what should I say? The cave suddenly stirred. Continuous warnings rang out, they're here. There are some on the wall and on the ground too. So it's mutated beasts. A level 6 iron claw rat with bronze claws. Next, even more vicious, a level 7 with silver claws. Finally, a level 8 iron claw rat. It looks much more hideous and powerful, with iron chains on its body. Xiao Man sighed in relief. It turns out they were talking about the monsters, not me. Xiao Cheng turned to remind Zijia of the level 6, 7, and 8 rats. Driver CA and you two take on the tall and the fat ones. I'll handle the burly one, just hold them off. Once I'm done with the burly one, I'll immediately come and help you two. They responded in unison, okay. Zijia added Cheng Zi. Our levels are clearly lower. If we follow your plan, if you get pinned down by the level 8 rat, the two of us will definitely die. Dahua wondered, little brother, what do you suggest we do now? Hearing this, he felt smug. That's right. That's the look. It's my turn, Liu Zijia, to shine, Zijia replied. In the ancient texts, there is a story called Tianji's horse racing. We can imitate that person called Tianji. Use our inferior horses to hold off their superior horses. Then use our superior horses to quickly eliminate the enemy's inferior horses. He rubbed his chin and continued. When my superior horses have finished off the enemy's inferior horses, they can immediately provide support for my inferior horses, thus quickly concluding the battle. Dahua was a bit confused by these words, inferior horses, superior horses, so many horses. He turned and asked, little brother, wait, how do we distinguish here? Who is the superior horse, and who is the inferior horse? Zijia answered, of course it's based on level. Higher level means superior horse, and lower level is the inferior horse. Dahua pointed at him and scoffed. So the inferior horse on our side is you, huh? He could only force a laugh and utter a soft, while everyone was still discussing roles. The level 8 Iron Claw rat had already lunged to attack. Zhao Cheng nervously swallowed. His eyes were wide open and unblinking. Zhao Cheng pointed to that side and asked, are you fighting that one? He immediately waved his hand. I can't beat it. Follow Chengzi's method, go. The pack of beasts attacked simultaneously. In his heart, he was somewhat cautious. Right off the bat, they encountered a level 8 monster. This dungeon is indeed much more dangerous. Zhao Cheng raised his short blade to parry its powerful claw strike. In the previous dungeon, even the Wolf King was only level 5. On this side, Zijia raised his crossbow and prepared to shoot. Driver DACA, protect me, I will shoot them in the eyes. He let go, hitting the two lower-level rats, sending them recoiling backward. Dahua exclaimed, hit Xiaoka, great aiming. He turned his head and saw Zijia running desperately toward the back. He called out, follow me quickly. We have to widen the gap with them. Zijia told himself, at least I can't continue to be a liability. I can't drag Zhao Cheng down anymore. I have to utilize my strengths to help him control the situation. The incident last time was a humiliation for me, Liu Zijia. I will definitely remember it. On the other side, the level 8 Iron Claw Rat and Zhao Cheng were locked in fierce combat. The beast's eyes flashed and it squeaked a few times. It had intelligence in its head. It clearly felt that the man in front of it was not easy to deal with at all. Immediately, the Ironclaw rat activated the Bronze Enchantment attribute. Bronze attribute. Damage plus 15%. Speed plus 15%. He was startled realizing it was its attribute. After activation, its claws shone brightly. Both damage and speed were increased. Zhao Cheng also immediately activated the Flame Enchantment attribute. He yelled, "You want to decide the winner? That's exactly what I want." After the beast's cry, its head was severed from its neck. His short blade successfully took it down in just one strike. Zhao Cheng stood there thinking, the two attributes of self-mastery. Research have made my physique far exceed the level my current level should have. These kind of run-of-the-mill monsters are no longer my match. The system frame displayed Ironclaw Rat. Level 8 has been eliminated. Absolute lead attribute activated. Experience gained increased by 75%. Zhao Cheng level 7 current experience 34%. He turned back, worrying about his teammate Zijia. His level is still very low. I need to quickly go and help them. On this side, the two lower-level monsters were continuously attacking. Dahua was grabbing Zijia by the waist and pulling him along. Meanwhile, he kept shooting them, yelling, "Driver Day Ka, keep running, don't stop." He replied, "Little brother, don't worry." Zhao Cheng was slightly annoyed, thinking to himself, Cheng Zi, Driver CA and them are doing better than I thought. Driver CA started driving again. He thought to himself, something's not right. The running speed of those two Ironclaw rats is questionable. Compared to the one I killed, their speed is at least 30% slower. But their level difference isn't that significant. The maximum speed increase per level is only 5%. Zhao Cheng paid attention to their appearance. Why are their noses wrinkled like that? Could someone be secretly using an ability, attribute to interfere with their sense of smell? Zhao Cheng observed the situation and thought to himself, the person in the dark has offered assistance. At least it shows. He currently has no intention of harming us. He clenched his short blade and told himself, in that case I'll wait to kill the remaining two rats, then find him and get a clear explanation. Zijia on this side continuously shot crossbow bolts. They were aiming for weak points. The level 7 Ironclaw rat was hit and cried out in agony, its noise echoing throughout the dungeon cave. The other one was also quickly struck, showing signs of extreme distress. Dehua praised him, little brother. Your aiming ability is seriously good. He was praised and swelled with pride. After all, I am the one who awakened the gold attribute. After all, I am the one who awakened the gold attribute. Those tiny rats are nothing to mention. The two wrinkled rats communicated with each other using squeaks. This won't work. He'll shoot us dead. We can use that move. Zijia was confused when he saw them stop. That's weird. Why aren't they chasing anymore? The two Ironclaw rats suddenly plunged their heads down and began digging right in front of the two people. He was startled and shouted a warning, "This isn't good. They are trying to burrow underground." Dahua wondered what happened. He quickly reminded him, Lauka, run faster. They're planning a sneak attack. Hearing that, he immediately took off running. A sneak attack, huh? I get it, I'm speeding up now. Suddenly, one rat leaped out from the cliff face. Both of them stared up wide-eyed. Damn it, it's too late. While Dahua was still running non-stop, monsters, one from above and one from below, formed a pincer attack. He was pale with worry. I'm finished, my egg. My wife is going to kill me. Xiaoman on this side also widened her eyes. She was panicking, not good. She immediately released a burst of dark aura, thinking I must use all my strength to help them. Block those two rats. She activated the gold attribute of scent manipulation. Special gold attribute. The Ironclaw rat. On this side immediately covered its nose, trembling, and muttered, "This is so foul!" The other one was no exception, trembling and collapsing while continuously retching. Zhao Cheng, who had been observing, seized the opportunity and prepared to charge forward. He quickly flashed past, slicing the upper rat in half. He then quickly dashed past his two teammates and finished off the lower rat in the blink of an eye. Zhao Cheng activated the absolute lead, attribute gaining an additional 75% experience. Boost effect received from the Book of Eternal Evolution. His current experience is 85%. Zhao Cheng stood there thinking to himself, killing 3 monsters and still not leveling up even though I have the absolute lead buff. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to advance. Dahua immediately ran over crying, "Ka, you're here. From now on, I'll call you CA. You saved my happiness." Zijia spoke from afar. "It was only a foot or two away. Look how scared you are. You have no backbone at all." He was surprised to realize that his experience had increased from level 4 to level 5. Zijia was overjoyed, pumping his fist in the air. "Zhao Cheng, I leveled up. I'm level 5 now." Zhao Cheng restrained his aura, turned back and spoke. "Friend who offered assistance, you can show yourself now." Hearing him, Zijia questioned Zhao Cheng, "Is there someone else here?" Ahua had the same question. "Which friend?" Xiao Man nervously stepped out, waved, and replied with a forced smile. "So you discovered me early on?" Zijia blushed with delight. It's a girl indeed. But actually, I also realized it early on. Hearing that, he turned with suspicion. You also figured it out. Dahua was skeptical in his mind. But you were clearly as clueless as me just now. Zhao Cheng smiled friendly. No need to be tense. Since she helped us, she's definitely not an enemy. Xiao Man listened to him talk about the previous incident. We thank you. Consider us owing you one. Zijia continued to ask, puzzled. Did this young lady help us just now? Dahua replied, I don't know either. He explained to the two young men. Just now those two monster rats clearly slowed down. She was secretly helping you guys. Otherwise, you two would have been injured more or less. Zijia's eyes widened. So that's what happened. I knew it. The rat was about to catch us. Why did it suddenly stop? Dahua was deeply moved. So this little sister helped me save my egg. She's clearly a life savior. Zhao Cheng looked at her and added, if we meet again later, and it's within our ability to help, we will definitely give our all to assist you. Yao Man clenched her fist as if restraining something. The three turned their backs and left. He waved goodbye to her. We need to rush now. Goodbye. She thought to herself, Hua Xiao Man, if you miss this chance, it will be hard to get another one. Then Xiao Man nervously spoke up. Can I go with you guys? Zijia chuckled mischievously, thinking, Zhao Cheng truly is a natural chick magnet. That's great. Having a new girl join us might help Zhao Cheng get over his fantasies about that noble young lady. Ahua quickly chimed in, CA. She just helped us, and she's a girl. How about we let her join us? Zhao Cheng didn't rush to answer, instead giving her a warning. We are about to challenge a very dangerous boss. You could die. Xiao Man replied with determination. I know. I also came here to join a company. I'm not afraid of death. My relatives in settlement. 347 are waiting for me to bring food back. She bowed her head to conclude, if I can't do that, then it will be more painful than death. Xiaoman tightly clenched her hands, her voice full of plea. Please let me join you guys, okay? But Zhao Cheng unexpectedly refused. Sorry, no. This shocked the other two greatly. Zijia thought to himself, why is this totally different from what this young master calculated? Xiaoman asked curiously. Then can you tell me why? He replied frankly. Firstly, I cannot guarantee your safety, so I cannot make any promises. Secondly, after you join us, we will become very noticeable. That, in turn, may not be a good thing for you. Thirdly, Zhang Yi, in Settlement 119 is considered a good person. If you guys in the settlement need food, just make a request to him, and he will definitely help out somewhat. She listened eyes wide and asked, is what you said all true? It's not because you think I'm too weak or for some other reason. Zhao Cheng replied, your ability must be very special, so it can't be weaker than that of my two companions. As for whether you believe it or not, that depends on your own judgment. Zijia, hearing himself criticized, was annoyed. He complained, dang it, how dare you look down on this young master? Dahua sighed and accepted it. Compared to you, we are indeed incredibly weak. Xiaoman had no choice but to leave. I understand. Thank you for telling me these things. You are also a good person. I hope we can meet again. Zijia turned to tease. I see you have quite deep, passionate, and loyal feelings for that wealthy young lady. You even refused such a good girl. Zhao Cheng silently continued walking forward, and at the same time complimented Zijia. You are not weak at all. Hearing this, he perked up smugly. I don't need you to tell me. This young master knows it well enough. Dahua saw them and inwardly admitted that the relationship between those two was indeed extraordinary, just like Boss Zhang and Boss Bai, a person who has truly loyal followers. Will it really be like the boss said? He also had a question in his mind. As a sugar baby of a big shot, Zijia stepped forward and whispered, Zhao Cheng, I'm still very curious about this one thing. Zhao Cheng spoke directly. You want to ask why I let the driver join, right? He immediately answered frankly, because he was planted by Zhang Yi. This stunned him and he covered his mouth. Zhao Cheng added, although I don't know Zhang Yi's intention, a driver who can control a vehicle carrying valuable supplies is definitely his trusted subordinate. His action of sending a trusted person here at least shows that he values us. Zijia rubbed his chin deep in thought. But why was he so lost in thought? Suddenly he stumbled over something. Zijia looked down and wondered, what is this? How dare it block this young master's way? In front of him was a corpse. Its whole body was swollen, with bulging blood vessels, its eyes protruding, and a face full of terror. It must have encountered something extremely terrifying before death. Ahua, startled, pointed at the corpse and exclaimed, This is someone from our settlement. Her strength is considerable. I heard she's already reached level 9. Furthermore, she entered here with a group. How could she have died in this place? He was suspicious. Could it be that the monsters inside this place are much stronger than the ones outside? Zhao Cheng sat down, observing and evaluating. There are wounds caused by monsters, but the fatal injury was caused by a sharp human weapon. Zijia's eyes widened, noticing something. Zhao Cheng, look here. In a crevice in the dungeon cave, it was filled with corpses, with similar signs to the one just found. He continued, so many people died. It looks like someone deliberately hid the bodies here. Dahua recognized that it was the squad they had formed, and he couldn't believe they all died here. Their team even had a level 10 awakened person. Zhao Cheng confirmed. It is clear that someone took advantage of their injuries and attacked them, as there are still traces caused by human weapons on their bodies. I had already anticipated something like this, but for it to happen here is too soon. Therefore, there's still another possibility. As he presented his deduction, the ones who killed them were their enemies from Settlement 119. It seems that your Settlement 119 is not as united as it appears on the outside. Dahua's expression was worried, and his voice stammered, this. Suddenly, from the cave ceiling above, a giant drill was heading down. Zijia warned Zhao Cheng there's something above. It was a level 10 drill-headed fierce rat, an elite-level monster. The drill was coming from its forehead. Dahua shouted in terror, it's a level 10 monster! Could this be the one that attacked them earlier? It turned itself into a ball, pointing its drill horn towards him. Zhao Cheng quickly ran over, threw Dahua aside, and shouted, get back! He then raised his broadsword to block it. After the clash, both recoiled in opposite directions. He secretly assessed, the force is too strong. It's no less powerful than the previous red demon ant. And this is just an elite monster in this dungeon. That's all. Nearby, a hand was placed on the rock wall, secretly watching them. The faces of this people watching had tattoos, one with the word Sha kill and one with the word UN fate. The one with the Sha tattoo and a blue shirt was named Chang Shu. He smiled slyly and said, isn't that Zhang Dahua? The trusted subordinate of Manager Zhang. The one with the UN tattoo, named Jiang Kong, frowned and replied, just like before, let both sides fight until they're mutually wounded. Then step in and kill them all. The drill-headed fierce rat monster leapt to attack them. Zijia's voice rang out, what the heck is this? Is this even a rat anymore? He widened his eyes and exclaimed, holy cow! Other than the head, is there anything else related to a rat? Zhao Cheng was deep in thought. If it's truly as I suspect, the killer is waiting for them and the monster to be mutually wounded, then rushing out to finish them off. Then that killer is definitely someone with a malicious personality and skilled in strategy. He stood opposite the elite monster and concluded, perhaps the killer is still hiding in a cave, somewhere secretly observing us. Zhao Cheng frowned, calculating to prevent him from interfering in the battle. The boss behind us. It's best to take him out right here. He rushed forward to attack. First, I'll use this monster to stage a show, to lure him out. Zhao Cheng shouted, Zijia, its weak point. He moved quickly, murmuring to himself, first pretend to be injured, lure him out, then counterattack and kill him. This is the method my sister taught me to lure and kill the mutated vultures in the wilderness. Using it here is also very fitting. Wilderness is also very suitable here. Zijia raised his crossbow and immediately activated the Bao Ding Jianiu attribute to identify the weak point. He replied to him, Zhao Cheng, look at my firing position. When the crossbow bolt was fired, the elite monster's health only dropped by 1%. Zhao Cheng realized the weak point was right in the middle of its chest. He was slightly cautious. I must maintain control of the scale. I can't actually kill it. If I appear too strong, they won't come out. Zhao Cheng slashed across its chest once, causing the elite monster to lose 15% of its health. He thought to himself, while attacking it, I will also deliberately expose my own weakness. The fierce rat roared and flung the horn on its forehead towards Zhao Cheng, causing him to sustain a wound right on his chest, sending him reeling back. Then Zijia worriedly called out, Zhao Cheng. He anxiously fired a bolt and exclaimed, damn it, you dare to injure my brother. You motherfucker die for this young master. Dahua quickly reached out to stop him, little gay. Doing that will attract its attention. But it was too late. The bolt had been fired. The damage was minimal, just scratching the elite monster. It turned and looked at them with its red eyes. The fierce rat spun around and faced the two people directly. Each crossbow bolt only caused it to lose 0.5 to 1% of its health. Dahua shouted anxiously, we're done for, it's looking at us. It roared and rushed towards Zijia with its sharp fangs. He still stood there, attacking ineffectively. Zhao Cheng clutched his chest anxiously, ordering Zijia hurry and run. He thought, it seems Zijia genuinely believes I'm injured and is willing to risk his life against that monster. But if I tell him the truth now, the plan will be ruined. Zhao Cheng looked at the monster, about to attack his dear friend, and secretly complained about Zijia. Why are you so slow on the uptake at a time like this? Zijia was still preparing to shoot too fast. How dare you injure Zhao Cheng? But this young master is not afraid of you. You drill-headed rat. Dahua continued to clutch his side and run away, simultaneously reminding him, little Gi, be careful. Where the fierce rat struck down, a large pit appeared on the ground. The destructive power is too immense. He reminded Zijia, little Gi, are you insane? That's a level 10 monster. He stood up menacingly. It dared to harm my brother. I will not forgive it. Zijia continued to raise his crossbow and cursed. "You hateful rat! Just wait." Dahua was stunned, thinking, "Their bond is stronger than I thought. This is clearly a life-and-death friendship." But Zijia's bolt, aside from just scratching the monster, also attracted its attention. The drill on its head began to activate and spin. The fierce rat immediately changed direction and rushed towards the two of them. Dahua was once again alarmed. "Oh no, it's coming this way again!" He grabbed him and ran for his life, while shouting, "Consider this my debt to you." Zijia was surprised. "Darn it. Driver Gay, why are you so fast? Aren't you only level 5? This speed is even faster than Zhao Cheng." Dahua was candid. "My apologies, little brother, I lied to you. I am actually level 10. He revealed his true level. Moreover, the attribute I awakened is excellent, focusing on agility. But there's no time for explanations now. If we can survive, I will tell you everything clearly." Upon hearing this, he excitedly raised his crossbow and fired. "Got it, got it! Driver Gee, you'll be my chauffeur. I'll wear out that drill-headed rat until it's dead." Dahua smiled coolly and replied enthusiastically, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Zijia continuously fired and spoke non-stop. "Drill-headed rat, let's see if your old man can shoot you dead." The fierce rat's health dropped little by little, but it still continuously lunged towards the two of them. He recalled Zhao Cheng's injury and reassured himself. "Although I currently have the advantage, Zhao Cheng took a direct hit. I can't delay any longer. He needs immediate treatment. Losing too much blood will be fatal. I must quickly shoot this drill-headed rat dead." Zijia fumbled for more bolts in his pouch, but he was startled to realize, "Damn it, I'm out of bolts." Nearby, Changshu smirked maliciously and threw a stone. "You stupid rat. You've been led on for half a day and still haven't finished them off. Let me help you out." He aimed a hand right at Dahua's ankle. He was hit and looked a little confused. Where did that stone come from? The two of them tumbled to the ground, just as the fierce rat leaped towards them. Despite being in danger himself, Zijia still yelled worriedly for his friend. Zhao Cheng run away. As for Dahua, he was utterly stunned and worried. It's over. Just then, powerful strike was aimed at the elite beast. The bursting energy created a blinding flash of light. Zhao Cheng unleashed a powerful slash. Notification immediately appeared. Elite drill-headed rat level 10 has been eliminated. He stood in front of the two people, turned his head and smiled, saying, "You haven't run yet." "How could I possibly run?" Zijia gratefully called out Zhao Cheng twice. Zhao Cheng was now sitting amidst the dust and smoke, his mind full of calculations. "The more pathetic I look now, the happier the killer hiding in the shadows will be." Although Zijia's reaction was a bit over the top earlier, it actually looked incredibly genuine. Because only by showing enough weakness can I truly lure him into making a move? Zijia asked worriedly. "Zhao Cheng, are you okay?" Dahua also looked at him, secretly praising him. To be severely injured and still be able to kill a level 10 monster, this young man has extraordinary combat talent. He will become a great figure in the future. Zhao Cheng pretended to sit there and replied with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet." He thought to himself, leveling up will bring a certain healing effect. I activated it once before when I killed the Scarlet Demon Rat. It was activated once before, killing a level 10 elite monster. Plus the effect of the Superior Leader attribute, I should have reached level 8 now. The Superior Leader attribute is activated. The Leadership attribute has been activated. Received 75% bonus experience. The system announced, received experience from defeating the monster, Elite Drill-Headed Rat. Experience increased by 75%. Zhao Cheng level 7 has leveled up to level 8. This information startled him slightly. His eyes lit up. The Eternal Evolution book appeared. Choose one of the 3 attributes below. Refinement of Fire. Gold attribute. Effect unknown. Valor. Gold attribute effect. Strength plus 30%. Autonomous research gold attribute. He researched the gold attribute on his own. Effect unknown. Special warning. This item is the final link in the autonomous research chain. Upon receiving it, attribute chain fusion can be activated. Zhao Cheng thought to himself and made his choice. This time I can only choose autonomous research. Attribute chain fusion is something I don't know about, but it must be extraordinary. A normal person, after awakening their initial attribute, can only receive a new attribute every 10 levels. Therefore, for a normal awakened to gather all 3 keywords in a chain, they would have to reach at least level 30. But now I have already received the complete autonomous research attribute chain. The system presented the choice. Do you want to activate attribute chain fusion? Without hesitation, Zhao Cheng decided fuse. I'm already considered a freak among freaks. To be able to activate attribute chain fusion at level 8 means I have directly received a powerful attribute that I was supposed to get only at level 30. Streams of light of all colors appeared. Attribute chain fusing. Zhao Cheng shouted, "Come on, let's see what you will fuse into." Zijia looked at his condition and secretly realized Zhao Cheng leveled up again. Leveling up really does restore some of the injuries. Looking at him now, he should be fine. Now there are a few other issues to resolve. He glanced towards Dahua. He is Zhang Yi's person, but aside from hiding his level, he hasn't shown any malice. He even reached out to help us. So, what is his true purpose for following us? Seeing that expression, he quickly took out an item and said, "Little gay. My wife gave this to me before I came in here. Do you want to take this dried meat to Big Brother so he can recover his strength?" Zijia turned back and asked, "Tell me, why did you hide your level and follow us? It definitely can't be some weak excuse, like enthusiasm, or helping out of righteousness, right?" Dahua lowered his face slightly, his tone hesitant. "I actually, just then." Changshu jumped out and launched a vicious attack. "One severely injured person, 2 pieces of trash. This is the perfect time for us brothers to strike." Yankong followed up. "By the order of our boss Hailey, everyone who enters Settlement 119 must be killed." Dahua finally realized the danger. His eyes widened in surprise, blurting out, "Who is that?" Where the brothers struck, a beam of light appeared. He timely activated the gold attribute Extreme Speed. Effect agility plus 30%. He darted backward to dodge. Dahua recognized them. "You are the Lei brothers." Changshu sneered, "Zhang Dahua. You run even faster than those guys just now." "Impressive," Jiang Kong added. "Otherwise, you'd be just like them, dead." Their information appeared on a screen. Lei Changshu awakened Settlement 119. Current level 10. Identity: Hailey's capable subordinate. Deputy Manager of Sector 119. Elder brother of the Lei siblings. Lei Jiankong awakened Settlement 190. Current level 10. Identity: Hailey's capable subordinate. Deputy Manager of Sector 119. Younger brother of the Lei siblings. Dahua frowned and shouted, "So it was you two secretly ambushing and killing people from our settlement, massacring your own compatriots, Manager Jiang. We'll not let you get away with this." Zijia frowned and asked, "What's going on? Are these 2 acquaintances from your settlement?" He replied, "Yes, but not exactly. They are not Manager Jiang's people, but Hailey's." He heard a new name and immediately wondered, who is Hailey? A vicious face appeared. Along with Dahua's explanation, Hailey is actually the deputy manager of our settlement. He and Manager Zhang Yi were once comrades in arms, but now they have practically become enemies. He frowned and continued, "Because he and Manager Zhang Yi have completely different ideals. He craves expansion and fighting. He is an extreme warmonger." Zhao Cheng, on the other hand, thought to himself after listening, "Hailey. It seems he is probably Zhang Yi's biggest opponent in Settlement 119. It's even very likely that he was secretly colluding with Fan Dahu and made promises and deals with him." He secretly concluded, if this speculation is true, then he also contributed to the oppression and exploitation of the people of Settlement 226. Zhao Cheng decided, then this debt must also be settled with him. Changshu rushed forward and yelled, "Where's our boss? It's not for a dying man like you to talk about." Yang Kong added, "Kill them. Our boss's reward will increase by another level." Dahua quickly carried Zijia and rushed towards the passage above. "I'll explain that to you later. Now, we first have to survive and escape these 2 maniacs." A spiderweb net appeared in his hand and was shot towards the mouth of the cave, blocking the passage. Changshu smugly said, "With my attribute ability, you won't be able to escape." He activated the spiderweb attribute. Bronze attribute consumes stamina to shoot out. Spider silk with extreme stickiness. The higher the rank, the greater the durability of the spider silk. This worried Dahua. "Crap! The cave entrance is sealed. Moreover, this spider silk is incredibly sticky and will restrict my speed." He looked behind him. Without the advantage of speed, I absolutely cannot be a match for those 2 brothers. Changshu charged forward and yelled, "Zhang Dahua, in your next life, remember to follow a good boss." Yang Kong added, "Chop off his head, and then go to the boss to claim the reward." Dahua focused his strength into his brawny arms, his veins bulging, and said loudly, "Sorry, little Gi." Then he threw Zijia directly towards Zhao Cheng. The force was so strong that it shattered the rocks. Dahua took out his weapon and said to the 2 of them, "Little Gi, big brother, you 2 are people who will achieve great things. While I risk my life fighting them, you 2 must find a way to escape." He charged towards the Lei brothers and gave his final message. "If you 2 can survive and get out, please tell my wife and daughter that I, Zhang Dahua, am no coward." Changshu sneered. "Don't worry, I'll help you tell them." Yang Kong clenched his fists and asserted, "We will kill you, and then kill them too." Just as Dahua was in danger, 2 stones were thrown at the Lei brothers, making them furiously shout, "How dare you play sneak attack tricks? Who are you? Looking to die?" The 2 of them turned around and deflected the attack, feeling a bit puzzled. The force of the blade is too heavy. This dimensional dungeon, space, is only supposed to allow awakened people below level 10 to enter, but this power clearly exceeds level 10. Changshu looked down and asked, "You brat, you're already severely injured to this extent, and you still want to meddle in the affairs of Settlement 119? Zhao Cheng looked at him and deeply concluded that this person was not lightly injured. He's probably just talking smack. Changshu smiled slyly. I'll stall for a bit. Once his severe injuries are left untreated, it won't be too late to find an opportunity to cut off his head. When Zhao Cheng spoke, the driver is our friend. I don't like seeing my friend die in front of me. So this is not meddling. Hua was deeply moved upon hearing this. Big brother, he actually considers a small person like me his friend. Moreover, despite being severely injured himself, he still chose not to abandon me. Manager Zhang Yi, a person like this, how could he be a kept boy of some big shot? This is clearly a young hero just like you. Changshu sneered, concentrating a bright energy source in his hand. Hey brat, you are already severely injured. This is an internal affair of Settlement 1 Don't butt in. While my brother and I are still in a good mood, we are willing to spare you this one time. I advise you to quickly take your subordinate. And scram. Zhao Cheng ignored those words. He stood up and called out to Zijia. The other immediately understood and replied with a smile. Understood. Zijia pointed forward and continued. Sorry. My brother and I are in a terrible mood right now, and we have no intention of letting you guys survive and scram from here. Changshu seemed calm as he replied, in that case, it seems we must deal with you two first. Meanwhile, Jiankong was extremely agitated, yelling, kill them all! Kill everyone who opposes us, they must die. He appeared extremely confident. Young man, there's a path to heaven, but you choose to ignore it and there's no way out of hell, yet you rush into it. Changshu calculated in his mind, since they want to die, then we'll just deal with them first. It won't be too late to take care of Zhang Dahua later. Although his blade force is strong, his injuries are also severe. If he truly fights to the death, the winners can only be us brothers. Immediately after, glowing energy threads shot out like silk towards the two people. Zhao Cheng said in a deep voice before taking action, I have one more question. Do you know a person named Fan Dahu? Changshu replied on behalf of his brother. Fan Dahu, that dumbass name in settlement? 226 in Shigang. Speaking of which, Lord Hailey sent us brothers to make a deal with him. Zijia looked confused. A deal? What deal? A past image appeared, along with his recounting. Of course, it's the wild vegetables, ferns, and genetically modified yams, produced in Settlement 226. We use extremely cheap item vouchers to acquire these precious foods. We only promised him that he would have the chance to come to our settlement. 19 later. That guy, like an idiot, offered all his food to us. Zijia heard this and angrily questioned. So the ones who oppressed us and drove us to the brink also have a part of your contribution. Changshu chuckled slyly. If you had revealed your identity earlier, we wouldn't have had all this trouble. I know your settlement. 226 is suffering greatly. Then he pointed at Dahua and made a demand. Cut off that guy's head and bring it to me. I will let you join our settlement one night under the supervision of Lord Hailey. As for Fan Dahu, I will personally go talk to him. He will surely release your people. Zijia immediately fired off a stone and yelled, Zhao Cheng! This young master can't take it anymore. Today we must kill these two bastards. So these bastards also had a hand in my grandmother's death. Changshu swung his saber and cut the stone in half. Responding with a rock player again? But this force is even weaker than my younger brother's force. It's just tickling me, he thought to himself. The only threat is that severely injured guy. Let's provoke him to tear his wound open a bit more. After stalling for a bit longer, it won't be too late to cut off his head. Zhao Cheng started moving forward at this time, signaling to his teammate Zijia weakness. Zijia immediately activated the Chef Ding's dissection attribute, Gold attribute. Effect 2. Detects the weak points of targets. Changshu's weak points immediately appeared in his eyes. Then Zijia informed Zhao Cheng, neck, heart, head cut wherever you want to cut. He thought to himself, Zhao Cheng intentionally made me yell out the weak points. His emotions are very repressed. He doesn't like to talk much to others, but that doesn't mean he won't get angry. Zhao Cheng rushed forward and yelled, then just cut all 3 places. Dahua over here offered his suggestion. Big brother, kill the younger brother first. He's weaker, so deal with one person first. Changshu angrily cursed Zhang Dahua. Shut the hell up. Yankong turned around and shouted, I'll chop you up. First, he rushed towards and attacked Zhang Dahua. Go die! Dahua was stunned and couldn't react in time. Before he could touch Dahua, Yankong's head was already severed from his neck. Zhao Cheng acted quickly, taking out one person. Witnessing this scene, Changshu's eyes widened in horror. Brother! Zhao Cheng looked at him with sharp eyes. You're next. Changshu swung his arm, releasing the spider silk attribute to entangle him. The spiritual threads quickly wrapped tightly around Zhao Cheng's legs and then continued to wrap around his arms. Now that his limbs were restrained, Zhao Cheng immediately activated the Blazing Flame enchantment. Attribute. Bronze attribute. The blazing flame quickly burned away the spiritual threads. His punch was unleashed towards Changshu. At this moment, only his echoing screams could be heard. watching him burn to death in the dungeon. Zhao Cheng stood there and spoke mockingly. You guys are weaker than I thought. Zhao Cheng thought to himself. 1, they saw that I was severely injured, so they somewhat underestimated me. 2, I activated the combined attribute. The attribute surge. Attribute originally 3 attributes, all self-researched. Gold attributes. After being merged, it upgraded into the ultra-limit propulsion attribute. Ultra-limit technology. This is the terrifying power of the attribute chain. The ultra-limit technology merged attribute and the ultra-limit propulsion merged attribute have been successfully activated. This attribute was self-researched. 1, 2, 3 merged into Effect 1. Ultra-limit enhancement. Self-attribute increased by 150%. The effect has been adjusted by the Eternal Evolution book. Effect 2, Break the Limit. Can simultaneously enhance 3 different attributes. Increases by 600%. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. The effect has been adjusted by the Eternal Evolution book. Seeing Zhao Cheng taking gear from the corpses of the 2 brothers, Dahua wondered. Is Big Brother who is so powerful always this thrifty? Zijia answered for him. That's his habit. Anyway, it would be an idiot who doesn't pick up free stuff. He turned back and said to them, there's a little dried meat and 200 to 300 item vouchers. Zijia's share is placed with mine. As for yours, I'll find a few clothes to wrap it up for you. Dahua gave a wry smile and waved his hand. No need. Big Brother, you deserve all of this. Besides, if I bring the Lay Brothers' clothes outside, Eileen's people will absolutely not let me off. Big Brother and Little Brother can leave, but my wife and children are all here. It's better to be a bit cautious. Zhao Cheng reached out and took the horn of the elite monster and agreed. Fine, then we won't split the supplies. He looked at it in his hand and continued. But right now, as I was rummaging through this monster, it seems like its drill nose contains some information. The 2 of you should also try touching it and see if any hints appear. Young Master Zijia stroked his chin speculating. Could this be a treasure? Or a lucky chance that this drill monster accumulated? This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I've never heard of it before. Dahua asked, containing information. Item information appeared. Received special item drill of the mighty rat. Item description. This item is the key to the cave rat tribe's treasure vault. If the treasure is found, it may be useful. Zijia's eyes sparkled. He looked pleased. Sure enough, this young master was right. This thing really is a rare treasure opportunity. Dahua was also extremely excited. The cave rat tribe is the general name for the monsters in this dungeon. Normally, the treasure vault is at the final boss, but this time, we got the key first. Zhao Cheng calmly replied. I hope this treasure vault has a weapon that Zijia can use. The monsters further back will only get stronger and stronger. We need to plan ahead for you. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction, thinking, this kid isn't just focused on getting strong himself and abandoning me. I really do need a suitable weapon now. Using this slingshot all the time doesn't suit this young master's style at all. He also looked towards Dahua and said, in addition, that guy highly at your settlement probably didn't just plant those 2 fat guys. I bet there are others. Do you want to leave first? To report the news to your manager Jiang. This greatly touched Dahua. Dahua seriously replied, that's exactly why I can't leave. Big Brother has extraordinary skills, but Little Brother is still too weak. If I retreat, Little Brother will definitely become a burden to Big Brother. Zijia heard this and looked over questioning. Are you roasting me to my face? He flinched and gasped. Little Brother, I didn't mean that. But Zhao Cheng agreed with this, saying, that's right, let's keep moving forward. Zijia reacted violently. Right about what? Don't push this young master. If this young master gets serious, sooner or later I'll blind your dog eyes. An ancient book says, a scholar who has been away for 3 days. When he returns, his aura will be like a king's return. Do you understand, Dahua? Dahua placated him. Right. Little Brother is definitely a king returning. Of course! He angrily pointed to the sky, declaring, just you wait. The humiliation this young master faced today. This young master will definitely repay 100-fold later. It's 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi. Don't look down on a young man who is poor. Zhao Cheng sounded a little puzzled. Why are your sentences so smooth and eloquent? Are you quoting from ancient texts? Zijia walked past and replied, jealous because this young master is cultured, huh? Dahua, following behind, secretly thought. It seems Little Brother has indeed read quite a few books. Suddenly, he stopped looking ahead. He exclaimed in surprise, huh? That is... Zijia looked at the scene in front of him and cried out in shock. So many people dead again. And this kind of unrestrained way of killing. Has the massacre already begun inside? Dahua stepped forward and said worriedly, these aren't people from our settlement. They're people who came from outside to participate. Zhao Cheng sat down and analyzed their supplies. Have been completely looted. This proves that it was purely a killing and struggle. The murderer, after snatching all the items, also reduced the number of people competing for the final boss. It seems the Lay brothers were just an appetizer. The real mutual slaughter has already begun. He secretly noticed the sound of fighting. After obtaining the super tech, his attributes had surged, and even his hearing had become sharper. The group hid behind the edge of a cliff. Zhao Cheng signaled to the two people behind him and whispered a reminder there are people fighting. Let's see if we can be the fishermen who benefit. On that side, a girl was being surrounded by a group of people. She kept shouting, "Don't come over!" The person forced into a corner was Xiaoman. He recognized her. It's her. Another girl in leopard print clothes stepped forward and sneered. Ugly piece of work. Stop struggling, it's useless, just die already. We still need to go inside to fight for the boss. Zijia also recognized Xiaoman. It's her. Well, it seems fate hasn't let us go yet, Dahua added. I didn't expect that girl to make it this deep alone. I thought she had retreated. Two subordinates rushed forward to attack, yelling simultaneously. "Die, you poison-releasing woman! You can't escape, you filthy wench!" Xiaoman grimaced, murmuring to herself. My stamina is completely exhausted. Even the abilities from my attributes can't be used, normally anymore. Everyone, I can't bring the food back. She recalled Zhao Cheng's image. Maybe I should have listened to his advice. Retreat first and find Manager Zhang for help, instead of recklessly taking a risk here. If only I had one more chance. The two black-faced men laughed cruelly, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Die. Just then, a flash of golden sword energy sliced across, accompanied by Zhao Cheng's figure. He turned back and reminded Xiaoman, "Open your eyes. You're not dead yet." She opened her eyes wide, shocked to see him. "You guys made it here too," Zhao Cheng said in a deep voice. "First, step aside. This time I'm helping you." Xiaoman quickly obeyed. "Okay." Opposite him, Hua Bao seemed unperturbed. Frowning slightly and looking at him with sharp eyes, Zhao Cheng secretly assessed, I killed two subordinates, in the blink of an eye, yet this woman isn't flustered at all. She's even striking this pose. Does she want to fight me? She stepped forward and asked, "Little brother, your skill isn't bad." Hua Bao stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, her voice seductive. She arched her back, striking a provocative pose, activating her attribute. At the same time, she said, "Want to have some fun with me?" Seeing her seductive heart fly towards him, the other two young men quickly jumped out to block it, reminding Zhao Cheng, "Be careful, big brother." Her attribute ability, this woman can control minds. The two of them immediately became dazed. They had been hit by the attribute ability. Mind control successful. Hua Bao clicked her tongue in annoyance. Why did those two idiots rush out? My attribute ability is only effective when others can't guess my intentions. These two scumbags ruined my plan again. Chapter 29. Xiaoman observed worriedly, thinking, oh no, those two guys have been hit by her move. So that woman has a mind control ability. No wonder she didn't seem sad at all when her teammates were killed. Thinking about it, those two men were just puppets, controlled by her. Zhao Cheng frowned and said, "Killing you will surely break your attribute's ability, right?" She replied softly, "If you want to kill me first. Not to mention, those two guys are already under my control. Don't you want to know my identity?" He charged straight toward Hua Bao without hesitation, his voice firm. "No, you didn't deny it. It seems my guess was correct." She immediately yelled a command, "Wake up now!" Stop him, Hua Bao thought. He's a madman. He doesn't care about anything. All he thinks about is killing. It's obvious his friends are still in my hands. Zijia and Dahua, with dazed expressions from the mind control, rushed forward attempting to stop Zhao Cheng. But he quickly darted past the two of them. The burning machete approached her neck, along with Zhao Cheng's cold voice. "Their speed can't stop me." Just then Hua Bao screamed, "Wait! Please hear me out. It will definitely be beneficial, not harmful. If you kill me now, you will definitely regret it." He immediately stopped and demanded loudly, "Speak!" She pressed the machete down and replied, "My attribute ability is very special. Plus I'm from Settlement 119. My body is scorching hot. Surely a powerful man like you will like it too." Hua Bao pulled her dress down, revealing her full round chest. She continued, "If you kill me, my big brother won't spare you. Why don't you let me follow you?" She thought this guy is cold and heartless. I can only use my looks to lure him first. Once we get inside, Jungei's people will deal with him themselves. Zhao Cheng looked at her and asked coldly, "Is that all?" Hua Bao pulled up her dress and replied, "Go deeper inside. They are all my big brother's men. Taking me with you can only be beneficial, not harmful. Single awakeners like you, entering will only lead to death. My big brother has ordered that the entry slots to the company must remain in the hands of us, the people of Settlement 119. She continued to present convincing arguments. "As long as you become husband and wife with me, you will also be a person of Settlement 119. Xiaoman heard this and thought, in this era to survive, many women will do things like this. But women like that are usually gold diggers. Once they see someone stronger, they will immediately dump him. I hope he won't be seduced by her." Zhao Cheng frowned and asked further, "Is your boss also He Li?" An image of a man wearing glasses appeared, along with Hua Bao's answer. "My boss is more experienced than trash, like He Li." She looked extremely confident, recounting, "Even Manager Jiang has to call my boss, Junge." Zhao Cheng's expression remained unchanged, only replying briefly, "Understood. I know." She acted seductively, praising him. "It seems you really are smart. I didn't misjudge you. With the two of us as husband and wife working together, how could the company slot not fall into our hands?" But as soon as her words finished, her head was already severed from her neck and floating in the air. Before her eyes could even close, Zhao Cheng delivered a decisive slash, sending her head flying. Blood spurted out grotesquely. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoman was also terrified, eyes wide and speechless. She looked at the head rolling on the ground and wondered, weren't the conditions she offered quite good? Why did you still kill her? He turned back and replied, "Firstly, she wanted to kill you, and I said I would help you to the best of my ability this one time. Secondly, she wanted to kill me and even controlled my friends. So there's absolutely no way we could have a genuine relationship. Thirdly, for me, I have absolutely no intention of working under that Jungi, and will not become a person of Settlement 119. At this point, Xiaoman understood. She said in a low voice, "So that's how it is." She thought his way of thinking is truly rational. While trustworthy, it makes people feel a little scared. At this moment, the system displayed a notification, attributability dispelled. Dahua grimaced. "My head is spinning. What did I just do?" Zijia rubbed his forehead full of confusion. "What happened just now? My head is spinning. I think I was about to attack Zhao Cheng." Zhao Cheng replied to them, "That woman's attribute ability had controlled you. If she could control you once, she could control you a second time. To prevent the worst-case scenario, I killed her." Dahua looked down at the corpse in front of him and said, "She was the woman of Deputy Manager Huang Jun, but he brought her in here. You killed her. So, you've offended 2 out of the 3 leaders of the settlement." Zhao Cheng turned around and replied coldly, "It doesn't matter. Once I get the entry slot to the company, I will leave here." Zijia turned to ask the 3 leaders of the settlement, "You mean Manager Zhang Heili and that person named Huang Jun?" He rubbed his head and replied, "That's right. They are the 3 de facto controllers of the settlement. But due to differing views, they are always at odds and dislike each other." He rubbed his chin and said, "So, the ones setting up secret traps to seek benefits for themselves are Huang Jun and Heili. That makes sense." Manager Jiang knew Zhao Cheng's identity was not simple, so she didn't dare to interfere. But the others didn't know. Zijia looked at his brother with admiration. "Zhao Cheng." Zijia looked at his brother with an admiring expression. "Chengzi, you can keep pretending you have an extraordinary identity. Out in the world, identity is something you create for yourself." Dahua exclaimed, "Big bro, little bro. If we go any further, we'll be surrounded by a bunch of awakeners. Should we still push further inside?" Zhao Cheng recalled the image of his older sister, his heart full of determination. "I must enter the company. My older sister is still waiting for me there." Zijia clenched his fist, determined. "Zhao Cheng, I'm coming with you." Dahua, standing next to him, also wanted to follow. "I'm coming too." Xiaoman looked at him and asked, "Senior, can you really not take me along?" Zhao Cheng glanced at her and replied, "Don't get too close. Stay a bit further back. Use your ability to provide support for us." Xiaoman was delighted and quickly agreed, "Yes, I will do my best not to be a burden to Senior." Zijia looked at him lewdly and asked, "What's up, got a soft spot? I thought this kid of yours only cared about that sugar mommy." Zhao Cheng paid him little attention, giving a warning, "The road ahead will be even more dangerous. But with her here, you can be 1 or 2 degrees safer." Zijia was furious to hear that. "You little brat, why would this young master need a woman to protect him?" Xiaoman spoke frankly, "Senior, since you've agreed to let me join, I don't need to keep it a secret from you anymore. Actually, there are still a few people here." She immediately activated her scent manipulation attribute, a golden attribute. The scent was released. In front of them now was a large group of people. Zijia exclaimed, "I can't believe so many people were hiding here." Dahua was puzzled, plus they're all injured. Did they all get pushed back from the front? An injured man sitting there, who was Suo Feng, spoke up and answered, Yes, that's right. We were all beaten back. It truly is a life and death struggle for the company's valuable entry slot. Life and death struggle is truly no mistake. It's just that those jerks are so despicable. They didn't just set traps, but many people even joined forces to surround us using any means necessary," Zhao Cheng said coldly. "In a life and death struggle, using any means necessary is the normal thing to do." This made Suo Feng slightly startled, but he also smiled in agreement. "You're right, but their methods were even more vicious. To make us drop our guard, they even pretended to be support personnel sent by Settlement 119. As a result, they took advantage of my moment of carelessness and cut off one of my arms. If it weren't for that, I absolutely would not have lost to those cowards." After speaking, Suo Feng coughed continuously until he spat out blood. Dahua saw this, and quickly warned, "Senior brother, don't get worked up." Xiaoman followed up. That woman had led her henchmen to find their hiding place, with the intention of killing every last one of them. I couldn't stand by, so I stepped in to help them. They are no longer capable of competing for the company entry slot, but they still didn't intend to let them go. Dahua was astonished. If our settlement 119 didn't have Manager Zhang, I don't know how chaotic they would make things. Zijia asked quietly, so what should we do now? If we leave them, they will die. But if we want to help, we can only take them out. Only then will they have a chance to live. We still have to go snatch the boss. We don't have much time to waste. Xiaoman also looked at Zhao Cheng thinking, he is frighteningly rational. Will he make such a cruel choice? Suofeng looked at the young man thinking to himself, he is the leader of this group. If he abandons us, we will surely die. But clearly, abandoning us here is the best choice. It's a shame. If I hadn't gotten involved in this trouble, entering the company would have just been a word from that old man. Then joining the company is just a matter of that old man's one word. Just then Zhao Cheng spoke up, Brother Zijia, and that girl. The two of them answered in unison. Yes, big bro, I'm here. Go back and tell them it will be very dangerous to go any deeper. You people have no reason to go. Please help escort them out and treat their wounds. Xiaoman smiled and agreed. She secretly sighed in her heart. He chose to save them. Fortunately, he's not that kind of person. Dahua was also cheerfully agreed. The injured people were startled and surprised. Zhao Cheng's action made Dahua think to himself, Manager Zhang, this young man is clearly so much like you. Images of the two of them appeared in his mind. If a few years later, he also becomes the manager of a settlement area, he will surely be like you, treating ordinary people as human beings. Suofeng said to Zhao Cheng, hey, I have something for you. It's in my bag, take it yourself. He reached out and took out something. Along with his voice, I got this when I killed a steel claw rat. It's no longer useful to me now. This favor of saving my life, Suofeng will always remember. The content inside that piece of paper made Zhao Cheng pause, speechless. But that expression was because he couldn't read. So he turned to Zijia and asked, what is this drawing I can't read? The excited man took the paper and replied, this is the hidden location of the instance's treasure. So the treasure here is separate from the boss. Even if you defeat the boss, you won't be able to get the treasure in this instance. We just got the drill key, and now we have the treasure location address. This is truly too lucky, Zhao Cheng. You assign the tasks, next you go find the treasure. I will go in and fight the boss. Zijia felt a little worried hearing this. Zhao Cheng, are you crazy? We don't know how dangerous the boss area is right now. There are monsters and fierce awakeners. You're going alone. Wouldn't that be sending yourself to your death? Zhao Cheng turned around and said, if you get the treasure, you might be able to boost your strength. That will increase our chances of winning. I will play it by ear. I won't recklessly put myself in harm's way. Be careful not to be attacked by monsters along the way. Zijia watched his friend's retreating figure, thinking to himself, Zhao Cheng is right. Without Brother Zijia's help, with my current level and strength, I still can't confront awakeners. Of level 10 or higher, taking a risk to retrieve the treasure is a chance for me to help Zhao Cheng. Zijia's eyes were filled with determination as he told himself, the treasure's location is this way. Zhao Cheng, wait for this, young master. The scene changed. A moment later, Zhao Cheng had ventured deep inside. He continuously walked past dead bodies, realizing to himself that there were no more sounds around. It seemed that the other group had cleared out the monsters and the living people here before entering the boss's lair. His eyes narrowed in concentration. In that case, Zijia's side should also be relatively safe. Just then, a monster's roar echoed. Zhao Cheng flattened himself against the side. Sound. It looks like I've reached the boss area. Monster information, mountain rat maze boss area. Double-bladed mad rat, level 12. Health remaining 15%. It roared fiercely. A group of people was fighting the monster. He confirmed to himself, it looks like that is the boss of this instance. The people in the group seemed excited. It's almost out of health. Everyone, let's work together and finish it off. Zhao Cheng made a calculation. That boss is about to die. I can't let it fall just yet, otherwise I'll have to face all of them alone. Let the boss keep a few of them busy first. Take down a few first, then we'll see. He gripped the saber tightly in his hand, telling himself, since they can kill people for profit, then at most I will also I'm merely enacting justice on behalf of heaven. Start with the weakest. Finishing his thought, Zhao Cheng lunged forward. The bald man nearby was muttering, once this guy is killed, we'll get the company status too. Killing so many people outside, it's finally paying off. The man standing behind clenched his fist and asserted, with the company status, my standing in the settlement will be elevated another notch. The leader sneered, once we get out, I'll grab a dozen girls to have fun with. The moment they finished speaking, 3 heads were floating in the air. The attack was so fast that their bodies didn't even have time to react, and continuously swayed. Zhao Cheng appeared with sharp eyes, muttering, it's a pity you guys can't get out anymore. One man in the group noticed this and loudly warned his teammates. Unexpectedly, another awakener slipped in. Lao Liu Ma family brothers, you handle that brat. The boss's remaining health will be dealt with by me and Lao Zhang. This was Liu Baiwu level 11. He charged forward, cursing, "Where did this stray dog come from?" daring to ruin our business. He activated the Brave Warrior attribute. Golden attribute. Active effect. Strength plus 30%, duration 15 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. Beside him were two assistants, Ma Fei and Ma Zhuang. They smugly drew their bows. "Let's see if you can withstand our arrows, brother." Fierce shot. Bronze attribute. Passive effect. Increases damage for ranged attacks by 30%. Rapid shot. Bronze attribute. Passive effect. Ranged attack speed plus 50%. Zhao Cheng darted past Liu Baiwu, splitting his body into two pieces, while also commenting, "Too weak." The arrows were also easily sliced away by him. After taking down the first one, Zhao Cheng glanced coldly at them. Sharp as a blade toward the two brothers, a cold, emotionless voice rang out. "Next up, it's your turn." Ma Fei's face twisted in fury, yelling loudly, "Don't hold back!" This brat is different from the other lone players. Ma Zhuang merely grunted, cold as ice. Their bows were drawn, the arrows trembling under the taut string. Just a second later, Ma Fei screamed, "Fire, take this!" A brilliant yellow arrow pierced through the air, its light ripping through the dusty haze. Simultaneously, he activated the explosive shot attribute. Golden attribute. Active effect increases damage for ranged attacks by 50% and includes an explosive damage effect. Immediately after, Ma Zhuang also released his bowstring. A cold, icy blue light flooded out, activating the ice shot attribute. Golden attribute. Active effect increases damage for ranged attacks by 55% and includes a slowing and freezing effect. Two streams of attack, one hot and one cold, interwove in the air, forming a brilliant path like the shears of life and death. But Zhao Cheng did not retreat. Instead, he dashed toward the arrows. A thought flashed through his mind. Awakeners with ranged combat attributes are very weak in close combat. Just drawing them in close means certain death. Arrows rained down like a shower. Each time an arrow hit the ground, the stone exploded, and smoke and dust billowed up, obscuring vision. However, amidst that deadly rain, Zhao Cheng continued to advance. His body twisted and turned, each step light as the wind, like a phantom, passing through hundreds of deadly beams of light, without a single scratch. Further away, the two who were fighting, the boss stared in stunned silence at the sight. Shuka gasped, "Lao Zhang, that kid doesn't seem like the other lone wolves." However, Zhang only glanced over and replied indifferently, "Killing the boss is more important. Even if all of them die, we can still join the company." The other man's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He chimed in, "That's right." It was clearly Lao Zhang who saw the big picture. Zhang clenched his weapon and charged straight at the giant rat that was roaring madly in the cave. He growled, "Kill the boss first, then kill the person. It's not too late." On the other side, the two Ma brothers were petrified. Zhao Cheng was charging towards them, so fast that only a faint shadow could be seen. Behind them was a dead end. One of them screamed, "We're screwed. There's no way out." Ma Fei gritted his teeth and pulled his bowstring taut. A golden light flashed in his eyes. "Let him taste the rarest arrow of us brothers." Ma Zhuang didn't speak, only knotted veins bulging on his bow arm. Two arrows left the string simultaneously, one cold ice, one fierce fire, and shot out with full power. However, Zhao Cheng did not dodge. His gaze flared up like a falling star in the apocalyptic night. A clear thought echoed in his mind. The most dangerous arrow is perfect for testing the limits of my body now. In the next instant, the man and the arrows collided. The explosion was so violent that the entire cave trembled. Heat and shockwaves rolled up, swallowing everything within a radius of tens of meters. Fire and smoke intermingled, the light so blinding no one dared to look directly. The two Ma brothers stared, unable to believe their eyes. Ma Fei cried out in horror, "That brat actually didn't dodge. What a madman." Ma Zhuang also nodded and echoed, "Good thing he's a madman." Ma Fei gasped, sweat beading on his forehead, forcing a wry smile. "Seriously? If he had dodged, the ones who died would have been us." Before the words even left his mouth, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Ma Zhuang's head was severed before his horrified eyes. Ma Fei screamed until his voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. But the only reply he got was the cold, whistling wind. Approaching, Zhao Cheng emerged from the smoke and dust, his gaze as cold as ice. He muttered, marveling, "So smooth." The power boost from the super limit technology far exceeded my imagination. Ma Fei screamed wildly, drawing his bow one last time. "You bastard, you'll pay for my brother's life." But before he could release the string, a blade of cold light sliced through the air, and his head was already floating in the air. Zhao Cheng stood between the two corpses, his eyes indifferent. "When you slaughter others, you should know that this day would come." The noise on this side had ceased. Only heat and the smell of blood lingered in the air. He lowered his head in contemplation. The super limit technology. The enhancement to pure physical attribute access is enough for me to withstand many attacks. And this is only in the normal state. without activating the active skill. Another thought arose in Zhao Cheng's mind. If I were to activate Limit Break, what level could I reach now? The Eternal Evolution Book and Super Limit Technology are both powerful enhancement attributes. Their effects far surpass ordinary attributes, but this also means that other enhancement attributes might possess even greater power. He clenched his fist, his eyes distant as if recalling something that had happened. Even now, I am no match for that person from before. The truly strong individuals of this world have yet to appear. In front of me, I can't slack off. To find my sister is still a long way off. Thinking of that, Zhao Cheng's gaze sharpened and focused back on the maniacally roaring monster. In his heart, there was now only one goal. First, kill the boss to secure a spot in the company. The roar echoed throughout the stone cave. The two men were still focused, frantically attacking the boss. Let's take its life, this is the final blow. But just before they could land the finishing move, the monster in front of them suddenly dropped to its knees. Its two large hands clutched its head, its whole body trembling. A bizarre sound rang out, exactly like the sound of muffled sobbing. This scene made the two men stare at each other in confusion, then looked at the boss, wondering, what's going on? Is it begging for mercy? Before they could understand what was happening, from the ceiling of the cave, a beam of crimson light suddenly shone down, tearing through the darkness. In that light, a colossal axe plummeted to the ground, burying deep into the rock floor and shaking the entire space. Following that, a deep rumbling roar echoed, carrying a heavy thundering breath. A gigantic creature stepped out of the red light. Its pointed horns reached high. Its eyes were blood red. It was the Great Axe Rat King level 13 boss. The two men froze. Jugei's voice trembled. In one dungeon, there are actually two boss-level monsters. The second one is even level 13. Before they could plan, the Great Axe King swung its axe. A red light slashed across the space, like a cleave tearing through the entire cave. They both screamed and scrambled backward in panic. Dodge quickly! The axe slammed onto the ground. Cracked rock and debris scattered toward the two men. Just as they were about to catch their breath, something unbelievable happened, freezing them both. From the monster's throat, a hoarse voice rang out, raising their hackles. You actually ran away. From afar, Zhao Cheng had seen everything. He rushed forward like a gust of wind, his eyes narrowed, calculating every beat. It seems there's a second boss. Even if I don't step in, it can probably kill quite a few of their people. But so in the dimensional dungeon, there are monsters that can speak human language. Zhao Cheng smiled faintly, his voice low and calm as if watching a game of chess. The light in his eyes flashed like lightning, aiming straight at the trembling monster behind. To prevent the worst case, I must take down one boss first. As for the other two men, they were still utterly shocked. Zhuge gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I can't believe that thing can speak human language, Zhang. Zhang frowned, his voice hoarse but resolute. We must kill one first. Hearing this, the other man's eyes lit up and he cheered. Lao Zhang, your brain is still the sharpest. The two immediately exchanged glances, and quickly devised a strategy to trick the large boss, and then sneak behind to assassinate the small boss. However, their plan was exposed by the large boss. It roared, swinging its axe in a crimson slash. The gust of killing intent blew shattered rock, sending both men flying backward, blocking their path. The deep, thundering voice echoed throughout the cave. If you want to kill her, you must kill this king first. The two men frantically scrambled up, their faces pale with anger and fear. We have to fight this guy again. It took us half a day to finish the other one. Now we have this one too. While the large boss's attention was occupied, Zhao Cheng had silently moved along the rock wall, hiding in the shadows. Under the flickering light, his figure was fleeting, like a shadow gliding through the smoke and dust. Step by step, he approached the back of the two bosses. And then a flash of light appeared. The blade swung horizontally in an instant. The small boss's head flew up, black blood spraying in a grotesque arc. In midair, Zhao Cheng's voice was low and cold, saying, The head of this boss is mine. Zhuge, seeing the scene, angrily yelled, That bastard stole our hard-earned prize again. However, Zhang maintained his composure, cold calculation flashing in his eyes. Don't rush, that boss is currently the incarnation of the Rat King. His action only makes him the priority target for the Rat King to kill. Just as he finished, a cave-shaking roar from the Great Axe King echoed. It furiously lifted its head, its eyes red as burning coals. Witnessing its beloved being killed, it roared in a hoarse voice full of hatred. Human go die now? Before the scream ended, the giant axe slammed down on the spot where Zhao Cheng was standing. He didn't dodge. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled into a stimulated smile. Just how strong are the attributes of a level 13 boss? I have to see if I can block it. The sound of impact was like a clap of thunder. The large axe struck down with tremendous power, cracking the stone floor. The entire cave shook violently. Zhao Cheng was flung back, his body slamming hard against the rock behind him. He let out a small groan, then burst into a dry laugh. Very strong. As expected of a high-level boss, he quickly analyzed in his mind. The fundamental attributes of each individual are different, and the disparity only grows greater after leveling up. Relying solely on attributes to fight it head-on is nearly impossible. The two men watched from afar, cold sweat pouring out. The man named Zhang sighed, grimacing, and said, "Just looking at its aura, the power of that Rat King is at least double that of the two-bladed rat just now." Zhuge's voice trembled as he replied, "Now that we don't have the Ma brothers helping, relying only on the two of us to kill this Rat King will be extremely difficult." The Great Axe King looked toward Zhao Cheng, and seeing that the opponent could still stand up, it was furious. It roared, "I want your head." The roar reverberated as the monster charged. The giant axe spun wildly, each strike tearing up the narrow space. Rock and dirt flew everywhere, dust obscured the air. Zhao Cheng retreated quickly, his body gliding like a wisp of smoke, dodging each axe swing that grazed him. He began to calculate in his head. The Rat King's strength is great, but its speed is ordinary. So as long as I focus on dodging the attacks, it won't be difficult. He glanced toward the two men, frowning slightly. Those two must have realized by now that, relying only on them, they won't be able to kill this Rat King. A premonition flashed through his mind. They have to cooperate with me to have any hope. But if they plan to join forces with me against this boss, they will immediately betray and kill me. Before Zhao Cheng could speak, the two men put forward their proposal, a hint of dark ambition in their eyes. "Look, brother, everyone here is after the company's output. This boss is too strong. Why don't we join forces?" The man next to him continued, his voice soft but full of calculation. "What you did killing our brothers, we can overlook it. Let's kill the boss first." Zhao Cheng quickly turned around, a cold, icy "huh" passing his lips. His gaze was like a dagger filled with contempt. A thought formed silently in his mind. Everything is indeed going according to plan. In the apocalypse, everything can be negotiated, even after I've killed so many of their people. Before he could say more, the large axe swooped down near his feet. Zhao Cheng quickly retreated, his expression unchanged, then let out a terse reply, "Fine. Let's just join forces to kill this boss first, then we'll settle the rest." A flicker of triumph shone in the eyes of the two men, like a spark igniting a flame. Zhang leaned in and whispered, "Zhuge, that kid agreed. Then let's stick to the plan." Zhuge nodded. "Got it. When the boss's HP drops to 10%, we'll make our move and decapitate that kid." With that, both men tightened their grip on their weapons. Their eyes couldn't hide the ambition and excitement, as they anticipated the outcome. They had already planned. "Brother, we're here to help you kill it." The three men charged almost simultaneously, from three different directions. Flashes of fire continuously lit up the swirling dust. Slashes and stabs followed one after another, causing the Great Axe King's HP bar to drop in segments, glowing red like a bloodstain on the system interface. However, this boss was truly terrifyingly tanky. Despite being hit repeatedly, its health remained very high. The continuous pain made its demonic eyes glow redder than ever. Its breath exhaled black smoke and its roar echoed, shaking the entire cave. Its massive body suddenly glowed bright red, activating the bronze attribute skill Demon Smash. Total power increased by 15%, duration of up to 15 minutes, and a cooldown of 60 minutes. The ground cracked and the entire cave was churned up. The immense power spread like a tsunami, rolling forward and throwing fragmented rock. The extreme shockwave compressed the chests of the three people, stifling their breath. Blood flowed out of their mouths like a red stream, yet none of the three chose to retreat. Under the flickering light of the lava and energy, they charged forward together, yelling amidst the chaos. The Great Axe King's health finally dropped below half, and this was the moment of truth. Zhao Cheng gripped his knife tightly, fire blazing from his palm. The true flame covered the steel blade, burning so intensely that it distorted the space around it. Zhang swung his arm, his muscles bulging like red-hot steel, activating the Valor Martial skill, a gold attribute skill, increasing total strength by 30%. As for Zhuge, a faint blue light emanated from his entire body. Ripples surrounded him like surging water, activating extreme strength, a bronze attribute skill, increasing attack by 40% and reducing speed by 20% in exchange for terrifying damage output. Three sources of power simultaneously slammed into the Great Axe King, which roared hysterically. Its massive body trembled repeatedly, black blood spurting from the deep cuts. But instead of weakening, the rage within it surged violently. The anger had surpassed the limits of an ordinary creature. Its body began to transform. The red light gradually spread throughout every muscle fiber. Its body swelled far beyond its original shape. In just a moment, the terrifying creature before their eyes had become a completely different entity. Rat King transformation from special dangerous boss, gold attribute. Effect increased by 50%. Total power increased by 30%. size swelled by 40%. The flame in its eyes burned fiercely, reflecting deadly halos on the cave walls. Its terrifying shriek echoed, every syllable trembling like a blade scraping their minds. Mankind, open your eyes and look closely. At this king's true form, the monster's new form, stunned the two men standing beside him. This guy's second attribute is actually that terrifying. It's a special type of boss. This is an attribute reserved for bosses. In contrast, Zhao Cheng let out a chilling sentence, his voice like ice. It's just an attribute boost in health recovery. Don't hold back, go all out. His words were like adding fuel to the fire. Confidence immediately surged in the eyes of the other two. Lao Ju snarled, right, no more holding back. We could lose our lives. Immediately his entire body burst into light, as the gold attribute skill Shadow Clone Vanguard erupted. The effect summons 10 shadow clones, each possessing 30% of the user's power. Duration 15 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Lao Zhang was equally fierce, quickly spinning around. Blade energy flared. As the bronze attribute skill blade whirlwind surged, the effect allows blade-type weapons to slash out a hot wind of fire, causing burns to the opponent. Duration 15 minutes, cooldown 60 minutes. The blue light, the darkness, and the hot fire intertwined. The entire cave seemed to be divided into 3 elemental zones. They charged forward with furious momentum, a battle cry, mixing with the clang of metal. A block of vitality was focused with all its might on a single target, attempting to tear the Great Axe King's body apart. However, as everything danced in chaos, a sharp glance swept over Zhao Cheng. Zhang thought to himself, no second attribute. It looks like he hasn't reached level 10 yet. If he keeps fighting, he won't last much longer. A sinister smile silently bloomed on his lips. The moment he's exhausted is the moment we strike. Seeing that look, Zhuge also faintly understood. In that instant, greed flashed. The two planned to fight until the boss was low on health, then betray him. Blood and dust filled the air. Axe blades, knives, fire and wind intertwined like a furious swarm. The Great Axe King, despite having just boosted its attributes and recovered health, was still overwhelmed by slashes, gasping for breath. Its health bar plummeted rapidly, now hovering slightly above 10%. The 3 people were also completely exhausted. Their breaths were ragged and blood rose in their mouths. The metallic taste and smoke made them dizzy, but this was fate, because the boss finally had only a sliver of health left. Zhao Cheng gritted his teeth, his eyes screaming determination. Then let's use all our strength to finish it off. He lunged like lightning, the knife in his hand blazing with a streak of light. His eyes glanced towards his 2 temporary allies. A cold thought flashed by. It's come to this, you guys should probably make a move too, right? Just then, Zhuge's voice rang out like a death knell. Lao Zhang, do it, Zhang snarled, his hand tightly gripping the blazing blade. He shot forward, aiming to slash Zhao Cheng's head directly. Right at this moment, he quickly parried knife meeting knife, the steel blades clashing. He shouted in feigned panic, "What are you guys doing? Aren't we working together?" The 2 unprincipled men just curled their lips, revealing their attitude. They left the fighting to their clones, while they stood aside, sneering with contempt. You haven't reached level 10, yet how are you worthy of working with us? You relied on sneak attacks, killed many of our teammates, and even picked up the dual blades of the Raging Rat King. So why would we ally with you? Zhao Cheng's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, sharp killing intent sweeping across the flickering clones. Zero compassion. That's fair. It's quite a coincidence. I never truly intended to ally with you either. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold slash flashed, and several of Zhu's shadow clones, each was dismembered in a flash. He coughed violently, blood welling in his mouth. A wave of pain surged through his body. My shadow guard, you still have strength. The man surnamed Zhang yelled resentfully. So, what the attribute gap between level 10 and below level 10 is huge. Even if you still have strength, you are no match for us furthermore. His words abruptly stopped. His eyes were fixed on the Great Axe King, who was standing upright and screaming. Furthermore, the boss behind you is also targeting you. Then it panted heavily, mocking the traitorous humans. How ridiculous! But Zhao Cheng showed no sign of worry. Another stream of energy surged within him, cold and fierce. A steel-like aura emanated around him, overwhelming both the smoke and the fire. His voice was chillingly calm. If it were an ordinary awakener, there would indeed be no escape. It's a shame I'm different from them. I'm not considered a good person. But I know that to defeat evil, you have to be 10 times more evil than them. In that moment, the dense air seemed to be choked. Zhao Cheng's attribute was activated. An ultra-limit attribute fusion technology, the breakthrough. Effect 2, breaks the limit rapidly, increasing agility, strength, and stamina by 600% respectively. Duration 5 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. In another cave, Sejaya crouched low, taking cautious steps. His breath mingled with the cold, damp air. He followed the instructions on the map, while muttering to himself. His voice trembled. According to the hint here, the location of the treasure is right ahead. Worry flashed in his eyes. Definitely don't run into any monsters. Without that driver bro here, this young master won't be able to escape. Suddenly, Zija froze. The air here smelled strange. A dense, damp, fishy smell seeped through his nostrils and clung to his throat. He took a deep breath, his eyes widening and his face changing color. This is the smell of blood. In an instant, Zija stood straight up, clasping his hands and hurriedly praying in all directions. Patriarchs of the Xiao family, Ye family, Shi family, Lin family, and all the gods and Buddhas everywhere, please come and protect me. Don't let this young master run into any monsters. Walking a little further, a chaotic scene appeared before Zija. Human and monster corpses lay scattered everywhere. In the distance, nestled among the skulls and broken armor fragments, was a large treasure chest covered in a thick layer of dust. Seeing no signs of movement around, Zija sighed with relief, muttering, "Holy cow, thank goodness." He tiptoed past each corpse, thinking to himself. He thought to himself, it really works to pray to the gods and Buddhas. No wonder ancient books often talk about this. This treasure map fell out of the iron-clawed Rat King's body. They probably only came here after getting the map. Too bad they ran into the treasure chest's guardian. Next to the chest, Zija bowed his head, clasped his hands, and prayed sincerely, his words of thanks trembling. All three of you paved the way for me. This great kindness this young master will engrave in his heart. Then he focused on the chest, holding a large horn in his hand. He frowned, thinking, how do I open this? It looks quite a bit bigger than that lock. After awkwardly studying it for a while, a thought flashed through his head, both silly and daring. What if I just jammed the big horn into that tiny lock? Maybe a special kind of power is needed to create a miracle? Before he could decide if it was right or wrong, the horn in Zija's hand suddenly flashed with a faint light. A key appeared right before his eyes, accompanied by a blue light stream with the message, "Entered the treasure zone of this stage. The key has been automatically generated." Zija's jaw dropped, his eyes shining. This key is super helpful. He put the key into the lock, eagerly anticipating the moment the chest would open. A dry mechanical sound echoed in the space. Silence. Zija flipped open the chest lid, extremely excited and expectant. What will this dungeon level's treasure chest contain? The last treasure chest I directly gave to Guan Yue, without even looking at it. A silver light reflected onto Zija's face. His eyes instantly lit up. Excitement flared up like a fire. A level 6 silverite crossbow lay there quietly. The body of the crossbow shone with a silvery metallic sheen, carved with ancient flowing glowing runes. It can inflict 300 plus 100, 20% damage from the user's strength. When paired with black feather arrows, it can add an extra 200 fixed damage. Zija shouted, his voice trembling with joy. It's a crossbow. This is definitely heaven helping this young master. He gripped the crossbow tightly. The cold metallic feel mixed with a hint of spiritual power made him feel completely rejuvenated. Zija's eyes shone brightly, his mouth curving into a confident smile. With this, I finally don't need to use a slingshot anymore. Chengzi, just wait for this young master to return like a king. But before he could even imagine that glorious moment, a furious roar tore through the air. Furious roar tore through the air from behind the iron-clawed Rat King, which he thought was dead, and it darted toward him like lightning. Its eyes were blood-red, its claws tearing up the ground. Zija paused, his heart skipping a beat. But instead of fear, the corner of his mouth curved into a mischievous smile. Zija, what luck? It's the perfect chance to test this crossbow's power. He turned in a fluid motion, pointing the crossbow straight at the monster. The moment his finger touched the trigger, the silverite crossbow's attribute was activated. A silver light flared up, followed by the activation of the Pao Ding Jieyu attribute, weakness detection. Damage increased by 200%. Zija excitedly yelled, "Awesome!" Weakness detected fire. Zija's finger immediately pulled the trigger. The silver glowing arrow whizzed, tearing through the air, and plunged straight into the iron-clawed Rat King's throat. In that instant, the silver light flashed like lightning, accompanied by Zija's smug smile. 500 fixed damage, plus 120% of my strength, plus 200% critical damage from the weakness. Let's see if you can handle this. The giant monster let out a tragic shriek, its painful roar echoing throughout the cave. Blood spurted out and its body shook a few times before collapsing to the ground, stone-cold dead. Everything happened in less than 3 seconds. Zija stood stunned amidst the blood, his eyes bright and sparkling. He gaped, then shouted excitedly, "Holy cow!" One-hit KO. His gaze was fixed on the glittering silver crossbow, and he continuously mumbled in astonishment. This thing is seriously OP. No wonder after Chengzi got that dagger. It was like he grew wings. Good weapons really are potent. A feeling of excitement spread through him. Zija leaped over the monster's corpse, laughing loudly. Just killing one iron-clawed Rat King helped this young master level up directly. It looks like I've been sharing quite a lot of EXP with Chengzi throughout this journey. I need to hurry and go help him. He raised the silverite crossbow high, his face beaming with joy. Without hesitating for another second, Zijia shot out of the cave. His laugh echoed throughout the tunnel. Chengzi, this young master is coming to help you. He hadn't gone even 100 meters when the entire cave suddenly shook violently. Debris and broken stone rained down from the ceiling, and dust billowed everywhere. A terrifying force spread out like an earthquake. Zijia staggered, his legs heavy from the immense pressure. Each step felt like he was being dragged backward. Damn it! Is the boss so strong that the ground is shaking? But then in a flash, a bad feeling shot through his mind. His heart thumped. Could Chengzi be in danger? No time to think further. Zijia gritted his teeth and dashed forward, running straight through the thick cloud of dust. No, I have to speed up. The sound of crumbling stone echoed overhead. The heat from the battle ahead reached him. When he saw the fiery red light emanating from the end of the tunnel, Zijia yelled, his voice echoing like thunder. Chengzi, don't be scared. This young master is here to save you. But the scene before his eyes stunned him. All sound seemed to stop. His eyes were wide and he stuttered, speechless. Chengzi, dazzling light burst forth in the cave. Zhao Cheng was enveloped in a blinding halo. Blue lightning bolts shot out like thunder, slicing through the air. One hand was clamped tightly around the neck of a thug. The other thug lay beneath his heel. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Cheng turned his head and softly asked, Zijia. Zijia halted, cold sweat breaking out on the back of his neck. He looked at his friend, his mouth twisted. Even though I'm used to your power, isn't this a little too much? A feeling of being slighted arose in his heart. You totally didn't give this young master a chance to be a boss. Meanwhile, the great boss gradually woke up. It stirred slightly from the rubble where it lay. The former cave king furiously stood up. Its giant body shook, its eyes burning red. Its hand tightly gripped a giant axe covered in water stains. Its breathing was like a gale. The former cave king lunged forward at light speed. The huge axe blade swung up, bringing with it the screech of metal and fire, and struck straight down onto Zhao Cheng's head. Zijia shouted loudly, his voice frantic. Chengzi, look out! However, he remained perfectly calm and did not attempt to dodge. His eyes were cold as he gave a slight flick. A blazing red streak tore through the wind, swinging horizontally. The head of the gigantic boss was instantly severed. At the same time, Zhao Cheng's other hand crushed the neck of the thug in his hand and threw the body aside like a piece of trash. The system notification brightly lit up in midair. You have defeated the level 13 former cave king. Boss kill by Zhao Cheng, level 8. Level 9, level 10. Absolute lead. The radiant incitement attribute has been activated. A golden pillar of light erupted, and a halo filled the entire cave. In front of Zhao Cheng, a brilliant golden book appeared. The pages automatically turned, radiating a divine light. The Eternal Evolution book attribute activated. Unique attribute, radiant incitement. Staring at the book floating in front of him, the light reflecting in his cold eyes. A flash of surprise crossed his mind. Taking down the boss actually earned me 2 levels. I didn't expect a Thoi-san brilliant attribute to appear. Immediately after a series of light streams gathered to form the skill selection panel, lines of mystical text emerged, accompanied by brilliant flashes of light. You will select a new attribute from the following attributes. Sharpness bronze attribute. Demon strike bronze attribute, dual finger. Proficiency bronze attribute. Ice shot gold attribute. Explosive shot gold attribute. And finally, a dazzling purple aura. It is wind manipulation, a Thoi-san brilliant attribute. In front of Zhao Cheng, countless lines of text shimmered in midair. Each character rotated like fragments of falling stars, turning into brilliant attributes. He stared intensely at them. A whisper arose in his mind. This is the reward after I leveled up twice. There are some familiar ones, but there are also abilities that the system has never even suggested before. The light reflected in his eyes, containing hesitation mixed with eagerness, but just then a red alarm appeared. The duration of the breakthrough limit restriction has ended. Zhao Cheng's entire body violently shook. The surging energy suddenly exploded, then dispersed like smoke. Choose one move. His whole body trembled. Heavy breathing, cold sweat slid down his cheek. No strength left now. Is it a side effect of activating the breakthrough limit? It definitely drained a lot out of me. With my current stamina, I only have enough to open it once in a short time. Before he could collect himself, a dizzy feeling struck his vision. Went black. His whole body felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the cold stone floor. Zijia shouted in panic, Cheng. He rushed forward, supporting Zhao Cheng's body with both hands, his voice shaking. Are you injured? Zhao Cheng tried to suppress his fatigue, and replied with a weak breath, I'm just a little out of energy. A little rest is all I need. Zijia, I need to sleep to recover my stamina. Hearing this, Zijia clenched his fist. A surge of emotion swelled in his chest. For the first time, he saw Cheng weak like a real person. He's also tired just like me. But this time it's my turn to protect him. Zijia placed his hand on Zhao Cheng's shoulder and spoke loudly with conviction. You just rest assured and sleep. I've got this. But just as the words left his mouth, Zhao Cheng had just fallen asleep. when a fierce explosion echoed. The rock face at the top of the cave cracked. Large boulders began to crash down, boom, boom. The entire mountain cave violently shook as if about to collapse. Not good. The boss has been killed. This dimensional dungeon is also starting to collapse. No time to think. Ziya grit his teeth, hoisting Zhao Cheng onto his shoulder. Straining step by step over the debris, his breathing labored, his muscles aching. However, Ziya's gaze became increasingly resolute. A sudden realization flashed through his mind. But last time we panicked and ran. We later found out that the collapse wasn't that fast. Even after killing Zhao Jikye, the dungeon's transfer vortex still lasted for a while. A chill of worry ran down his spine. Cheng has only just begun to recover. Plus, I don't know the situation outside the cave. Right now, what if Hailey and the royal army are waiting to take revenge? Going out now means instant death. The sound of falling rock mingled with the frantic pounding of his heart. One person carrying the other. Amidst the collapsing dungeon scene, determination and fear intertwined breathtakingly. Ziya calculated for a long time. His eyes quickly scanned the cracking rocks everywhere. First, I must take Cheng to the entrance. Only when the cave completely collapses can we rush out. Now we just gotta save what we can. Done thinking, he clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and immediately dashed forward. However, before he could run too far, from within the smoke and dust, a colossal black shadow suddenly lunged. Level 6 steel claw rat with gray-silver fur, standing on end. Its sharp teeth bared, its eyes blood red. It roared, pouncing towards the two people. Ziya was stunned, asking himself, what is this? We already killed the boss and there are still these little beasts. Cold sweat ran down his temple. But Ziya's face showed no fear. He curled his lips slightly and pulled the golden bamboo crossbow from his belt. A golden light flashed amidst the smoke and dust. His voice carried a hint of arrogance. But this young master is no longer the same as before. Just one tiny steel claw rat. Watch this young master perform and it will be over. Cheng Yu, just rest easy and sleep. However, before he could show off another level 6 steel claw rat appeared, growling, and before he could react, another level 7 steel claw rat came to join the party. Seeing that 3 was an odd number, the dungeon sent another level 7 one to make it even. Every single one was crazily roaring, accompanied by blood-red eyes. The appearance of this bunch of beasts made Ziya annoyed, cursing under his breath. Dang it, not 1 but 4. 4 large rats surrounded them from all directions, their eyes blazing red like charcoal noses twitching, teeth bared white. Amidst the crumbling landscape with dust and rocks flying everywhere, Ziya gritted his teeth. 4 rats it is. It's time for me, Liu Ziya, to fight alone. His eyes shone with excitement. He secretly thought to his friend on his shoulder, Cheng, this time it's this young master's turn to protect you. The scene shifts to outside the dungeon where the atmosphere is completely different. Crowded, cold, and full of schemes. On a large chair surrounded by his subordinates, Huang Jun, the deputy manager of Settlement 119, was leisurely sipping a cup of coffee. His face showed a look of arrogance. His voice was cold as he commanded, the dimensional dungeon is collapsing. That proves someone has passed through. All of you guard the exit seriously for me. If the person coming out is not one of ours, he glanced at his subordinates, his eyes like daggers. If not, then follow the plan and kill them all. The subordinates responded in unison. Yes, Brother Jun. Beside Huang Jun was Hei Li, who was also a deputy manager of Settlement 119. His hand gripped a large saber and he sneered, full of killing intent. It's still the same thing I said. If the person coming out is not one of ours, then beat their heads in. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinates behind him shouted in unison, Yes, boss! In another place, at the centralized treatment center for the wounded, Da Hua hastily ran to see Zhang Zizi, his face full of worry. Manager Zhang, everything I just said is the truth. If there is half a lie, may I die without a burial place. Zizai exhaled a puff of smoke, his lips curling up, looking at Da Hua with more contempt than emotion. Shut up! If you die, who will take care of your wife and kids? Am I going to feed them? All my supply coupons. Weren't they all completely used up by you? Guys, you little jerks. Da Hua scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. But those people, Zhao Cheng and the others, they have a lot of the style you had back in the day. They are absolutely not just some flunkies of some big shot. ZZ took a drag of his cigarette, his deep eyes like burning coals, clearly knowing it was more dangerous inside, yet they willingly chose to leave the combat-capable people behind so that you guys could take the wounded out. A person like that truly has the style of my younger self. Who knows, maybe he even sensed the danger inside, so he deliberately found a way for you to retreat, to help save your life. Da Hua nodded upon hearing that. That's also possible. While the two were talking, Bai Rong hurried in. Boss Huang Jun and Haley are both around the exit, waiting for their people, and they also said that if the person who comes out is not one of theirs. His expression was somewhat tense. He hesitated and then said they will kill them mercilessly. This news added fuel to the fire in the air. Zizai frowned, his voice cold. A bunch of idiots. No matter who comes out, they are all people from the company. If they dare to make a move, that supervisor up high definitely won't just stand by and watch. Bai Rong hesitated and asked again, so are we just going to ignore it? Boss Huang Jun and Hei Li are not fools. If they dare to be so arrogant, they definitely have a plan to deal with the company. Dahua saw the area manager's hesitation and quickly interjected Manager Zhang. Then those people, Zhao Cheng and the others, will... He stopped short, a feeling of worry rising in his heart. If Manager Zhang doesn't step in, and we put all our hope in that company supervisor, then those two people are in danger. The people from the company actually don't care about rules like that. They only care about who benefits them. Zizi pondered for a moment, then took an action that startled everyone. He violently stubbed out his cigarette on the brick floor. His eyes were sharp as knives, and he growled, "Gather the brothers. We're going to the exit. If Zhao Cheng and his crew come out, I will personally protect them." Dahua was so overjoyed that he bowed deeply. His voice choked as he thanked Manager Zhang. His heart was stirred, as if all his hope had been renewed. Manager Zhang's precious promise, even if the path ahead was a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, he wouldn't even bat an eye. When Dahua left, Bai Rong quietly asked, "A public promise. Have you changed your mind about that kid?" Zizi sighed, his expression still cold. Not a chance, but if he can make it out alive, even if he is a kept man for a big shot, that would still be the best ladder for us to climb to the top. My intervention later is also a calculation for everyone's future. His words hinted at calculation, and his tone became more disdainful. Bai Rong smiled lightly, teasing, "But I think you admire that kid more." That remark angered Zizi, who turned around with a furious look and pointed at his subordinate, shouting, "Shut up! Keep talking that nonsense. I'll rip your mouth off raw." Scene shifts back to the dungeon after the long sleep. Zhao Cheng's eyes opened hazily. He vaguely wondered in his heart, how long have I been asleep? Then he was startled, remembered, and jumped up. This is a dimensional dungeon, and it's collapsing. "That's right, Ziya." Zhao Cheng shouted loudly, calling Ziya's name. "The dungeon is collapsing. We need to get out of here right away." However, the reply next to him was a low, shaky, weak voice. I know, Cheng Zi. You're finally up. But if we go outside now, what if there are people from the Imperial Army and Black Prophet waiting out there? They definitely won't let us get away. I don't care about that stuff." Turning, Zhao Cheng looked at his friend's bruised appearance, mouth full of blood, and ragged breathing, lying on the ground healing, and his heart ached. Ziya didn't let him speak. Ziya still tried to boast about his recent triumph when you passed out this young master, risked his life carrying you alone, and killed those 4 steel claw rats. Even though breathing was incredibly hard, his face still held a proud smile. "I once said I would return before you, as a king. I kept my word." Ziya's awkward, but sincere words left Zhao Cheng stunned for a moment. A surge of warm appreciation rose in his heart. He's so badly hurt, and I'm completely unscathed. This young man truly risked his life to protect me. Zhao Cheng quietly asked Ziya, "Can you still walk? This dungeon is about to completely collapse. We must get out of here." Ziya was about to say something when a burst of pain flared up, making him unable to speak. No more words were necessary. Zhao Cheng securely placed Ziya on his back. The two slowly walked into the deep glow. "The blue color of the glow," Ziya said worriedly. "We don't know anything about the situation outside. Once we go out, it's definitely going to be another hot mess." Hearing this, he just smiled and replied, with steady steps, "Let's go. Even if there's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire ahead, we brothers will get through it together." Those words were like fire adding strength to Ziya. He lifted his lips into an eager smile. "That's for sure." In the distance, amidst the thick, tense atmosphere, the transfer vortex slightly trembled. Silver light swept through the air, causing the entire square to hold its breath. Someone in the crowd yelled, "Look!" Immediately, the commotion exploded. "Someone has come out. Will it be one of ours?" On a tall rooftop nearby, Guan Tui and her butler stood silently watching. Her eyes widened and her voice trembled with surprise. In the transfer vortex, a challenger is actually about to appear. Beside her, the old butler bowed slightly, his voice composed. "If the person you hold dear does not appear, then it can only mean he failed your expectations. Furthermore, this kind of low-level identity confirmation trial fundamentally doesn't require your attendance." Guan Tui was silent for a moment. Her eyes shone with a rare resolve. "I firmly believe it will definitely be him. Definitely." After that, her voice softened slightly. "Anyone can achieve high status, so don't say things like that again in the future." The old butler briefly bowed his head, his voice subdued. "Yes, miss." The beam of light slowly dispersed. 2 figures became clear amidst the layer of dust, slowly stepping out. Zhao Cheng carried Ziya covered in blood on his back. His gait was staggering, but his eyes remained serene like flowing water. Guan Tui briefly froze. "It really is them." She slightly bit her lip. A hint of worry crossed her mind. "Ziya is still that weak. Having to be carried out by Chung Zi like that again? When they saw clearly who came out, the crowd outside the gate roared with fury. It's not our people. They're AIs. Another person joined in yelling, not our people either. So where did all our brothers go? Huang Jun stepped forward, his face dark, and asked in a cold voice, you kids are the only two who came out. Nearby, Li also gnashed his teeth and roared, you little brats, where are Lao's brothers? Where did you hide them? Zhao Cheng lifted his head and spoke in a monotone voice. They're all dead. I killed them. A hoarse laugh echoed and Ziya's lips slightly curved. He spoke disdainfully, his voice lazy and cruel. All of your brothers are just a bunch of animals. This young master casually killed a few of them too. The space seemed to explode for a moment. Angry eyes mixed with astonishment, all focused on the two survivors who had just stepped out yelling, who the hell do you two think you are? You dare to kill our people? Then don't think you're leaving here. Chop off their heads and offer them as sacrifice for our brothers. Darkness enveloped Huang Jun's face. His eyes flashed like sword blades. His voice was guttural. If this spot doesn't belong to our people, then you guys don't need to live anymore either. Li's face flushed red as if spewing fire. He ground his teeth and ordered in a murderous tone, tear them to shreds for Laozi. As soon as the words fell, the crowd of henchmen behind him swarmed like disturbed bees. They charged forward with bloodlust, shouting, yes, Brother Jun cut them up. Heard you, boss? How dare you steal our spot, you little punk? Just some outsiders from the private sector who dare to steal our spot. You want to die, don't you? With thundering footsteps, a swarm of people holding weapons rushed toward Zhao Cheng. He lightly drew his knife. The steel blade slightly sliced through the air, creating a cold metallic sound. He muttered to himself, excluding the power of Huang Jun and Li, that I can sense the other people are not as capable as the awakened ones who went inside. The capable awakened people have all been sent inside to compete for a spot in the company. He paused for a beat. His gaze swept across the fervent crowd. The shadow of the blade slowly rose. A large blazing flame emitted a hot red glow, like glowing molten steel. That light became vivid, kicking up dust and reflecting on every eager face. So a bunch of people who couldn't even enter the dungeon, like you guys. What gives you the right to yell in front of me? If you guys want to die, then serve as the whetstone. For my new attribute, without hesitation, he used the sharpness attribute of the bronze element, with a 15% passive efficiency increase for armor penetrations on attacks. This skill had been calibrated by the evolution book, and more notably the wind control attribute wind manipulation of the shining element. Its power, wind summon, allows the user to call forth a whirlwind at will. The higher the user's level, the greater the strength of the summoned wind. Xiaocheng gazed intently at the blazing flame and secretly calculated leaping 2 levels. He murmured, his eyes slightly narrowed. I went straight from level 8 to level 10. For the level 9 keyword, I chose a very practical keyword, sharpness. And for the level 10 keyword, I received the new keyword shining, which is essentially level 1 wind control. I don't know yet what level the ability will be when I merge this shining keyword in the future, but for now it's strong enough. His gaze gradually turned cold, sharp like a newly sharpened blade. The air around them began to fluctuate. Thin gusts of wind like cutting knives brushed past his hair. Zhao Cheng yelled, wind summon! Immediately, the shining attribute, the wind manipulation attribute, was activated. Immediately, a giant wind vortex manifested around Zhao Cheng. The silver swirl coiled up like the mouth of a storm. The wind howled fiercely, blending with the chilling aura emanating from his body, causing all those standing nearby to instinctively take half a step back. They cried out in astonishment, where did that evil wind come from, dang it? Sand got in my eyes, what the heck is going on? Not stopping there, he slightly tilted his head. The authority in his voice was like a command to launch fire. Immediately from his palm, a scorching flame burst out. It was swept into the silver vortex. Wind and fire merged, a fiery swirl erupted, blazing red like a fire serpent coiling in the air, incinerating everything that flew past. The screams grew louder and louder. It's not just wind, there's fire too. Hot, too hot. It's burning me. Put out the fire. Huang Jun slowly drew his golden flashing sword. The blade's shadow etched onto the stone floor like a cold streak. He spoke softly, carrying a tone of contemptuous laughter. You've got some skills. No wonder you were able to kill them. Beside him, Li frowned, his eyes sharp as blades. He speculated, his voice rough. This kid seems to belong to this heretical sect. Kid is the wind you summoned and the fire. That your true power? Zhao Cheng sneered, releasing a contemptuous remark. What my power is has nothing to do with you guys. This comment further irritated Huang Jun hazy. Why talk nonsense with someone who's about to die? Li laughed scornfully. He took a step forward, his voice full of provocation. You're right, just a kid. At most only level 10 something. Even if he's strong, how strong can a guy like that possibly be? Ziya tensed up, whispering urgently into Zhao Cheng's ear. Chengzi, put this young master down. Those two guys are not easy to deal with. Carrying me like this, you definitely can't beat them. Zhao Shen remained composed. He spoke with a gentle yet firm voice. I know, but even if I put you down, I still won't be able to defeat them. Hearing this, Ziya's eyes widened. So surprised he almost fell backward. Huh. What? Why were you so arrogant just now? I thought you had some serious move up your sleeve. Xiaocheng maintained his attitude, as if nothing serious was happening. Yeah, I don't. But openly opposing them right now is the best way to express our stance. Ziya was confused, not understanding what. Express our stance to the AIs. On the rooftop, Guan Sui tightly clutched the edge of her shirt, her eyes fixed on the scene. Worry was clearly visible on her face. Those two deputy managers are about to attack Zhao Cheng. They are both awakened individuals at level 20-something. Their power is not ordinary. If they actually attack, Zhao Cheng can't match them. Beside her, the old butler spoke in a deep voice. Miss, you want this old man to intervene, don't you? But you don't need to worry too much. This situation hasn't reached the point where we need to act yet. Hearing this, Guan Kui turned her face filled with confusion. Why? The butler simply smiled faintly. His eyes glanced towards the chaos, and he calmly replied, because the one who wants to act has arrived. Turning back to the chaotic battle below, the two deputy managers were like two hungry tigers erupting. They rushed forward in front of the crowd. Their eyes flashed with killing intent and their shouts tore through the wind. Huang Jun yelled, "You dared to kill my woman too. I'll make you accompany her in death." He Li leapt forward, roaring, "My most capable subordinate is still in there. You have a dog's life, and 100 heads wouldn't be enough to pay for it. My most capable subordinate is in there. You have a dog's life, and 100 heads wouldn't be enough to pay. Go die!" Ziya whispered anxiously into Zhao Cheng's ear, his voice trembling, urging, "Chengzi, let's run." They're coming. However, Zhao Cheng didn't move. His eyes showed no trace of worry. He quietly said to his friend, "No need to run. They've arrived too." In the moment those two were about to close in, close to Zhao Cheng, suddenly a burst of red light flared up and blocked the way. The entire space seemed to be torn apart. A sound like thunder exploded from that red light, causing the ground to shake. That was precisely the Golden Tiger King's roar attribute. Amidst the heat, an authoritative voice rang out. "Everyone stop your hands now." Ziya smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling. "It's Zhang Didi's keyword ability. So you were waiting for Zhang Didi, huh? We saved so many people. He must have received the information early. I figured it out too." From outside, Zhang Didi, smoking a cigarette casually, led a group of people and approached. Her cold voice asserted, carrying a threat. "Zhao Cheng belongs to the company. Anyone who dares touch him, I'll take their life." Before her words finished, the entire space seemed to freeze. Huang Jun sneered, "Zhang Didi, you finally showed up." He Li coldly followed up with contempt. "Manager Jiang, you're quite late." Didi ignored the sarcastic remarks. Her eyes swept over the two people. Her voice was emotionless. "What's wrong? Have you guys been waiting for me for a long time?" Huang Jun sneered, his voice full of provocation. "Of course we've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The drama of overthrowing the manager that played out before." He Li smirked, killing intent flashing, "will be staged once again today." Zhang Didi sneered and replied coldly, "Just the two of you." Huang Jun lightly pushed up his glasses with a finger. His smile was full of mockery. "Even if it's just the two of us, are you sure you can win?" Because judging from the current situation, neither side truly held the advantage. Huang Jun was currently at level 27. Zhang Didi was at level 28. However, He Li on the other side was also level 28. While Bai Rong, a company member, was only level 25, this only made He Li feel more triumphant. "You're the same level as me, and Brother Huang's rank is even higher than your subordinate Bai Rong's. The advantage is on our side." However, suddenly his voice trailed off, followed by a burst of loud laughter. His voice also grew louder. This time, "We've also called the people from Zone 173 to help us, Zhang Didi. Today is the death anniversary for all of you." Before he finished speaking, from behind a booming mechanical sound echoed, a convoy of armored vehicles rumbled forward. On the platforms, the 173 cannons were exposed cold and dangerous. In an instant, a subordinate rushed in breathlessly, his face ashen. "Manager Zhang, we have a problem. Outside the main gate of the concentration zone, there are many awakened people from concentration zone 173 who have arrived. They've already started attacking the main gate." Didi stood there calmly, her cigarette still lit, her eyes icy, with no sign of panic on her face. She only nodded and commanded, "Except for Bai Rong. Everyone else immediately follow me to reinforce them. Once I'm done dealing with the situation here, I'll go over there too." The subordinates roared and rushed off like bees leaving their hive. Didi turned to Huang Jun and He Li and pressed the question, "What benefits did you give the people of Zone 173 that they dared to do this? Aren't you afraid I'll come and destroy them?" Huang Jun didn't hide it. "Our agreement is, as long as they help us, after we win, they can loot Zone 119 for 3 days. Everything they steal, except for people, will all belong to them." He Li laughed loudly and added, Besides, I'm about to chop your head off here. They won't be afraid of a dead person. These words, like fire, immediately ignited a spark in Dee Dee's heart. Her expression changed from cold to dark. Her muscles tightened like a stretched bowstring. Her composure instantly turned into a smoldering rage. How dare you betray the concentration zone like this? If you've gone this far, then this place can no longer keep you. Hwang-gu no longer tried to conceal his ambition. He laughed coldly. His eyes sparkled with ambition. When I helped you overthrow the previous manager, I was a deputy manager. Now I overthrow him and I'm still a deputy manager. So what's the point of my overthrowing? Haley stood next to him, clutching the hilt of his blade, roaring like a lion in response. You said you'd go conquer lands in all 4 directions and expand our Zone 119 territory. But every time you didn't agree. And not only that, you didn't share more resources with me, so why should I follow you anymore? The volume of his words was like smoldering fire. Anyone who heard it could sense the murderous intent of the underlying scheme. Zhao Cheng stood still, his eyes cold, his thoughts clear. Everyone had their own personal interests. After this deadly battle, Concentration Zone 1A would surely undergo a complete overhaul. But for ordinary citizens, Zhang Dide was the best choice. While he was thinking, Ziya, behind him, leaned in and whispered to him, I didn't expect that Zhang Dide's subordinates would rebel so much. He's in a tough spot too. Suddenly, behind the 2 young men, a voice rang out. Big bro, little bro. The 2 were startled, turned around, and called out in surprise. Driver Dahua secretly looked around, then waved his hand, signaling the 2. Hurry up and follow me. Once people at the level of manager, Zhang attack. He can only be cannon fodder. I'll take you 2 to a safe place. No sooner had he spoken than the whole area shook. Many small explosions erupted like an earthquake, sending stones flying everywhere. Those sounds were like a command to run fast. If they didn't want to be buried under the rubble, Xiao Cheng reacted in a flash. Even though he was carrying Ziya on his shoulder, his speed was still incredibly fast. With just one turn, both of them reached Dahua safely, without a single scratch. After crawling over the pile of rocks, Ziyad woke with a start, eyes wide. His whole body trembled as if electrocuted. His lips moved, but no words came out. In front of him was a scene that made his heart involuntarily tighten. The 2 sides clashed like a pack of fierce beasts. Bai Rong and Huang Jun faced off, their weapons sweeping. Green sparks flashed. Yellow electric threads zipped through the air each time a strike was swung. It dragged a shockwave that cracked the stone. The streaks of light collided, forming an explosive elemental wall. Ziya was so stunned he stammered, They're really fighting each other. Dahua immediately explained to both of them the keywords with natural elements like thunder, lightning, and landslides. Among the keywords Deputy Manager Bai has awakened, one is Thunderlight Talisman, which is an Empyrean Gold keyword. As for Huang Jun, it seems he can control some earth flows. Zhao Cheng frowned. He glanced towards Zhang Didi, who was confronting Haley, and asked curiously, So what is the keyword of your manager Zhang? What is that blue flame? Dahua looked at the battle between the 2 level 28 individuals. His explanation was mixed with excitement. That blue flame is truly something that cannot exist in reality. It is all focused on the calm face of the manager, who was surrounded by a mystical blue flame. Dahua emphasized, It's the legendary luminous corrosive attribute. The more the driver spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. None of us know about the power of that key word, but Manager Zhang did mention it. That is a resplendent tier keyword. It is the flame that comes from the underworld hell. Ziya uttered a sound of admiration and respect. So that is the once-in-a-millennium resplendent keyword from the legends. Every resplendent keyword conceals powers that can change the world. Zhao Cheng was quite surprised to hear this. He turned and asked, There's a legend like that? Ziya nodded in confirmation and then recounted, Yes, I've read through some ancient texts. It was once mentioned in there why the world was changed to be like this. This is because in the ancient era, a person awakened a keyword. That keyword pushed the entire world to the edge. It destroyed the ancient period, and the age where human civilization once developed, most brilliantly and gloriously. Furthermore, no one knows how the very first key word was born. It seemed to only borrow a human body to exist, and then acted to destroy human civilization. Ziya's voice suddenly deepened, carrying a fervent hope. Xiao Cheng, if we could get such a powerful keyword, being able to save your sister and gain worldwide fame would no longer be a pipe dream. Who knows? We might be able to create the ancient human civilization. Once again, Zhao Cheng just nodded lightly, replying softly but firmly. Perhaps, but a long stream of contemplation appeared in his eyes. The luminous corrosive attribute, the current aura on him did not possess the mystical quality of legend. Some corrosive effects were just weak ripples, while others were a destructive frenzy. The power was not uniform, and the difference between strong and extremely strong could be an abyss that an ordinary person couldn't predict. Nevertheless, a ray of hope surged in his mind. But thanks to the existence of the Eternal Evolution book, perhaps in the future, he really would have the chance to possess that terrifying keyword. However, would that kind of keyword end up consuming him? Could a keyword like that truly be controlled by a human? Returning to the current battle, Haley shot up into the air like an endless monster. His body swelled his muscle fibers and sinews bulging. He roared like thunder, Zhang Didi. Don't think just because you have a resplendent keyword that you can defeat me. My keyword isn't some trash either. As soon as the roar ended, Hai Li seemed to go crazy. He poured all his strength into his body. The blood vessels on his skin pulsed, his muscles rigid. A red light flared around him, burning hot. The copper giant gold attribute was activated. The young men below watching the battle had bright eyes and commented enthusiastically with gasps of awe. That's Hai Li's second keyword. He's gotten huge. Even gold keywords have divisions of power. Haley lunged forward like a massive boulder. His mountainous fist surged, aiming straight for his opponent's head. In his eyes was the flame of death. He yelled out, "Zhang Di, to watch me mince you into a pile of meat. Anyone who dares to obstruct my rise must die." However, Didi remained coldly motionless, his lips slightly curled into a sneer of contempt. He calmly asked with disdain, "Is that so?" Just as the giant fist was about to touch the deep blue flame that erupted from Zhang Didi's body, it wasn't just a single spark, but a whole emerald-colored firestorm enveloping his entire body. The green light soared high and brilliant, growing larger and spreading throughout the space between the two of them. Didi growled, his voice echoing, "Amidst the firestorm, Haley, with you as you are. You dare to try and replace me?" The blue flame consumed Haley's giant body. He was fiercely incinerated. His dry, painful roars echoed, but his spirit was not easily broken. No matter how much pain he was in, he forced himself to roar. "Before you burn me to death, I'm dragging you down with me." Haley threw himself forward, savagely swinging his fist once more, intending to pull his opponent down. With him, Zia gasped, yelling in alarm, "Zhang Didi, are you nuts? Why don't you dodge? Why be so reckless? Why don't you dodge? Why be so reckless? It's not certain yet who will win or lose, Zhao." Cheng suddenly interrupted in a calm but firm voice, "Because he's distracted helping the other side." On the other side, Zhang Didi's underworld flame flared up like a shimmering shield. The blue light swept across, blocking between Bai Rong and Huang Jun. At this moment, he seemed to be constricted by something. Da Hua screamed in panic. "Oh no, Vice Manager Bai is being controlled by Huang Jun's earth flow." Zaya, standing beside them, also commented excitedly, "That speck of underworld fire is preventing Huang Jun from getting close. Bai Rong is really helping him." But Huang Jun merely smiled. With a smug expression, Bai Rong, "These specks of underworld fire won't save your skin. The gap between levels will only grow wider and wider." He slightly pursed his lips. His left hand lashed out violently from the ground. Mud and dirt waterspouts shot up like steel snakes, coiling in the air and charging straight toward the area of blue fire. He sneered, his voice sharp as a knife. "It seems you still haven't clearly recognized the gap between me and you. In that case, let your life help you see clearly." Sharp stone spikes from Huang Jun's earth flow emerged like giant pythons, twisting and lunging straight towards Bai Rong's head. He roared loudly in the air. His tone was savage like a beast. "Go to hell, you errand boy of Zhang Didi." Seeing his teammate being pushed into a death trap, Zhang Didi gritted his teeth, his whole body shaking with rage. Only one thought flashed in his mind: stop it. Immediately, the underworld fire erupted. A blue light covered the entire space like a firestorm, spilling up from hell, enveloping the earth waterspouts and incinerating them. The earth flow waterspouts were blocked, temporarily unable to advance further. But Huang Jun became even more excited, laughing wildly. "You want to stop me? But fire can't contain earth." Facing death right in front of him, Bai Rong did not flinch. Even though his entire body was tightly bound, his eyes still shone brightly. He looked towards his commander and shouted loudly. His voice resonated amidst the dust and smoke. "Manager Jiang, I have no regrets in my entire life for following you." In that very moment, an earth-shattering explosion echoed. Earth and rock were churned up. Large chunks were flung into the air and smoke billowed into a column, covering the entire battlefield. Huang Jun stood amidst the sea of smoke, his face expressionless. He merely dusted off his hair, then turned and said coldly, "Hai Li, I've taken care of that Bai Rong guy. Now I'm coming to help you kill that Zhang Didi." But he had no idea that, in the midst of the dust storm, a blue light flashed. Zhao Cheng's dagger slashed across the air, cutting off all the waterspouts of earth flow that were binding. Bai Rong, his calm voice rang out without a hint of fear. "Vice Manager Bai, I'm here to help you." Bai Rong looked at him in surprise. His shock outweighed his joy at being saved. "Zhao Cheng, how do you have this kind of power? I remember yesterday, you hadn't even reached level 10 yet." Zhao Cheng only shook his head, not explaining much. "I can't maintain this state for much longer, Vice Manager Bai. If you want to help Manager Jiang, then let's take down Huang Jun together now." Bai Rong nodded in immediate agreement. "Okay." He thought to himself, "That's right, now is not the time to ask questions." He has his own secrets too. Huang Jun was stepping forward to support He Li when he suddenly felt a chilling aura approach. He looked around, muttering in his head, "Is that the sound of wind? No, someone's coming through." Before he could collect his thoughts, two streams of power flashed like lightning, making it impossible for Huang Rong to parry taking the full blow. But what confused him was the appearance of the person he had just killed. "Bai Rong, you're still not dead. Did this kid save you?" The two of them didn't say a word, charging forward together in a surprise attack. Zhao Cheng appeared like a shadow, light as the wind, slashing across his left hip with a single strike. At the same time, Bai Rong shot in from the right, his sword flashing. A burst of lightning flashed through the air. The sword in Huang Jun's hand was knocked out of his grasp. A lightning-fast sword thrust sliced across his body. The sound of metal hitting the ground echoed. A deep sword cut slashed across Huang Jun's chest. Blood gushed out and he collapsed halfway to the ground. Hastily wrapping himself in the earth flow for protection, he growled out, "You dared to injure me, I will kill you all." In the urgent situation, Da Hua carried Ziya and ran, but the boy adamantly refused. "Put me down. I have to go help Cheng Zi." Da Hua clung tightly, yelling, "Little bro, don't go. Big bro can barely protect you. If you go, we'll definitely all die." The boy Ziya was aching all over, but his determination was ironclad. He insisted on struggling free. Having no other choice, the boy bit down hard on Da Hua's arm. A cry of pain rang out. "I was wrong. I was wrong." At the same time, outside the city walls, the scene was so chaotic it was impossible to distinguish human voices from the sound of gunfire. Stone walls cracked and broke. The city gate was riddled with holes from the incoming barrage of fire. The survivors huddled against the collapsed walls, their faces covered in dust and smoke. A soldier yelled, his eyes wide with horror. "They're even using modern fire-based weapons." Another person in charge shouted, his voice trembling but firm. "Brothers, we must hold the line. We have to persevere until Manager Zhang gets here. We will win." On the other side, the people from Sector 173 were like raging beasts. Guns and cannons roared. Wild laughter mixed with the gun smoke. Diane Huagang, the massive leader with bloodshot eyes, stood in the center of the ranks, shouting, "Just attack inside. Brothers, we can do whatever we want. We can have whatever fun we want. Brothers, give me everything you've got." Following that roar was an explosion that slammed directly into the city wall. Cannon fire tore up the ground. Fire and smoke burst up toward the high heavens. Against this backdrop on the observation rooftop, Guantoi stood silently with the old butler observing. Her eyes darkened and her voice was as cold as ice. "Butler, are you still not going to intervene?" The old man bowed slightly, his voice respectful. "Miss, in which direction should I intervene?" She quickly replied, her voice firm. "Zhao Cheng and the others have passed the assessment. They are already considered company personnel. Aren't you going to protect them? In Settlement 119, a company examiner am here. Aren't you going to drive out the invaders?" From Sector 173, she finished speaking, her gaze boring into him, giving an order. That was also a plea. "I know you have the power." But the old butler only sighed, looking up at the smoky sky as he replied, "Wait just a little longer, young miss. For us, in reality, the winner of the assessment doesn't matter. Do you know why that assessment was held?" Guantoi frowned. "Why?" He answered, his voice hoarse. "It was to reduce the strength of the settlements, to eliminate their awakened individuals. For the stability of the 6 eastern territories, you should understand that once the strong increase, there will be more trouble. In reality, the internal conflict of Settlement 119," his voice suddenly dropped. "The company knew about it early on. That's why they arranged this assessment here." Hearing this, Guantui froze. "What? How can that be?" "The assessment wasn't meant to select the strongest people for the company, to help the company grow." The old butler smiled faintly. His eyes were melancholic, as if he had seen through everything. "The company is already strong enough. If the company wished, it could allow the people in the 6 eastern territories to all have a prosperous life." He looked into the distance, where the smoke of this battlefield obscured the sky. Then he continued, "But if that happened, would the 6 eastern territories still need the company, and would they still consider joining the company to be a desirable thing?" Those words were like a cold knife plunged deep into Guantui's heart. She stood still, her eyes trembling. Smoke and wind whipped against her face. Her voice caught, How did it become like this?" The butler sighed again, replying calmly, "Therefore letting them fight and letting them kill each other is the best way to maintain the stability of the 6 eastern territories. Young miss, you will understand when you are a little older." Guantui quickly replied, but before she could finish, her throat suddenly tightened, and no words came out. She looked at the battle on this side, then looked at the chaos at the city gate. Her heart was filled with thoughts. The side with Zhao Cheng is temporarily at a stalemate, but the main gate of Settlement 119 is about to be breached. In the end, even if Zhao Cheng's side wins, the ordinary citizens of Settlement 119 will have already suffered a catastrophic disaster. Do they expect me to just stand by and watch? without doing anything. Thinking this, she looked up and asked, her eyes bright and full of expectation. Then can I use my status as the eldest daughter of the Guan family and the next successor to the family head to order you to go save them? The old butler frowned slightly, posing a pressured question to her. Of course you can. But doing so would violate the upper law of the 5 great families. It is the supreme regulation. Do you still wish to give the order, young miss? These words made Guan Tui waver, an internal struggle brewing. A swirl of thoughts rushed through her mind. Violating the supreme regulation will lead to huge trouble. But do I have to stand by and watch thousands of people get killed? The butler continued his analysis. The great 6 eastern territories are ruled by our Fontaine Company. The large and small settlements are countless, but the people who stand at the peak of power will always be the 5 great families. Accordingly, the leaders of the 5 great families established the Supreme Council, and all policies implemented in the East are decided by the Supreme Council. But even the 5 great families, they also have their own conflicts of interest. Therefore, the Supreme Council issued the ruler's regulations, which all members of the 5 great families must abide by. I am reminding you, and right now, young miss wants to violate, is the 9th article of the Supreme Regulation, excessive intervention in the life and death of ordinary people, outside of one's territory, the price for violating it. Besides the Guan family, having a large amount of resources confiscated, the violator must also endure a 30-day confinement penalty. The butler frowned, his voice serious and deep. The confiscated resources are not the problem. The most important thing is the confinement order, because confinement prohibits that person from entering a dimensional dungeon. This will cause the young miss to be left behind by the younger generation of the other families. And once the gap widens, the Guan family will have to pour in more resources to compensate for that disparity. Eldest young miss, you must clearly understand which matter should be prioritized. At that moment, a sound echoed from afar. While Guan Tui looked in that direction with worry, the butler calmly announced, eldest young miss, gate 119 has been breached. On the other side, Huagong sneered, veins bulging on his face. He roared an order, charge in and grab the resources. Grab the stock, the supplies. Grab the food. He and his subordinates rushed in, knocking aside everyone in their path. They yelled madly, I want to bang bitches. I'm gonna bang all the bitches in Sector 119, kill, kill, kill. Inside, people scattered in panic. Their faces full of terror, they cried out in alarm. The main gate's broken. Run, those creeps are coming in. Run, run. Huagong grabbed a woman by the hair. He gave a vulgar laugh. Where are you going? Your old man is going to take good care of you. The subordinates went crazy, looting and cursing. Give me the supply vouchers or I'll cut you down, you motherfucker. Finally, your old man is about to bang bitches. Guan Tui watched the whole thing with wide eyes. Blood vessels stood out in her eyes. Their voices echoed in her ears. Don't even think about hiding anything. Smash all their houses. She clenched her fists, trembling with rage. Then she loudly gave the order. Guan 36 Guan Tui, as the true eldest daughter of the Guan family, order you to drive out the invaders from Sector 173. I don't care about violating the supreme regulation. The butler immediately obeyed. Yes, eldest young miss. Guan 36 accepted the command, and in a flash, he had left the rooftop, leaving behind a faint purple streak of light. Guan Tui looked down, thinking to herself, he must be disappointed in me. He must think I'm a person who acts on impulse. But he will know everything later. She jumped down, vowing internally, now I must go help Zhao Cheng. The butler saw Guan Tui act and looked over. Realizing his suspicion, he thought, eldest young miss still wants to help that boy Zhao, a bleeding heart person like this. If she becomes a supreme ruler later, will the Guan family decline in her hands? He sped towards the main gate and simultaneously affirmed, but no matter what, I am still a sworn guard of the Guan family. The command of a Guan family member is my mission. The butler activated his attribute. A swirling vortex coiled like a snake, wrapping around the individuals in Huagong's group. A series of miserable screams echoed. What is this? Why is there suddenly a VIP with sharp eyes? After dealing with them, his face was cold as he declared, whoever dares to provoke the young miss will be executed without mercy. On this side, Huang Jun attacked, while cursing a level 11 piece of garbage Bai Rong. Don't think you guys are my match. I'll make you all die here. Bai Rong raised his sword to block, worrying internally. This is bad. Mai and Zhao Cheng's attacks are both too weak. We can't break through his earth flow defense. If we keep stalling like this, the two of us will definitely be defeated. Zhao Cheng was not doing any better. His face was extremely battered. Bai Rong looked at him, assessing. He has also suffered quite a few injuries. Moreover, to maintain his current state, he has consumed a large amount of stamina. If we continue fighting, it will only cause him to die with me. Thinking this, he loudly called out Zhao Cheng. This has nothing to do with you. Don't die here. I will create an opportunity for you to escape. Bai Rong immediately cast Sword Mastery. Passive effect. When using a sword-type weapon, attack speed plus 15%, damage plus 15%. Huang Jun's eyes flashed as he taunted. Bai Rong is about to die, and you still have the nerve to care about others. You will all die. It's a pity that your initial attribute is only bronze tier. Otherwise, you might have been able to cause me a little trouble. He immediately activated his gold tier attribute Extreme Speed. Activation effect. Speed increased by 30%. Duration 15 minutes. Bai Rong stood there, his eyes vacant as he looked over, listening to him continue. I have activated Extreme Speed. You can't keep up with my speed, Bai Rong. He tried to swing his sword in defense, using all his strength to neutralize Huang Jun's speed. But the outcome was inevitable. The sharp stakes from the earth attribute pierced Bai Rong's body, along with his sarcastic voice. This is the difference in rank. You're about to die. Zhao Cheng focused his gaze, thinking to himself, if we keep fighting, there's truly no chance of winning. My rank is too low. But now he has entered a reckless state. Perhaps I can take advantage of the opportunity he creates. Seeing Bai Rong suffering amidst the killing moves, he was somewhat confused. But in the current situation, we are completely at a disadvantage. What must we do to win? Just then, the block of earth and rock in front of Zhao Cheng appeared, to crack and break from within. Da Hua, with his arm in a sling, stepped out, rubbing his head and saying, Big Bro is the one who forced me to come here. I had no other choice. His eyes flashed as he activated his weakness perception attribute, and at the same time shouted, Zhao Cheng, don't talk, just slash that Huang guy's left side, his earth flow. The position on the left side is the weak point. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuthan rushed forward like lightning, responding curtly with one word, got it. Da Hua watched and smiled gently in admiration. I really admire the trust between you and Big Bro. As soon as you said it, he rushed out without a trace of doubt. Zigao was exhausted as if his soul had left his body. He replied weakly, of course, I'm so tired. Forcing the activation of my attribute ability like this has truly drained all my strength. Kishuthan rushed forward, murmuring in his mind, left side. Use all my attributes. I only have one chance to strike. Then he simultaneously activated his attributes. Explosive head strike, flame enchantment, sharpness and limit breaking, superb technique. Just like that, Zhao Cheng swept past Huang Jun. He was still laughing, arrogantly cursing Bai Rong. You're exhausted, go to hell. The moment he finished speaking, the sharp spikes formed from the earth attribute were about to pierce Bai Rong. The faces of Zhao Cheng and Huang Jun simultaneously showed a look of surprise. Both almost simultaneously shouted a single phrase, this is the final blow. His body was suspended in mid-air with a look of confusion in his eyes. The lower half of his body had been severed. The multicolored slash was delivered decisively by him, along with his resolute voice. The winner has been decided. Huang Jun's eyes now turned a fierce blood-red color. His voice stammered. I was actually defeated by trash like you. He laughed coldly and screamed simultaneously, unleashing a slash. I want you to be buried with me. But the answer was Zhao Cheng's calmness and decisiveness. He turned back and split the man's body in two again, responding simply. Dream on seeing Huang Jun's scorched body parts fall in front of him. He thought to himself, I've already used the refresh ability once to make all the attributes available again. But my body had only just recovered a little before being drained again. Small bolts of lightning appeared all over Zhao Cheng's body, and a crackling sound rang out. He was dizzy and his body showed signs of collapsing. Just then Bai Rong rushed over and caught Zhao Cheng, while exclaiming, Good brother, you saved my life. Guan. Tui also appeared as the battle ended. She looked over with astonishment. Zhao Cheng actually managed to defeat an awakened person who was over level 20 before we parted. I remember he was only level 7. Guan Tui's eyes widened in pleasant surprise, wondering just how much of a brilliant genius is he. Bai Rong looked towards her and said, Examining official, Madame, please excuse me. I am unable to perform the proper salute at this moment. Guan Tui waved it off. No need for a salute. He looked over and continued. He is the person we brought back from settlement, 226, and also the winner of the company's exam. This time, after saying this, Bai Rong solemnly thought to himself, the examining official sent by the company has an extraordinary background. She won't have too much goodwill, or a newcomer from the lower levels who just joined the company. After all, her status and position are what they are, no matter how outstanding a rookie is. She has seen many before, but Guan Tui's request took him completely by surprise. Hand him over to me. Manager Jiang's battle is also about to end. You go see if you can help him. She looked at him, smiled, and greeted him. We meet again, Chengzi. Guan Tui's expression made Bai Rong's eyes widen in surprise. What exactly is the relationship between this examining official and Zhao Cheng? Seeing her carrying him on her back, he was completely taken aback. This is the first time I've seen an examining official treat a company rookie like this. Bai Rong showed his astonishment outwardly. He gaped and exclaimed, carried him on her back. He laughed enviously, wondering inwardly, what exactly is Zhao Cheng's background? Is he a big shot's boy toy? But what big shot would carry their own boy toy on their back? Manager Jung, this time you really misjudged him. On this side, Gigi was floating in midair, looking down and saying, "Hi, Lee. Finally, there's no one left to stop me. Now I will cut off your head." The man stood below, clenched his hand into a powerful fist, radiating spiritual energy. He looked up and replied, "Jung Gigi, don't think you're guaranteed to win against this old man?" Not letting Hey Lee finish his sentence, he attacked, cursing, "Too much talk. Go die." As soon as the words left his mouth, a swirling green mass struck straight down. To where he was standing, the flame dispersed, blowing away the flesh and blood, leaving behind only Hey Lee's skeleton and his lingering scream. Gigi walked calmly with a cigarette in his mouth. His cold eyes glanced over without emotion. Just then Bairong ran over and called out loudly, "Manager Jiang," not letting him finish his sentence. Gigi directly interrupted, "I know. Zhao Cheng and you worked together to kill Huang Jun. Let's go. The main gate is still waiting for us." Bairong quickly informed him. Didn't someone at the main gate already take action to deal with all the intruders from Settlement 173? But I'm not talking about Huang Jun. I'm talking about Zhao Cheng. He frowned when he heard that and asked Zhao Cheng, "What about him?" A while later, the glowing red cigarette in Gigi's hand, after hearing everything, he looked surprised and asked back, "Is what you said true?" The examining official personally carried him. Bairong once again confirmed 100%. This made Gigi think, not only could he help them kill Huang Jun, but he's also very close to the examining official. In this company, this kid, no big shot would care about the life or death of a pretty boy. The background of this Zhao Cheng is probably far beyond our guess, Bairong exclaimed in doubt. Could he be the illegitimate child of some big shot? After flicking away the cigarette butt, Gigi lit a new one and replied, "It's possible." His eyes narrowed and his voice deepened. If that is the case, then he can reach a higher position than me and do things that I cannot. The prerequisite is that I can plant that seed in his heart. Scene change. Sometime after the battle, everything had become quiet like on regular days. On a hospital bed, Zhao Cheng lay motionless. Suddenly, he bolted upright into a defensive stance on the bed and asked, "Where is this Zijia who was sitting there eating and drinking?" Was delighted and replied, "Chengzi, you're awake. Want a bite? It tastes like home. This is made from mutated cassava root from Settlement 226. Zhao Cheng looked over perplexed Zijia. "Where are we?" He immediately answered, "We are still at Settlement 119. We are in one of the temporary lodgings of the examining official. You've been asleep for 3 days. I was afraid you'd starve to death, so I came to watch over you every day." Zhao Cheng rubbed his head, thinking, I've been asleep for 3 days. Is it a sequela? From continuously forcing the use of a transcendent technology, Ziji continued to ask Chengzi, "Are you seriously not going to try a piece? This method of preparation is actually amazing." They added brown sugar, real brown sugar. Just then the door to the sick room opened, with a female voice echoing in, "You're awake." Zhao Cheng was startled and immediately glanced over. He wondered to himself, that voice is... Guan Tui, dressed like a young lady, glided in, smiled and said, "I thought I wouldn't be able to wait for you anymore." Seeing her walk in, Zhao Cheng was slightly surprised. His face turned a little red as he asked Guan Tui, "Why are you here?" Ziga sat there chewing and observing, wondering to himself, Chengzi is blushing. "Am I seeing things?" Guan Tui walked closer and replied, "I am the examining official sent by the company. Now that you are awake, I can finally rest assured." The answer startled him. "After I lost consciousness, you've been here waiting for me all this time." She hummed softly and replied, "In short, as the examining official for this assessment, I still have responsibilities to fulfill." Zijia bit his spoon, frowned, and muttered, "Boring. I thought there was going to be something exciting and dramatic to talk about." Guan Tui took out a few black cards and continued, "These are the new identity certificates that you all received. With these, you are officially a member of Fantian." Zhao Cheng was a little surprised. Looking at the number of cards in her hand, he asked, "These are identity certificates. Why are there 3? Zijia, sitting next to him, asked curiously, "What material is this made of?" "It looks very expensive." Guan Tui explained. "Originally, the maximum was 3 slots, but this time only the 2 of you met the requirements. Instead of discarding the 3rd card, I might as well gives it to you too." Seeing Zhao Cheng hesitate slightly, she proactively stepped closer. She winked gently and pointed at the card, saying slyly, "This is a favor from me to you." Zhao Cheng reached out, took the card, and replied, "Oh, this favor. I will repay it later." Zijia's expression was somewhat confused. "A favor?" Their eyes are practically glued to each other. "Is it really just a favor?" "Damn it. The day I meet Xiao Yu, I will also brag to you, Chengzi." At this moment, from outside, the butler knocked on the door and said from within, "Miss, we're running out of time." Guan Tui was momentarily startled. She realized that time was running short. Zhao Cheng also noticed her expression. He pondered, not knowing what to say. Guan Tui reached into her pocket for something. She said to him, "I have to go now. But there's one more thing I want to give you." She held a piece of purple jade in her hand, her face slightly flushed. This is not on behalf of the company, but a personal gift from me to you. Guantui placed it in Zhao Cheng's hand and continued. This is a lucky charm stone. You are about to head to a new workplace. I hope it will bring you luck. She walked toward the door where the butler had opened it and was waiting. Guantui waved her hand at Zhao Cheng goodbye. The door slowly closed. He sat there immersed in an indescribable train of thought. Strange. Why do I feel this sense of attachment? Zhao! Cheng watched her receding figure and felt, it's similar to when my sister was taken away. No, not that intense. Zijia leaned in, waved his hand in front of him and shouted, she's gone. What are you still looking at? You were silent just now. Now you regret it. Zhao Cheng ignored those words. He shoved the card into his chest. Here's your card. Take it. Zijia sat there yawning and replied, when you passed out, that little girl personally carried you back on her back. Too bad. You couldn't even say a single nice thing. The words of his best friend made Zhao Cheng's eyes flash. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, so she was there at that time. Just then, Gigi's group opened the door and walked in. He spoke up. I heard you were awake. Have you met the examining official yet? Zhao Cheng sat up, looked at them, and replied, yes, I have. Xiaoman rushed over, whimpering and asking Brother Chengzi, you're awake. Are you okay? Dahua also had tears in his eyes as he sighed. Big brother, you were out for so long. We were scared to death, especially Xiao Jiao. He hasn't slept a wink the whole time you were out. He's been watching over you constantly. Zhao Cheng heard this, turned his head, and glanced at Zijia. He saw him sitting there asleep, still holding his identity card resting on his knee. He thought to himself, this Zijia didn't mention a single word just now. On this side, Gigi suddenly held out his hand to Zhao Cheng, which made him slightly confused. He took his hand, bowed slightly, and said, thank you for saving Bai Rong before. Perhaps there were some shortcomings in my hospitality. It's my fault. Zhao Cheng smiled and replied, it's fine. I think you are a good person. Helping was my own choice. After all, in this world, there aren't many people who consider ordinary people. These words made Gigi slightly surprised. He paused for a moment. Then he turned to Bai Rong and said, this kid is interesting. As expected, I didn't misjudge him. Bai Rong, bring the stuff here. He replied, yes, boss. At the same time, he brought a wooden box. Bai Rong handed it to him and smiled, saying, Chengzi, this is a thank you gift from Manager Zhang. On behalf of all the residents of Settlement 119 to you, please accept it. These words surprised Zhao Cheng a little. He immediately asked back, on behalf of all the residents. Gigi lit a cigarette and replied, if it weren't for your status, especially the bodyguard of that big shot wouldn't intervene either. He looked out the window and continued, if he hadn't intervened, the residents of Settlement 119 would have been harmed by those beasts. From Settlement 173, take it. This is what you deserve. Zhao Cheng smiled and looked at the wooden box in his hand, feeling pleased. Although I don't know what he's talking about. If there's a benefit, just take it first. Gigi turned back and reminded him. Also, she has something to tell you. Xiaoman instinctively jumped up. Zhao Cheng looked at her with a puzzled expression. She cried and blushed, looking anxious. Her voice was tearful and stammering, Brother Chengzi, Xiaoman tightly clenched her hands and firmly requested, please allow me to follow you. I will absolutely never regret it for the rest of my life, Gigi explained. It wasn't my idea. She proactively wanted to follow you. Zhao Cheng looked at her and asked, why would you do that? I remember you have your own settlement. You need to go back, right? Following me won't bring you any benefits, Xiaoman replied with a serious face. Manager Zhang has agreed to my request. In the future, everyone in my settlement will move to live in Settlement 119, compared to living in the old place, drifting from place to place. In Settlement 119, they will live more stably. I don't have any power anyway. Even if I return to the original settlement, I wouldn't be able to help everyone have a better life. She recalled the scene of the dispute at that time and continued, but you are different. You are strong, confident, and brave. If it's you, you can definitely make a big splash in this world. Xiaoman confidently affirmed, I want to follow someone like you. I absolutely won't be a burden. My starting ability is very special. I can definitely help you. Zhao Cheng listened to these heartfelt words from her and bowed his head in thought. Zijia, who had been pretending to sleep, suddenly burst into laughter. No, I can't. I can't stop laughing anymore. Xiaoman pointed right at him and questioned, do you find what I said funny? Zijia pointed to himself and replied, not exactly. On the contrary, I think what you said is absolutely right. Chengzi and I will definitely achieve great things. You have a discerning eye. The reason I'm laughing is that I feel you have great foresight. He proactively pulled out an identity card from Zhao Cheng's hand. Give this to me. Zijia held it out towards Xiaoman. Take it. From now on, you will be a member of our team. Even if ahead lies a dragon's pool, a tiger's den, or a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, as long as Chengzi says move forward, you absolutely cannot back down. Can you do it? Holding the card in her hand, she confidently affirmed, no matter if it's a dragon's pool, tiger's den, or a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, as long as Brother Chengzi gives the word, I will absolutely not retreat. Xiaoman looked at the image on the card and wondered, Is this my picture on here? The guy was also surprised and exclaimed, I have one too. It was blank just a moment ago, GG explained from his side. The company's identity verification cards are very special. As long as the personnel is confirmed, it automatically recognizes the owner. I don't know what material they're made of, but they are indeed very high-end. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves echoed outside. He looked down and announced, the company's carriage has arrived to pick you up. GG looked down and secretly evaluated. This carriage pulled by 3 mutant horses. The specifications are appropriate. Conversely, there was no special treatment for you either. Then the 3 of them walked closer to the carriage. The examiner told them, get in the carriage. The details about joining the company, I will tell you on the way. Zija stepped up with excitement. Let's go to the company. The world is wide, let us be free. Roaming around, Xiaoman was a little confused. Brother Zija, what are you mumbling about? Gigi spoke up from behind Zhao Cheng. Finally, I have one more thing to tell you. Hearing that, he turned to look at him with an expectant look, taking a drag from his cigarette. Gigi spoke in a deep voice. This world is not as simple as you think. The company is no paradise either. If you want to change this world, to let more ordinary people survive, to prevent more people from losing loved ones. He looked at Zhao Cheng with a certain conviction and a reminder, use your own fists to create new rules. Scene change. Afterwards, the carriage took them through a barren desert area, full of wind and sand. Inside, Zijia wondered, Chengzi, what are you thinking about? You haven't said anything since earlier. Zhao Cheng stepped out and replied, nothing. Just spacing out. He thought to himself, the company still holds too many secrets. Where will we go next? I must find my sister. But now I can only gradually build up my strength to have any hope. Seeing him step out, the coachman immediately asked, is there something you want to ask? Zhao Sheng was direct. Where are we going now? He replied, Settlement 725. That is the base of the company 063 External Affairs Squad. All of you have been assigned to the 063 External Affairs Squad. Your current status is squad members. Zhao Cheng's voice asked again, what is your status? The coachman replied, same as you, an ordinary member of the 063 External Affairs Squad. My name is Luo Bingxi. Everyone calls me Lao Shi. You can call me that too. Upon hearing that, Zhao Cheng looked at him and asked, isn't that a nickname, or do you get bullied often? Bingxi replied, I come from the common class. It can't be considered bullying. Every year, the members of the squad have new promising people like you joining. You won't stay in Squad 063 for too long either. He asked with a doubtful look in his eyes, do you mean that if we stay in the squad and make certain contributions, we can get promoted and leave? Bingxi replied with a hint of sadness in his voice. That's right. But if your status is noble, you can leave without making contributions. Zhao Sheng heard this and calculated in his heart. This is probably an opportunity to find my sister. I can't stay in one settlement for too long. I wonder what I should do to make a contribution in Settlement 725. He continued his line of questioning with another question. What should I do to earn enough contributions for promotion? Bingxi turned and asked frankly, do you want to hear the good words or the truth? Zhao Cheng replied, the truth. He was a little confused inside. Why does it have to be divided into the truth and a lie? He darkened his face and replied, if you want to quickly gain enough contribution for promotion, there are only 2 paths. Eliminate the rebellious commoners, or help the managers fully exploit the people of the bottom layer. To double the production to supply enough blue ice crystals that the upper class needs, the carriage continued its silent journey across the desert sand. The sun was also setting. After hearing the information, Zhao Cheng fell into deep thought. The conditions for advancement contained 2 key pieces of information. Firstly, Settlement 725 is the production site for the blue ice crystals for the company. And the second thing is that to produce this kind of blue ice crystal forces those in the lower class to constantly revolt. He looked at the palm of his hand and wondered, what exactly is a blue ice crystal? What does the upper class need this thing for? Bingxi glanced over and thought to himself, a genius like him would never be able to understand the people in the lower class. Thinking this, he pulled hard on the reins and urged the horses into a gallop. Inside, Zijia looked out with caution. It seems the place we're going to is another trouble spot. The coachman clearly carries a scent of resentment. Ahead is the settlement. After a period of time, the scene shifted to Settlement 725. The carriage slowly entered. Along with Bingxi's introduction, ahead is the settlement. Seeing him, the guards immediately spoke up to greet him. Lord Luo, you've worked hard. Lord Luo has brought new blood to the company again. Zijia pulled back the curtain, looked outside, and said, this place is more prosperous than Settlement 119, but the clothing of the common people is much worse. There are no smiles on their faces either. Xiaoman widened her eyes and compared. Then the manager here is not as good as Lord Zhang. Zhao Cheng looked outside and told them, look, what is that? Outside was the sight of commoners carrying on their backs heavy baskets, looking extremely exhausted. They appeared weary. Zikia wondered. That long line of people, what are they carrying? Xiaoman also noticed their physiques. Everyone looks very tired and exhausted, but their auras indicate they are all awakened ones. Their steps were heavy, and with her voice, the physical strength of awakened ones far surpasses ordinary people. If even they are this tired, how heavy must the thing in that carrying basket be? And who is forcing them to do this? Zijaya stated his guess. I bet what's inside is definitely blue ice crystal. Every settlement has oppression. It seems this place is no exception. Zhao Cheng folded his arms across his chest and said indifferently, even so, no one is standing next to them with a whip. Hearing that, he turned back and exclaimed, are they doing this voluntarily? Xiaoman was a bit puzzled. If no one is forcing them, then who would willingly suffer to this extent? He repeated the words he had heard from Bingxi. Eliminate the rebellious commoners, or help the managers fully exploit the people of the lower class, to double the production to supply enough blue ice crystals that the upper class needs. Zhao Cheng guessed in his heart. How could there be no one forcing them? It's just that their oppressor is so powerful that they have no other choice. After arriving at the destination, Bingxi pulled back the curtain, looked into the carriage, and said to them, get out of the carriage. We've arrived at the squad's base. Now follow me to report to the squad leader. My mission is complete. In front of them was Settlement 725, the headquarters of the 063 Brahma External Affairs Squad. Above the building, there was a glowing lotus flower. Looking extremely mysterious, Zijia looked up and exclaimed, how magnificent! Xiaoman was more straightforward, looking at the thing in front of her and exclaiming, the pole is so high. Bingxi said to the three people, let's go. Follow me to meet the squad leader. Inside a spacious compound, to enter the mansion inside, they needed to pass through 2 layers of gates. Jia looked to the side and asked, aren't we going through the main entrance? Bingxi hesitated before replying, this matter. Just then, several dark figures were walking towards them. A shadowy figure appeared, smoothed his hair, and said mockingly with a sneer, the main entrance is only for big shots to enter. Country bumpkins, you lowlifes are not worthy. While Zhao Cheng and the others remained silent, not understanding what was happening. Bingxi was startled, feeling frustrated. Why is it this young master? They're about to run into trouble. Zijia smiled, mulling over in his mind. I'm so familiar with this kind of scenario. In the ancient texts called Fights in the Heavens, the supporting characters who make things difficult for the main character are truly countless. Xiaosheng understood his friend too well, and chuckled at his expression. Zijia's head is full of wicked schemes, about to burst out. Sure enough, Zijia put his hands on his hips and spoke. My brother, this country bumpkin seems like a big deal, doesn't he? Upon hearing this, his face darkened and he asked back, who are you calling a country bumpkin? He pointed directly at his face and replied, with that big head of yours, do you still need someone else to tell you? Such a huge chicken comb. Are you not a country bumpkin, but an egg-laying hen? He stepped forward and grabbed Zijia by the collar, pointed straight at his face and threatened, say that again if you dare. He remained calm, smiled, and replied, it seems the country bumpkin is angry, so I won't say it anymore. However, didn't you just say that a big shot must use the main entrance? Zijia frowned and mocked. How come I see you stepping out of the side door? Are you also just some nobody? A small fry? These words embarrassed him. His face turned black and he was furious. He balled his hand into a fist, raised it high, ready to strike, and cursed. Damn it, are you looking for a death wish? Just before the blow could be delivered, Zhao Cheng appeared quickly, raised his hand to block and neutralize it. He turned and warned him. I advise you not to make a move here. He himself felt the strength, clamping down on his wrist, and thought, what immense power. Zhao Cheng shook his hand away and continued, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. The guy was still annoyed and shouted, fine, you remember this. I'm not done with you yet. Bingxi continued to lead the way, reminding everyone follow me. The squad leader is waiting for us. He stood there cursing, you bunch of dogs, sooner or later, I'll make you pay for everything. The subordinate behind him exuded a chilling aura and asked in a low voice, young master, do you want me to take action and make them disappear? Those words from his subordinate made his face darken once again. He then hit him directly on the head and cursed, damn it, are you some sort of serial killer? Kill, 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 what's the point of killing? I'm going to put on a show to establish my authority in front of the newcomers. You want to kill people right away. Establish authority for the devil. His head now had a bump and he stammered, but he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and growled, there are no buts. Remember this young master's words? Don't always think about killing people. This young master wants to establish authority. I want to be famous. I want to become a big shot in the company. Then he clenched his fist and spoke loudly, what I Sima Yan want is to bring glory to my ancestors, of the Sima family. The subordinate could only bow and comply. Yes, young master, bring glory to the ancestors. Sima Yan cast a sharp glance at him and scoffed. The subordinate was afraid and immediately corrected himself. I was wrong. It's young Master Yan. The scene transitions to another frame. Zhao Cheng's group was praised by Bing Shi. I didn't expect you guys wouldn't even be afraid of someone from the Simo family. Zika wondered. What's wrong? Is the reputation of that person just now really bad? He recounted it's very bad. He puts on airs all day long in the settlement, and pretty much everyone has been provoked by him, Bing Shi said, along with the unpleasant images that Sima Yan had created. But because he's the son of the settlement manager of Settlement 723, he was specially recruited into the squad, so no one dares to touch him. Xiaoman asked curiously. Does the company even accept people like that? Bing Shi replied. But having said that, Sima Yan is only 17 years old and is already a level 11 awakened one. At his age, reaching this rank is truly considered stepping into the threshold of a genius. She heard it and complimented herself internally. I'm only 16 years old and already level 7. Does that mean I'm a mini genius? Zija was similar, thinking to himself, I'm only 16 years old and already level 8. If I try a little harder, won't I also be considered a genius? Then the two of them tilted their heads and looked in one direction and said in unison, wait a minute. They took turns looking at Zhao Cheng and flattering him. Chengzi is so powerful. Isn't he a genius among geniuses? Just then a man with a fierce face stepped in front of them. He shouted loudly, Get out of the way! Zija secretly cursed from behind. Where did this old man come from? How rude. Bing Shi bowed and greeted the man. Squad leader, sir? The man lifted his chin, looked at him, and demanded, Take your people and get lost far away from me. Bing Shi quickly explained, reporting squad leader. These are the new squad members. I was just about to take them to meet you. The man sneered and calmly replied, Meet me for what? Just take them directly to the entrance of the Blue Ice Crystal. Mine instance? There's a riot there again. Go quickly and suppress those scumbags. He immediately took the order and instructed Zhao Cheng's group. Understood, everyone get out of the way quickly. He looked at the man's retreating back and secretly speculated, very strong presence, but not as good as Zhang Yiyi. Is it because he doesn't have the flashing attribute, or... Bing Shi turned back and said, That is the squad leader of our 063 squad. His name is Zhang Zhenshan. His rank has reached level 27. He is a powerhouse. Second only to the manager in Settlement 725, Xiaosheng affirmed once more. Level 27. He is indeed not as good as Zhang Yiyi, Zija exclaimed. The squad leader is only level 27. Then what level is the manager? He immediately replied, The manager, sir, is currently a level 30 powerhouse. The two behind him exclaimed in unison level 30. Zhao Cheng looked at his tense expression and asked, confused, Why are you so nervous? Bing Shi replied, No one dares to discuss the manager privately. In the future, you guys should also try not to discuss it. He reminded them, If someone happens to use your words as an excuse, then even your status as a company employee won't be able to protect you. The scene switches to the room of Zhao Cheng's group. Zija excitedly put on his new uniform and sighed. Putting this on, I look pretty legit now. Xiaoman also stood on the side, changing clothes. He sentimentally said, This is the first time I've ever worn such nice clothes. Just then Bing Shi opened the door and entered, reminding them, Once you've finished changing, we have to go right away. If the squad leader finds out we didn't go suppress the riot, we will definitely be punished when we get back. Zijaya stepped out and said dejectedly, suppressing a riot. It doesn't sound like a good time at all, Xiaoman said. I'll listen to Chengzi. Zhao Cheng led the way and reminded everyone, Let's go see what exactly is happening first. Just then, screams of agony echoed from below, causing the whole group to freeze. Zijia frowned and exclaimed, full of confusion, What is that? Zhao Cheng looked down at his feet and replied, It's the sound of people screaming tragically. Xiaoman spoke confused. But why is it coming from underground?